Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening where you can unwind and let the soothing sounds of our stories wrap around you like a warm embrace. Thank you for choosing to spend this peaceful moment here with us by the cozy fireplace, its gentle crackle a perfect companion to the tales we will share. We hope you've enjoyed a beautiful spring day full of light and warmth. Remember, you can continue to enjoy these heartwarming stories without interruption on our Patreon. Now, settle in and let the stories carry you to a place of serenity and dreams. Story 1. The crisp scent of autumn leaves hung heavy in the air over Willow Creek, a village nestled between whispering pines and a river that chuckled over smooth stones. In a cottage draped in ivy, with smoke curling lazily from its chimney, lived Thalia. Thalia loved the familiar, the rhythm of her grandmother's old clock, the precise placement of her blue teacup on the shelf, the predictable unfurling of the moonflowers by her window each dusk. Change, however, felt like a cold draft sneaking under a door, unsettling and unwelcome. This autumn felt different. Not just the usual fiery shift of leaves, but a deeper tremor in the earth itself. Thalia's cherished garden, usually a predictable tapestry of late-blooming asters and sturdy kale, began behaving strangely. One morning she found her neat row of carrots had twisted themselves into intricate spirals overnight. The next, her rosemary bush shimmered with tiny, star-like blossoms that hadn't been there at sunset. It unsettled her deeply. "Everything has its place," she murmured, trying to straighten a spiraled carrot with nervous fingers. It stubbornly held its new shape. This isn't right. Her unease manifested subtly. The garden path stones, usually steady, seemed to shift slightly underfoot. The ivy on her cottage writhed more vigorously than the breeze warranted. Unbeknownst to Thalia, the magic of Willow Creek, a gentle, earthbound energy that flowed through roots and rivers, was stirring more strongly than it had in generations. It was a magic sensitive to hearts, and Thalia's resistance to the season's natural shift was causing ripples, making her own latent connection to the land express itself in these small, uncontrolled bursts. The garden was mirroring her inner turmoil, beautiful but chaotic and unexpected. Her best friend, Silas, whose workshop smelled perpetually of warm cedar and sawdust, noticed her quiet distress. He found her one afternoon staring at a patch of earth where her orderly cabbages had been replaced overnight by luminous, silver ferns that pulsed with a soft light. "Remarkable things, Thalia," he said gently, his voice as steady as the oak he often carved. He didn't flinch at the strangeness, only admired the fern's delicate glow. The old stories say Willow Creek's magic blooms strongest when hearts are ready to grow, even if they don't know it yet. Thalia wrung her hands. "Grow, Silas, look, my cabbages are gone, replaced by glowing weeds. I don't want this unpredictable magic. I want my garden back the way it was, the way it's supposed to be." A nearby pebble trembled and lifted an inch off the ground before clattering down. Silas placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding. "Perhaps the garden isn't lost, Thalia. Perhaps it's just changing its tune. Magic isn't about forcing things back, but listening to what wants to emerge." He gestured towards the village elder's cottage, nestled deeper in the woods. "Old Man Hemlock might have some thoughts. He remembers when the creek ran backwards for a week." Reluctantly, Thalia agreed. The walk to Hemlock's cottage took them through the heart of the whispering forest. Golden sunlight dappled the path, and the air hummed with the drowsy buzz of late bees. Yet Thalia felt only the unfamiliarity, the difference. Fallen leaves crunched too loudly under her boots, the scent of damp earth felt overwhelming. Her anxiety grew, and as they passed a cluster of ancient birch trees, their papery bark suddenly unfurled like delicate scrolls, revealing shimmering, iridescent patterns that hadn't been there moments before. Thalia gasped, pulling her cloak tighter. "See, it's happening everywhere. I'm making it happen, and I can't stop it." Old Man Hemlock's cottage looked like it had grown from the forest floor itself, moss carpeting its roof, mushrooms glowing faintly on its doorstep. He welcomed them in, his eyes like deep, still pools reflecting the firelight. After listening patiently to Thalia's flustered account of the spiraled carrots, glowing ferns, and scroll-like birches, he chuckled softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling. He stirred a pot of fragrant herbal tea that smelled of pine needles and honey. "Ah, young Thalia," he rasped. "The creek's magic is rising, true. It senses a heart ripe for unfolding, like a bud touched by the first true frost. Your fear of the change, it's like clenching your fist around a butterfly. You might stop it flying, but you crush its wings." He poured the steaming tea into earthenware cups. "The magic isn't attacking your garden, it's responding to you. Your resistance makes it wobbly, like trying to hold water in a sieve made of worry." Thalia sipped the tea, its warmth spread through her, surprisingly calming. "But I don't want to be different. I like my quiet life, my predictable garden." Hemlock nodded slowly. "Change isn't about becoming someone else's child. It's about discovering more of who you already are deep down. Think of the oak sapling. Does it mourn losing its soft, green shoot when the sturdy trunk begins to form? No, it embraces the strength within the change. Your magic, it's part of your strength trying to show itself. The spirals, the glow, the unfurling bark, they aren't mistakes. They are possibilities you haven't allowed yourself to see." He placed a gnarled hand over hers. "Instead of pushing the magic away, try welcoming it, not forcing it, mind you. Just observe. Tend to your garden not with control, but with curiosity. See what wonders want to grow with you, not for you." Walking home, Sila's by her side, Thalia felt a shift. Hemlock's words echoed. Possibilities. Welcoming. Curiosity. She looked at the transformed birch trees again. The iridescent patterns weren't chaotic. They formed intricate, beautiful whorls that caught the fading light like mother of pearl. They were lovely. Unexpected, yes, but lovely. The next morning, instead of dread, Thalia approached her garden with a hesitant curiosity. The silver ferns still glowed softly. The spiraled carrots looked whimsical. A new surprise awaited. Her climbing roses, usually dormant in autumn, had burst into bloom overnight, their petals the deep, velvety blue of twilight and dusted with frost-like silver. Instead of panicking, Thalia took a deep breath of the cold, sweet air. She remembered Hemlock's advice. Tend with curiosity. She fetched her watering can, not to impose order, but to offer care. As she gently watered the blue roses, a warmth spread from her fingertips. She didn't resist it. She simply noticed it, a soft, golden light emanating from her hands, sinking into the earth around the roots. The roses seemed to sigh, their fragrance intensifying, filling the crisp air with an intoxicating sweetness. The glow from the ferns brightened harmoniously. The spiraled carrots seemed to straighten just a fraction, not forced, but finding a comfortable balance. The chaotic ripples of magic settled into a gentle, resonant hum. Day by day, Thalia practiced. When a patch of earth near her doorstep sprouted luminous mushrooms that sang faint, bell-like notes in the breeze, she didn't try to remove them. She sat on her step, closed her eyes, and just listened. The sound was unexpectedly peaceful, a tiny lullaby for the garden. Silas visited often, bringing warm cider and quiet encouragement. He marveled at the singing mushrooms, sketched the patterns on the birches, and helped her build a small, curved trellis for the ever-blooming blue roses. His steady presence was an anchor, a reminder that embracing change didn't mean losing connection. It could deepen it. She learned to sense the subtle pulse of the earth's magic within her, not as a frightening force, but as a quiet current of life. When she felt the familiar knot of anxiety about the unknown, the approaching winter, the permanence of these changes, she didn't fight it. She acknowledged it, breathed through it, and then turned her attention back to the present wonder. the frost sparkling like diamonds on a spiderweb spun between two glowing ferns, the comforting weight of Silas's hand on hers as they watched the sunset paint the sky in hues mirrored by her magical roses. The first real snow fell, blanketing Willow Creek in pristine silence. Thalia stood in her garden, transformed now into a wonderland of winter magic. The silver ferns glowed brighter against the white, their light reflecting off the snow. The blue roses, untouched by frost, bloomed defiantly, their petals like captured pieces of the twilight sky. The singing mushrooms peeked through the snowdrifts, their chimes softer now, like frozen bells. The spiraled carrots were hidden, but she knew they rested beneath, unique and strong. Thalia no longer saw chaos. She saw beauty, a different kind of beauty than her neat rows of kale, but no less valid. It was a beauty born of acceptance, of allowing the magic within and around her to find its own form. The rigid fear had melted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and connection. She had grown not by becoming someone else entirely, but by uncovering a deeper layer of herself, someone capable of wonder, resilience, and harmony with the unexpected. One evening, as the village lanterns cast warm pools of light on the snow and the stars blazed coldly overhead, Silas joined her. They sat on her porch, wrapped in thick blankets, mugs of steaming cocoa warming their hands. The garden shimmered softly in the moonlight, a living tapestry of frost, light, and quiet song. "It's beautiful, Thalia," Silas said softly, his breath misting in the air. Like the village itself decided to tuck itself in with a bit of extra starlight. Thalia smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that reached her eyes. She looked at her hands, no longer fearing the warmth that sometimes still pulsed there. "It is," she agreed, her voice soft as the falling snow. "It's different, it's not what I planned, but it's right, it feels like home." She gazed at the impossible blue roses, their petals seeming to drink in the moonlight. "I think I was afraid of losing myself in the change, but instead I found more wonder, more connection, more me." She leaned her head against Silas's shoulder, the quiet symphony of the singing mushrooms and the distant chuckle of the frozen creek weaving a lullaby around them. The magic of Willow Creek hummed contentedly, a gentle golden pulse flowing from Thalia into the sleeping earth and back again, a silent conversation of growth and belonging. The fear of the cold draft under the door was gone. Now she understood that the changing seasons weren't an ending, but a turning of the page, revealing a new chapter written in starlight and frost, sung by mushrooms, and blooming with roses the color of deep, peaceful twilight. And as the fire crackled warmly inside, casting dancing shadows, Thalia closed her eyes, not yearning for yesterday's garden, but resting in the quiet, magical beauty of the garden she had learned to grow within herself. The snow continued to fall, soft and silent, covering the world in a blanket of serene acceptance, and all was deeply, profoundly well. Story 2. The cobblestone streets of Willow Creek held magic, though most hurried townsfolk never noticed. To them, the baker's warm loaves were just bread, the weaver's cloth merely fabric, and the clinking chimes above Mrs. Thistle's tea shop simply pleasant noise. But young Leela, with her quiet eyes and perpetually wind-tousled brown hair, sensed something more. She noticed how the morning mist clung like silver lace to the weeping willow, how the scent of rain on warm earth felt like a secret whispered just to her. And she especially noticed the small, dusty shop tucked between the cobbler and the apothecary oddments and ends, run by the ancient, twinkling-eyed Mr. Figwort. One damp autumn afternoon, seeking shelter from a sudden drizzle, Leela ducked into Mr. Figwort's. The air hummed with the scent of old paper, beeswax, and something indefinably alive. Shelves groaned under peculiarities, a compass that pointed towards laughter, a teacup that never grew cold, a quill that wrote in shimmering, invisible ink only visible by moonlight. Leela browsed, her fingers brushing cool brass, smooth wood, and rough stone. Then, tucked beneath a stack of faded maps, she felt it. A seashell. Not grand or colorful, but small, smooth, and a pale, pearly gray, curved like a sleeping ear. It felt warm in her palm. "Ah, Mr. Figwort murmured, appearing beside her like a kindly ghost. "The whisper shell, been waiting for the right listener, it has." Whisper shell. Leela breathed. "Hold it close," he instructed, his voice soft as dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. "Not to your ear, child, to your heart." Intrigued, Leela pressed the smooth curve of the shell against her chest. At first, nothing. Then a gentle vibration began, a soft thrumming that resonated deep within her bones. And beneath that vibration, faint but clear, came whispers. Not words exactly, but feelings. The sigh of contentment from the snoozing ginger cat curled by the stove. The patient endurance of the old oak beam supporting the ceiling. The cheerful anticipation bubbling from the copper kettle about to sing on the hob. Leela gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. The ordinary world was singing. "It hears the quiet songs, Mr. Figwort explained, his own eyes crinkling at her awe. "The songs things don't sing aloud, the dreams of seeds, the memories of stones, the silent hopes of the wind." Leela treasured the shell. She learned the lullaby of her woolen blanket, the steadfast hum of her worn wooden chair, the shy, fluttering melody of the candle flame. She felt more connected to her world than ever before. But one evening a fretful wind rattled the shutters. Leela pressed the shell to her heart and gasped. The usual gentle chorus was fractured, discordant. Underlying the familiar hums and sighs was a sharp, jagged note of fear. It pulsed strongest towards the darkening woods that bordered Willow Creek woods, usually filled with the peaceful rustle of leaves and the cheer-ups of night insects, but now thrumming with unease. Something was deeply wrong in the woods, something silencing its natural song. Leela knew she had to find out why. Armed only with her whisper shell, a small lantern, and a heart full of courage, she slipped out at dusk, the shell's anxious vibration guiding her like a compass towards the discord. The path into the darkening woods felt different. The friendly rustling leaves now sounded like nervous whispers. The moonlight filtering through the canopy seemed colder. Leela clutched the shell tighter, its fearful thrumming echoing her own quickening pulse. She hadn't gone far when a gruff voice stopped her. "Halt, who goes there disturbing the quiet night?" A sturdy badger wearing a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout stepped onto the path, brandishing a thorn like a sword. He was Bartholomew, the keeper of roots, known for his grumpy protectiveness and vast knowledge of underground things. "It's Lila," she whispered, holding up her lantern. I felt, the woods are afraid." Bartholomew squinted. "Afraid, humph, woods don't get afraid, they get inconvenienced. Probably just those noisy nightingales rehearsing off-key again." But he tilted his head, listening intently to the tense silence. Odd, the earthworms are deeper than usual, even the grubs are twitchy." A tiny light zipped erratically near Leela's shoulder. It was Pip, a firefly whose light usually glowed with a steady, cheerful yellow, but now flickered with anxious blue-green sparks. "Trouble." Pip buzzed, his voice a high-pitched hum. "Big trouble in the glade, shadows moving, ground humming wrong." The moonlit glade. Bartholomew grunted, looking genuinely concerned. "That's the heart's heart, if it's humming wrong." He adjusted his spectacles. "Right, Pip, light the way, child. Leela, was it? Stay close, and keep that shell listening." Guided by Pip's flickering light and Bartholomew's sure-footed grumbling, Leela ventured deeper, the shell's vibrations growing more intense and jagged against her chest. The air grew thick with a strange, metallic tang, and the usual comforting smells of damp earth and pine needles were overwhelmed by something sharp and acrid. When they reached the moonlit glade, Leela gasped. The beautiful clearing, usually bathed in serene silver light, was plunged into chaotic darkness. Thick, unnatural shadows writhed like living smoke, twisting around the ancient stones that ringed the glade. At the center, a cluster of terrified rabbits huddled, their eyes wide with panic. A family of hedgehogs rolled into tight, quivering balls. Even the great old sentinel oak at the glade's edge seemed to tremble, its leaves shivering silently. The shadows pulsed, emitting a low, menacing drone that vibrated unpleasantly through Lila's bones. This was the source of the fear, the discord silencing the wood's song. The shadow nods. Pip buzzed frantically, darting away from a tendril of darkness that lashed out. They feed on fear, make it grow. Blasted things, Bartholomew growled, puffing out his chest. Tried stomping him last time, just made him multiply, like kicking a hornet's nest of gloom. He looked helplessly at the thickening shadows, now swirling closer to the terrified animals. Leela's heart hammered. Stomping wouldn't work. Fighting fear with force only made it stronger. The shell seemed to whisper through its frantic pulse. What did the shadow knots feed on? Fear. What could counter fear? She pressed the shell harder to her heart, closing her eyes, trying to listen through the discord, beneath the drone of the shadows. What was the glade's true song? What did it dream of? She remembered the peaceful hum of her blanket, the steadfastness of her chair. She thought of the sentinel oak's deep roots, the cool, calming touch of the moonlight, the quiet strength of the stones. Wisdom, not force, Bartholomew muttered, echoing her thoughts. But what wisdom chases shadows? An idea sparked in Leela's mind, fragile as a dandelion seed. The whisper shell heard the quiet songs. Maybe it could help share them. Not fight the fear, but offer something else. Something true and steady. Bartholomew, Leela whispered, her voice surprisingly calm. Tell me about the sentinel oak, its deepest strength. The badger blinked, then understood. He drew himself up. Aye, that old giant, its roots go down to the bones of the earth deeper than any shadow, feels the slow, steady heartbeat of the world, unshakable, strong as stone, patient as time. As he spoke, Leela focused the whisper shell. She imagined the deep, resonant hum of the earth, the unwavering strength of ancient roots. She felt the shell vibrate, warmer now, its frequency shifting, humming a low, grounding note that pulsed outwards, gentle but firm. Pip, Leela called softly. The moonlight, what does it feel like? Pip zipped closer, his light calming slightly. Cool, soft like silver water washing away dust, makes hidden things sparkle, gentle, so gentle. Leela focused again, channeling the feeling of cool, soothing moonlight through the shell. Its hum softened, becoming a clear, cleansing chime that rippled through the glade. She turned her attention to the stones. The stones, Bartholomew, what do they remember? Peace, the badger rumbled, his voice losing its gruff edge. Eons of quiet, watching stars wheel, seasons turn, holding the memory of stillness, deep peace. Leela poured that feeling of timeless peace into the shell. Its song deepened further, a profound, resonant calm spreading outwards like a slow wave. She didn't shout. She didn't fight. She stood in the midst of the swirling shadows and the terrified creatures, holding the whisper shell to her heart, becoming a conduit for the glade's own hidden, gentle truths, the strength of roots, the softness of moonlight, the deep peace of stone. The shell amplified these quiet songs, weaving them into a tangible tapestry of calm that filled the clearing. The effect was slow, magical. The menacing drone of the shadow knots faltered. The writhing shadows seemed to thin, becoming less solid, more like insubstantial mist. The low, grounding hum from the shell resonated with the sentinel oak, which seemed to stand taller, its presence radiating stability. Pip's light glowed a pure, steady silver, mimicking the moonlight's touch, washing over the huddled animals. The rabbits uncurled slightly, their frantic breathing easing. The hedgehogs cautiously unrolled, their tiny eyes reflecting the calming light. The shadow knots, deprived of the feast of fear they craved, weakened. They recoiled from the gentle strength, the soothing light, the profound peace. Their forms frayed at the edges, dissolving like smoke caught in a clean breeze. With a final sighing hiss, the unnatural darkness dissipated entirely, leaving only the natural shadows of the night and the serene glow of the moon bathing the glade once more. The silence that followed wasn't tense but peaceful. Then the wood's true song returned. The soft rustle of leaves, the chirp of a cricket tentatively restarting its melody, the sigh of the wind through the sentinel oak, a harmonious, gentle chorus that vibrated sweetly through the whisper shell against Leela's heart. Relief, warm and golden, washed over her. "Well, I'll be a grub's uncle," Bartholomew breathed, taking off his spectacles and polishing them furiously. Didn't shout, didn't stomp, just listened and shared. Shared the quiet songs. Pip zipped joyful loops, his light a vibrant, happy yellow. The songs that were always there. The animals cautiously approached Layla, nuzzling her hands with soft noses, blinking grateful eyes. The sentinel oak seemed to lean slightly, its broad leaves brushing her hair with a gentle, approving sigh. The moonlit glade was restored, its heart beating peacefully once more. The walk back to Willow Creek was filled with the comfortable silence of shared wonder. Bartholomew shared tales of the wood's deep history, Pip illuminated interesting mosses and hidden flowers with his light, and Leela listened, the whisper shell humming contentedly against her chest, echoing the peaceful night song of the world around her. Mr. Figwort was waiting by his shop door as the first hints of dawn touched the sky. He didn't ask questions. He simply smiled, his eyes twinkling brighter than any star. "The whisper shell found its true listener," he said softly, and the listener found her voice. Leela kept the shell. It no longer vibrated with frantic discord, but with a constant, gentle hum, a reminder of the quiet songs always playing beneath the surface. She learned to listen more deeply not just with the shell, but with her whole heart. She heard the loneliness in the creak of the old bridge, and spent time sitting on its sun-warmed planks. She heard the forgotten dreams in the chipped paint of a park bench, and planted cheerful wildflowers nearby. She understood that every ordinary thing held an extraordinary secret, a quiet song waiting to be heard, and that sometimes the greatest magic, the strongest force against darkness, was simply listening and sharing the gentle, true music of peace. And as she drifted to sleep each night, the whisper shell resting on her bedside table pulsed softly, a tiny, comforting lighthouse humming the lullaby of the world, a reminder that kindness and quiet understanding could always light the way home. Story 3. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky stitched with constellations only seen by those who believed, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here mossy stones held the memory of glaciers, and every dewdrop shimmered with starlight long vanished from the heavens. It was spring, or should have been, yet an unnatural frost clung stubbornly to bluebell carpets, silencing the brook's song beneath brittle ice. High in the hollow oak, a young rabbit named Fern trembled, her nose twitching at the scent of snow-laced primroses. "Grandmother," she whispered to the elder rabbit beside her, whose fur was silvered like moonlit cobwebs, "why does winter refuse to sleep?" The old rabbit, known as Sagebrush for her knowledge of root and rain, gazed toward the glimmering glade, a place where seasons were born. "Long ago," she murmured, her voice as soft as wind through reeds, the heartstone pulsed beneath that glade, a crystal woven from dawn's first light and autumn's last sigh, tended by the season weavers. But generations passed, the weavers faded when humans felled the sentinel pine and balance frayed. Fern's ears drooped. She'd heard tales of the Heartstone, how its warmth coaxed cherry blossoms open, how its cool breath painted maple leaves crimson. Now, only ghosts of those wonders remained. That night, as frost flowers bloomed on Fern's burrow, a badger named Thorn lumbered to the hollow oak. His claws, thick with earth, traced worry lines in the moss. "The fireflies are dimming," he rumbled, breath puffing white in the unnatural chill. "Even the bees slumber in their hives if spring doesn't wake." He didn't need to finish. Without blossoms there'd be no nectar, without nectar no honey, without honey the bear clans would starve come autumn. Harmony was crumbling like dry clay. Fern nuzzled Sagebrush's paw. "We must find the Heartstone." Sagebrush sighed, a sound like dried leaves skittering. "The path is forgotten, little one, only whispers remain." But Fern's eyes held the stubborn gleam of dandelions pushing through snow. Gathering courage like scattered seeds, she sought Thorn and a red squirrel named Pip, whose laughter once echoed like falling acorns. Together they ventured into the wood's deepest veins, where shadows pooled like spilled ink and the air tasted of pine and possibility. Magic lived here in subtle breaths. Willow wisps bobbed over marsh reeds, casting liquid gold on water striders skating below. Pip scampered ahead, her tail a vibrant flag against the gloom. "Look," she chittered, pointing to a circle of mushrooms glowing faintly blue, a fairy ring. "Grandsire said these mark old weaver paths." Thorn sniffed cautiously. "My grandmother warned they lead astray dreamers." But Fern remembered Sagebrush's words, "Trust the forest's memory, it recalls what minds forget." Stepping into the ring, she felt warmth surge through her paws, and the mushrooms brightened, casting a path like scattered sapphires into the dark. For days they journeyed, guided by nature's quiet miracles. They drank from springs where water hummed with the vibration of underground rivers, sweet and cold as mint. They slept in thickets where owl feathers drifted down like ash-gray snow, carrying dreams of star-navigated flights. Yet the cold deepened. Frost etched ferns into glass sculptures, and Pip's chatter grew thin as she gnawed frozen bark for sap. "We're lost," she whimpered one twilight, huddled against Thorn's thick fur. Fern watched the aurora dance, green and violet ribbons woven by sky spirits. "Sagebrush said the Heartstone answers need," she murmured. "Let's sing to the woods a song of spring." Their voices rose, Thorn's low drone, Pip's trill, Fern's gentle warble, a melody of thawing streams and bee-loud clover. As they sang, the forest sighed in recognition. Moss glowed emerald beneath their feet, icicles melted into silver tears. And then through a curtain of weeping willow they saw it, the glimmering glade. But hope curdled. The Heartstone, once a sun-warmed topaz, lay gray and cracked, its light smothered by creeping black vines that pulsed like sickened veins. "Shadowbinders," Thorn growled. "They feast on imbalance." Suddenly the vines lashed out. Thorn shielded Pip as Thorn scraped his flank, but Fern darted forward, not away. Sagebrush's wisdom echoed, darkness shrinks from remembered light. Closing her eyes, Fern pressed her paws to the frigid earth and summoned every sensory memory of spring, the crunch of new grass underfoot, the scent of rain on warm soil, the taste of wild strawberries bursting on the tongue. As she poured these fragments into the stone, her fur began to glow with captured sunlight. The vines recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. Pip saw Fern faltering, her light flickering. "Together," she cried, scampering up Thorn's back to place her tiny paws atop Fern's. Thorn joined them, his massive head bowed low. Their combined warmth, rabbit, squirrel, badger, flowed into the Heartstone. Cracks sealed with liquid gold. The vines withered to dust. And then a sound. Soft, then swelling, the brook's freed laughter, the pop of buds unfurling, the distant drill of a woodpecker greeting the sun. spring rushed through the whispering woods like a forgiven sigh. Frost vanished, revealing violets nodding in sudden warmth. Bees tumbled from hives into air thick with apple blossom perfume. High above, the season weaver's spirits shimmered into view, translucent figures of dappled light, tending the heartstone with hands woven from rain and wind. Their voices blended in a single whisper. Guardianship is a song sung by many voices. Back at the hollow oak, Sagebrush watched cherry petals snow down in a pink blizzard, settling on Fern's now glistening fur. "You carried the forest's memory," she said, pride warming her words like sunlight. That night, as fireflies pulsed like fallen stars, and the brook sang lullabies over smooth stones, the creatures gathered. Fern rested against Thorn's side, Pip curled in her lap, while moths danced in moonlight syrup. Balance had returned not as perfection, but as a promise, a rhythm passed down like an heirloom seed. For in the whispering woods, every paw print, every rustle, every shared breath was a note in an eternal, harmonious song. And as dreams took root beneath a sky blooming with familiar constellations, the woods settled into contented silence, cradled by the gentle, unending heartbeat of spring. Story 4. The old house at the end of Maple Street held whispers in its walls and dust motes, dancing in the afternoon sunbeams that pierced its high, arched windows. Its newest resident, a quiet girl named Anya, felt like one of those dust motes, sometimes small, drifting, easily overlooked amidst the bustling energy of her boisterous family. She preferred the quiet corners, the rustle of pages in her books, the intricate patterns of frost on the window pane. She felt most at home in the neglected garden behind the house, a tangled haven of overgrown roses, whispering willows, and secrets half buried beneath ivy. One rain-dappled afternoon, seeking shelter from a sudden shower beneath the weeping willow's curtain of leaves, Anya noticed something glinting faintly beneath a gnarled root. Brushing away damp earth and clinging moss, she unearthed a small, hexagonal box. It was made of smooth, dark wood, worn silky with age, inlaid with intricate patterns of mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. There were no hinges visible, only a tiny, tarnished silver keyhole on one side. It felt warm in her hands, humming with a vibration so faint she thought it might be her own heartbeat echoing in the sudden quiet of the rain-hushed garden. Intrigued, Anya searched the garden more carefully. Near the base of an ancient oak, half hidden by ferns, she found the key. It was small and delicate, shaped like a curling vine with a single, perfect leaf at its bow. It fit the keyhole perfectly. With a soft, resonant click, the box opened. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A forest glade crafted impossibly small, with trees like spun glass and a stream like liquid crystal. And in the center stood a tiny, perfect silver stag, its head raised as if listening. As Anya watched, breath held, the scene began to move. The crystal stream burbled silently, leaves on the glass trees trembled, and the silver stag took a single, delicate step. A sound, impossibly pure and sweet, filled the air around her, not from the box, but seemingly from the garden itself, from the rain, from the earth. It was a melody woven from wind chimes and birdsong and the deep hum of ancient stones. The moment the melody began, the rain stopped as abruptly as it had started. Sunlight, stronger now, pierced the willow canopy, illuminating the box and casting long, dancing shadows. The melody seemed to tug at Anya, pulling her gaze not just towards the miniature world inside the box, but towards the base of the oak tree where she'd found the key. The air shimmered there like heat rising from pavement on a summer day, but cooler, softer. A faint outline like the archway of a door woven from ivy and sunlight became visible against the thick bark. Heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilarating wonder, Anya approached. The humming from the box intensified, harmonizing with the shimmering air. She reached out a tentative hand. Instead of meeting rough bark, her fingers passed through the shimmering veil as if through cool water. Taking a deep breath, clutching the music box tightly, Anya stepped forward. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cobwebs and sunlight. One moment she was in her tangled garden, the scent of wet earth and roses strong in her nose. The next, she stood in a forest glade that mirrored the one inside the box, but vast and breathtakingly real. Towering trees, their bark like polished obsidian and leaves like beaten copper, reached towards a sky the color of twilight violets, even though it had been midday moments before. Bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground, glowing with soft blues and greens, and the air hummed with unseen life and the same hauntingly beautiful melody, now richer, fuller, echoing from the very trees. She recognized the crystal stream, sparkling under the strange light, and the silver stag, but here it was life-sized, majestic, its coat shimmering like starlight on water, its antlers like intricate, branching moonlight. It regarded her with large, calm eyes, the color of deep amber. "Welcome, listener," the stag said, its voice a low, resonant chime that harmonized perfectly with the ambient melody. "The Whisperwood greets you." Anya was speechless. Whisperwood, she finally managed, her voice small in the vast, musical silence. "This is a place where the heart of the world hums its oldest songs," the stag replied, dipping its magnificent head. "Only those who truly listen can find the way in. The music box is a key, a focus for the ears that strain to hear beyond the noise. I am Sylvanus, guardian of the threshold." Anya looked down at the box in her hands. The tiny scene was still now, dormant without the presence of the larger world. "But why me?" she asked. "I'm not special, I'm just quiet." "Quiet is the cradle of deep listening," Sylvanus said gently. "The world outside is loud, Anya. It drowns out the subtle melodies, the whispers of wonder. You who seek the quiet corners, you hear. The whisperwood has been fading, its song growing faint, drowned out by the clamor beyond the veil. The weave, the delicate balance that sustains this place, is fraying." Sylvanus gestured with his antlers towards the crystal stream. Anya saw now that its flow was sluggish, and its sparkle dimmed in places. Patches of the glowing moss were dark and brittle. The source of the music, the heartwood glade, is weakening. Its guardian is lost. "Lost how?" Anya asked, a knot of concern tightening in her chest. This hidden world felt precious, fragile. "Taken," Sylvanus corrected, his voice grave. "By the murmurs, shadows born not of darkness, but of noise, harsh, discordant sound that devours harmony. They are drawn to silence like moths to flame, seeking to extinguish it. They overwhelmed the glade's guardian, the maestro of motes, and imprisoned him near the source, silencing his song which feeds the weave. Without his melody, the whisperwood weakens. The door you pass through grows unstable. If the maestro's song ceases entirely, the threshold will close forever, and the whisperwood will fade into silence." Anya understood the gravity. This place, this song, felt like a part of her she hadn't known was missing. "How can I help? I'm just a girl." "You carry the key," Sylvanus said, nodding towards the music box. "And you carry the gift of listening. The path to the heartwood glade is perilous, obscured by the growing dissonance of the murmurs. They twist perception, fill the air with grating noise to confuse and frighten. But the music box resonates with the true song of the whisperwood. Follow its pure tone. It will guide you through the discord, and you will not be alone." As if summoned by his words, a small creature emerged from behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms. It stood about knee-high to Anya, covered in soft, iridescent fur that shifted from mossy green to twilight purple. It had large, luminous eyes like liquid gold and ears like oversized, velvety moth wings that twitched constantly. It moved with a series of quick skittering hops, its long, bushy tail held high. It chirped, a sound like tiny bells and rustling leaves. Anya instinctively recoiled slightly. It looked strange, almost alarming in its quick, unpredictable movements. "This is Flicker," Sylvanus introduced. "A glimmerkin, they are attuned to the vibrations of the weave, sensitive to shifts in harmony and discord. Flicker has felt the growing silence most acutely. He will be your guide, your ears in the places where the murmurs scream loudest. Flicker chirped again, tilting his head, his golden eyes fixed on Anya. He didn't look like a brave companion, he looked skittish and ready to bolt. Anya felt a pang of doubt. How could she, quiet Anya and this nervous little creature, possibly face shadowy beings made of noise? Friendship often wears unexpected cloaks, Anya, Sylvanus said, as if reading her thoughts. Trust in the song. Trust in each other. Find the maestro. Restore his melody before the last note fades and the threshold collapses. He lowered his head, his breath warm and smelling of pine needles and cold starlight. The whisperwood sings with hope for you, listener. With a final resonant chime, Sylvanus turned and melted into the obsidian trees, becoming one with the shimmering shadows. Anya was left alone with Flicker and the humming music box. The Glimmerkin hopped closer, sniffed delicately at the box, then looked up at Anya and emitted a series of soft, questioning clicks. Anya took a deep breath, the strange, sweet air filling her lungs. The melody from the box pulsed warmly against her palm. She looked at Flicker, his large eyes reflecting the glowing moss. Unexpected friend, indeed. She nodded. Okay, Flicker, lead the way. Their journey began in the relatively calm outskirts of the Whisperwood. Flicker moved with surprising speed, hopping over glowing roots and darting under giant, luminous ferns, pausing only to ensure Anya followed. He communicated through a complex language of chirps, clicks, and eared witches, often pointing with his long tail. Anya found herself learning to interpret. A rapid series of clicks meant danger close, a low hum meant safe path, a frantic ear flutter meant murmurs near. The music box served as their compass. When paths diverged, Anya held it out, and the pure, resonant tone would grow stronger in one direction, guiding their choice. They traversed meadows carpeted in flowers that chimed softly when touched, crossed streams on bridges woven from living vines that hummed beneath their feet, and rested beneath trees whose leaves rustled with faint, harmonious whispers. Anya felt a profound sense of peace here, a belonging she rarely felt outside. She shared her quiet observations with Flicker, the way the light refracted in a dewdrop on a spiderweb, the intricate pattern on a beetle's shell, and he responded with fascinated chirps, his golden eyes wide. He showed her hidden springs where the water sang counter-melodies to the box's tone, and groves where the wind played melodies on hollow reeds. Slowly her initial apprehension faded, replaced by a growing bond built on shared wonder and the silent language of listening. But the deeper they ventured towards the Heartwood glade, the more the atmosphere changed. The vibrant glow of the moss dimmed. The harmonious sounds of the forest were increasingly punctuated by harsh, grating noises, the screech of metal on stone, the dissonant clang of dropped pots, the jarring static of a broken radio signal. These were the murmurs. They weren't solid shadows, but distortions in the air, patches of shimmering darkness that pulsed with cacophonous sound. Where they passed, the living light died, leaves curled and browned, and the very air felt thick and suffocating. Flicker became increasingly agitated, his fur standing on end, his ears clamped flat against his head, emitting constant, high-pitched whines of distress. The music box's hum grew strained, its pure tone fighting against the invasive noise. Anya felt the discord physically, a pressure in her ears and a tightness in her chest. Her quiet nature, usually her sanctuary, now felt like a vulnerability. The noise was an assault. They encountered their first real murmur in a narrow ravine where the crystal stream had turned sluggish and gray. It coalesced from the dissonant air, a swirling vortex of distorted sound that manifested as jagged, shifting shapes. It emitted a deafening roar, a chaotic blend of traffic noise, shouting, and machinery. Flicker froze, paralyzed by terror. Anya felt panic rise, threatening to choke her. The murmur surged towards them, its noise intensifying, vibrating painfully in her bones. Instinctively, Anya clutched the music box to her chest. She closed her eyes against the visual chaos and focused inward, focusing on the pure, resonant tone emanating from the box. She didn't just hear it, she listened to it, pouring her concentration into its singular, harmonious thread. She began to hum along, softly at first, then with more strength, matching the box's pitch, creating a small bubble of calm sound around herself and Flicker. It was a desperate act, a shield woven from focused listening. The effect was immediate. The murmur recoiled as if struck. The dissonant roar faltered, momentarily disrupted by the pure, focused tone. It writhed, the chaotic shapes flickering uncertainly. Seizing the moment, Anya opened her eyes and saw a path not with her eyes, but through the music. The box's tone resonated stronger towards a narrow crevice in the ravine wall, a path shielded by overhanging rock. "Flicker this way," she shouted over the diminishing roar, her voice surprisingly steady. Flicker, startled into action by her voice and the sudden weakening of the murmur's assault, darted towards the crevice. Anya followed, still humming, the music box held aloft like a lantern of sound. They scrambled through the narrow passage, the murmur's frustrated shriek fading behind them. On the other side, the air was cleaner, though still tinged with unease. Flicker trembled violently, pressing against Anya's legs. She knelt, her own heart hammering. "It's okay," she whispered, stroking his soft, iridescent fur. We listened, we found the quiet. Flicker looked up at her, his golden eyes wide with a new kind of awe. He nuzzled her hand and emitted a soft, steady purr, a sound of profound trust. This pattern repeated as they journeyed onward. The murmurs grew more frequent and aggressive, their dissonance more complex and disorienting. Anya learned to anticipate Flicker's signals, a specific sequence of clicks warned of an ambush. A certain tail flick indicated the direction of the purest resonance. She learned to use her quiet focus not as a retreat, but as a weapon and a shield. She learned to listen to the whisperwood itself, the faint, desperate melody still woven into the dying moss, the subtle shift in the wind's song warning of danger ahead, the almost imperceptible tremor in the earth signaling a murmur's approach. Flicker, in turn, learned courage. He still flinched at the first sign of discord, but he no longer froze. He would dart ahead, scouting paths, using his sensitivity to vibrations to find pockets of relative safety, chirping urgently to guide Anya when the murmur's noise threatened to overwhelm the box's guiding tone. They faced challenges that tested them. A bridge of singing vines had been corrupted by murmurs, its melody turned into a sickening lurch that tried to pull them into the churning, dissonant river below. Anya had to focus the music box's tone onto specific vines, humming counter-melodies to restore their harmony long enough for them to cross. Flicker scrambled across the treacherous strands, anchoring safety lines with his surprisingly strong tail. They navigated a maze of echoing canyons, where the murmur's distorted sounds bounced and multiplied, creating a terrifying labyrinth of noise. Flicker's sensitive ears pinpointed the source of the true dissonance, guiding Anya to disrupt the central murmur, causing the echoes to collapse into confused silence. They encountered creatures driven mad by the encroaching noise, a luminous moth the size of a cat, thrashing in agony, and a gentle rock giant confused and lashing out. Anya used the calming tone of the box and gentle, focused words to soothe them, while Flicker used his knowledge of the weave's vibrations to guide them to quieter areas. Through each trial, Anya felt herself changing. The quiet girl who felt overlooked discovered a quiet strength. Her ability to listen deeply became not just a preference, but a vital skill, a source of resilience and connection. She learned to trust her instincts, honed by the whisperwood's subtle language. She learned the profound power of focused calm in the face of chaos. And she learned the true meaning of unexpected friendship. Flicker was no mighty warrior, but his courage grew with each challenge faced together. His sensitivity, once a source of terror, became their greatest early warning system. His quick movements and knowledge of hidden paths saved them countless times. Their bond was forged in shared peril and shared wonder, a silent understanding that transcended words. Finally, after what felt like days bathed in perpetual twilight violet, they reached the edge of the Heartwood glade. The sight filled Anya with both awe and deep sorrow. The glade was vast, centered around an impossibly ancient tree, its trunk wider than her house, its bark glowing with a soft, internal golden light the heartwood. But the light was flickering erratically. Instead of harmonious music, a terrible, grinding silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the harsh, discordant crackling emanating from thick, dark vines that choked the heartwood's base. These weren't plants, they were solidified murmurs, throbbing with captured noise. At the base of the tree, trapped within a cage woven from the same dark, dissonant vines, was the maestro of motes. He was a small being, composed entirely of swirling, multicolored points of light, like living fireflies, woven into the shape of a tiny, ancient man. His light was dim, flickering weakly. He hung suspended, unmoving within the cage. Surrounding the heartwood, swirling like vultures made of static and screams, were dozens of murmurs, larger and more potent than any they'd encountered before. They fed on the silence, their dissonant roars intensifying whenever the heartwood's light flickered. "This is impossible," Anya breathed, her voice barely a whisper against the oppressive noise. The music box in her hand felt cold, its hum almost drowned out. Flicker pressed against her leg, trembling violently, a continuous whine escaping him. The sheer scale of the discord was crushing. But Anya looked at the trapped maestro, his light fading. She looked at the choking vines. She looked at Flicker, relying on her. Sylvanus's words echoed, trust in the song. Trust in each other. The quiet strength she discovered on the journey solidified into resolve. She couldn't fight the noise with more noise. She had to listen deeper. She had to find the true song beneath the silence. Closing her eyes, Anya blocked out the visual chaos and the worst of the auditory assault. She focused solely on the music box in her hands. She poured all her concentration, all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope for the maestro, into listening to its pure, resonant tone. She hummed not loudly but with intense focus, making herself a vessel for its harmony. She felt the vibration travel up her arms, resonate in her chest. Flicker felt it too. He stopped trembling. He looked up at Anya, then at the dissonant cage, then back at Anya. Understanding passed between them, silent and profound. Flicker didn't cower. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and began to sing. It wasn't a melody Anya had ever heard. It was a complex tapestry of chirps, clicks, buzzes, and hums, a song woven from the vibrations of the weave itself. It was the song of the Glimmerkin, the song of the earth, the stones, the hidden springs. It was surprisingly loud, cutting through the murmur's dissonance not by overpowering it, but by harmonizing with the fundamental resonance of the whisperwood that still lingered, buried deep. Anya joined him. She didn't mimic his song, she harmonized with it, weaving the pure tone of the music box into the intricate tapestry Flicker was creating. Their voices, so different, one pure and resonant, the other complex and earthy, intertwined, creating a new melody, richer and more powerful than either could produce alone. It was the song of unexpected friendship, the song of deep listening. The effect was astonishing. The swirling murmurs faltered, their chaotic roars sputtering. The dissonant vines choking the heartwood pulsed angrily, but their dark light flickered. The cage around the maestro vibrated violently. Inside, the tiny points of light composing the maestro stirred. One light then another pulsed faintly in time with Anya and Flicker's song. Encouraged, they sang louder, pouring their hearts into the melody. Anya focused the sound towards the cage, channeling the music box's resonance like a beam of pure harmony. Flicker skittered closer, his song now a powerful drone that resonated with the very roots of the heartwood. Crack. A thin fissure appeared in one of the dissonant vines of the cage. Then another. The murmurs shrieked in fury, converging on the source of the disruptive harmony. They swarmed towards Anya and Flicker, a wall of deafening noise and shifting darkness. Hold the song. Anya cried out, not stopping her humming. She planted her feet facing the onslaught, the music box held high. Flicker stood his ground beside her, his small body vibrating with the power of his song, his golden eyes fixed on the cage. Just as the leading murmur was about to engulf them, a blinding flash of light erupted from the heartwood. The maestro of motes had stirred. He rose within his cage, his form blazing with renewed energy. He didn't fight the vines, he sang. A single pure, impossibly high note pierced the cacophony. It wasn't loud, it was profound. It resonated with the melody Anya and Flicker were creating, amplifying it 1,000-fold. The combined song Anya's focused resonance, Flicker's ancient vibration, and the maestro's profound note hit the dissonant vines and the attacking murmurs like a tidal wave of pure harmony. The cage exploded into fragments of dissolving shadow. The murmurs didn't just recoil, they unraveled. Their chaotic forms dissolved into wisps of harmless static that evaporated in the suddenly clear air. The choking vines around the heartwood shriveled and turned to dust, blown away by a fresh, sweet-scented breeze. Silence fell, but it wasn't the crushing silence of before. It was a deep, peaceful, listening silence. Then softly at first, like the first drops of rain after a drought, the whisperwood began to sing. The heartwood's golden light pulsed steadily, bathing the glade in warmth. The crystal stream bubbled merrily. The leaves on the obsidian trees rustled with harmonious whispers. The moss glowed brighter than ever. The maestro of motes, now free, hovered before Anya and Flicker. His light swirled joyfully, a silent symphony of gratitude. The maestro didn't speak in words. Instead, he drifted closer to Anya. A single radiant mote of light, warm and humming softly, detached from his form and floated towards the music box in her hands. It touched the tiny silver stag inside. Instantly, the miniature scene reactivated. The crystal stream flowed, the glass leaves trembled, and the silver stag raised its head. But now, the melody that emanated from the box wasn't just the pure tone. It was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of Flicker's song and the profound peace of the restored glade. It was the song of the whisperwood, captured perfectly. Anya felt a profound sense of completion, of rightness. The journey was over. The threshold was stable. The whisperwood was saved. She looked at Flicker. The little glimmerkin puffed out his chest, his fur shimmering proudly, and gave a triumphant, bell-like chirp. Sylvanus emerged from the trees, his form radiant with the restored harmony. "You listened, Anya," he chimed, his voice filled with warmth. "You listened deeper than the noise. You found strength in stillness and friendship in the unexpected. You reminded the whisperwood of its own song." He bowed his magnificent head to her, then to Flicker. "The threshold remains open for you, listener. You carry a piece of the whisperwood within you now, and its song within your key." Anya understood. It was time to go home. She knelt and offered her hand to Flicker. He nuzzled it, his purr a soft vibration against her skin, then hopped back, his golden eyes holding a mixture of sadness and contentment. Their friendship was forged here, and here it would remain, a silent bond across the veil. With a final, resonant chime of farewell from Sylvanus, Anya turned and walked towards the shimmering outline of the threshold near the heartwood. Stepping back through the veil was like waking from a deeply resonant dream. One moment she was bathed in golden light and harmonious silence. The next, she stood under the weeping willow in her own garden. The rain had long stopped, and twilight was painting the sky in soft oranges and purples. The air smelled of wet grass and roses. The music box was warm in her hands, the new, richer melody playing softly, a comforting counterpoint to the evening sounds of crickets and distant traffic. Anya looked different. Her shoulders were straighter, her gaze quieter but deeper, holding a new awareness. She carried the peace of the whisperwood within her, the memory of its song, and the profound understanding that quiet was not weakness, but a deep wellspring of strength and connection. She understood the value of listening, truly listening to the world, to others, and to her own heart. And she knew the power of unexpected friendship, a bond forged in shared silence and song. Later that night, tucked into bed, the ordinary sounds of her house settling around her, Anya opened the music box. The miniature silver stag raised its head, the tiny stream burbled, and the melody of the whisperwood filled her room, a melody of deep forests, resilient friendship, and the quiet magic found by those who truly listen. It wasn't loud, but it filled the space with a profound sense of peace and wonder. As the last notes faded into the comfortable darkness, Anya smiled, a quiet, contented smile. She closed her eyes, listening not just to the fading melody, but to the peaceful rhythm of her own breath, the gentle hum of the world outside her window, and the comforting silence that held the promise of countless hidden wonders, waiting for those who knew how to hear. The music box sat on her bedside table, a silent guardian, a key to a world where quiet strength and unexpected friendship had mended a broken song, and where a girl who listened had found her own true melody. Sleep came easily, cradled in harmony in the deep, comforting silence after the last, perfect note. Story 5. The village of Mosswood Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, painted in hues of lavender and soft gold each evening. Here, young Finn lived with his grandmother in a cottage crowned with a thatched roof, surrounded by gardens that hummed with drowsy bumblebees by day and glowed with friendly will-o'-wisps by night. But one crisp autumn morning, Finn woke to a peculiar sight. Every single cobblestone path in the village had turned upside down overnight. Not cracked or broken, flipped perfectly like pancakes, revealing mossy undersides where smooth stone should be. Grandmother Nettle smoothed her apron, her silver braids catching the dawn light. "Well now," she murmured, "that's a riddle wrapped in moonbeams." No one was upset, only deeply puzzled. After all, Mosswood folk believed mysteries were simply stories waiting to be read. So Finn, with his basket of honey oat biscuits and a woolen scarf knitted by grandmother, set out to investigate. His only clue: a faint, sweet scent of wild strawberries lingering near the flipped stones, a scent that didn't belong to autumn. His first stop was the Whispering Stump, home to Thistleback, an ancient tortoise whose shell was etched with maps of forgotten constellations. Thistleback moved slower than molasses in January, but his wisdom ran deep. "Strawberries in October," he rasped, blinking milky eyes. "Follow the scent, little sapling, but remember, magic often hides in plain sight. Look not with eyes alone, but with stillness." He nudged Finn toward a patch of dewy ferns, where tiny, luminous fireflies dozed. "Ask the glimmer folk, they see what daylight forgets." Finn sat cross-legged among the ferns, offering crumbs of biscuit. One firefly, bolder than the rest, alighted on his knee. Her name was Pip, and her glow pulsed like a shy heartbeat. "We saw them," she chimed in a voice like tinkling icicles. "Little whirlwinds no taller than your boot dancing at midnight. They spun like tops and flip the stones. They smelled of summer berries and moonlight on river reeds." Armed with this, Finn and Pip tiptoed through the moonlit village that night, hiding behind plump pumpkins and rose arbors. Sure enough, as the clock tower chimed 12, 6 tiny whirlwinds, each a shimmering column of air and stardust, zipped down the lanes. They giggled like bubbling brooks as they wriggled beneath the cobblestones, heaving them upward with soft thumps. But why? Finn noticed something clutched in their ephemeral hands, acorn caps overflowing with seeds. Every time a stone flipped, they tucked a seed into the exposed earth below. The next morning, Finn rushed to Thistleback, breathless. They're planting something, but what grows under stones? The tortoise's eyes crinkled. Ah, stones hold memories, child, warmth from sun, whispers from rain, perfect for seeds that dream of coziness. That afternoon, Finn and Pip gently lifted one upturned stone. Beneath it, tiny sprouts unfurled, velvety leaves of deepest emerald, dotted with pinprick buds that glowed like captured stars. Moon petals, gasped Pip. They only bloom under cover of stone, but why bring them here? The answer came from Grandmother Nettle as she stirred her evening pot of spiced cider. Long ago, she said, her voice a crackling hearth, whirlwind sprites tended the first gardens of mosswood. But when we laid stones for paths, their moon petals vanished, for the seeds need darkness and pressure to wake. She sighed. The sprites must have thought we stole their flowers, so they brought new seeds and flipped stones to make homes for them. Finn's heart swelled. That night he left gifts beneath the upturned stones, thimblefuls of honey, polished quartz chips, and a note drawn in berry juice. We missed your flowers. Will you share the garden? At midnight the sprites paused, their whirls softening to curious spirals. They read the note, tasted the honey, and chimed like wind chimes. The next dawn every stone lay perfectly flat again, but around them, in neat rings, moon petals bloomed. Their starry buds winked open, casting soft silver light on the paths, turning mosswood's lanes into rivers of constellations. The sprites, now visible as wispy, smiling creatures with dandelion fluff hair, danced openly at twilight. Finn learned their leader was named Zephyr, who'd carried seeds from mountains far away. We thought you forgot the old ways, Zephyr whispered, her voice a summer breeze. But you gave back the stone's secrets, now we tend together. So mosswood's paths became living tapestries of stone and starlight. Finn often sat with Zephyr on the garden wall, sharing biscuits as Pip's family flickered above them. And whenever new villagers marveled at the glowing flowers, Grandmother Nettle would smile, her knitting needles clicking like cricket song. Every mystery, she'd say, is just a kindness waiting to unfold. Listen to the stones, they remember. Finn would snuggle into his scarf, watching moon petals shimmer beneath his boots, knowing that sometimes the gentlest magic began with a flipped stone and an open heart. And in the velvet embrace of night, Mosswood Hollow slept, cradled by paths of earth and stars, forever peaceful, forever whole. Story 6. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stone Heart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stone Heart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stone Heart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick, ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate, fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the Heartwell together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbird's hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. Story 7. The forest whispered secrets on the wind that ruffled the curtains of the little cottage. Inside, bathed in the amber glow of the hearth, young Clara traced the intricate carvings on an old wooden box resting in her lap. It wasn't large, just big enough to hold both her small hands, but it felt heavy with unspoken history. Her grandmother, before she vanished like morning mist, had called it the Heartwood Music Box. "It doesn't just play tunes, my little sparrow," she'd said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "It remembers the pathways between worlds." Clara's fingers trembled as she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in velvet the color of twilight, lay a delicate mechanism of brass and polished oak. A single smooth river stone, glowing faintly with an inner warmth like captured moonlight, sat where the dancer should be. Hesitantly, she turned the tiny key protruding from the side. With a soft click whir, the box began to hum. Not a melody Clara recognized, but a sound like wind sighing through ancient pines, water chuckling over smooth stones, and the distant chime of ice crystals falling. It wasn't heard just with her ears. It vibrated in her bones, resonating with a deep, forgotten ache inside her chest. As the ethereal music swirled around her, the room seemed to soften. The dancing firelight cast longer, more fluid shadows. The worn rug beneath her feet felt suddenly like thick moss. And then she saw it. On the wall opposite the fireplace, where a painting of sunflowers usually hung, the wallpaper shimmered. The pattern of faded roses and vines began to move. Tendrils uncurled, petals unfurled, weaving together into a luminous archway framed by living wood and blooming night-blooming jasmine. Beyond it, Clara glimpsed not the familiar garden, but a path dappled with starlight filtering through impossibly tall, silver-barked trees. The air wafting through carried the scent of damp earth, wild honeysuckle, and something else, something wild and sweet and utterly unknown. Grandma was out there. Clara knew it. The music box had shown her the way, just as Grandma had always promised it would if she truly needed it. Fear, cold and prickly, skittered down her spine. The forest beyond her garden gate was already vast and mysterious. This hidden path felt infinitely more so. But beneath the fear was a longing so sharp it hurt, a longing for Grandma's warm hugs, her stories by the fire, the safe feeling of her presence. Gripping the humming Heartwood box tightly, its music a steady pulse against her palms, Clara took a deep breath scented with forest magic and stepped through the archway. The change was instantaneous. The cozy warmth of the cottage vanished, replaced by the cool, moist air of deep woods. The path underfoot was soft with centuries of fallen leaves and luminous moss that glowed faintly blue where her feet touched it. The trees were giants, their trunks wider than cottages, their canopy so high it seemed to brush the stars themselves, which glittered like scattered diamonds in the deep purple sky. Bioluminescent moths, like living scraps of moonlight, flitted between enormous, fragrant flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, deep indigo, shimmering gold, and soft, pulsing rose. The music from the box wove seamlessly into the symphony of the hidden valley, the chirrup of unseen insects, the gurgle of a nearby stream, the deep, resonant hum of the ancient trees. Clara walked, her heart pounding a rhythm against the music box's hum. She followed the path as it wound between colossal roots and over bridges made of living vines. The beauty was breathtaking, but it was also vast and strangely silent beneath the natural sounds. She felt very small. After walking for what felt like hours, the path opened into a clearing carpeted with glowing moss. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its long, silver leaves shimmering like a waterfall of light. And curled beneath it, fast asleep, was a creature unlike anything Clara had ever imagined. It was about the size of a large dog, but its form was sinuous and graceful, covered in sleek, russet fur that seemed to shift color in the starlight, from deep copper to warm amber. Large, tufted ears twitched slightly, and a long, bushy tail, tipped with a plume of pure white, curled around its body. Its face was fox-like but kinder, wiser, with large, intelligent eyes currently closed in sleep. Clara froze. It was beautiful, but undeniably wild. What if it was dangerous? The music box, still cradled in her hands, seemed to sense her hesitation. The melody shifted subtly, becoming softer, gentler, like a lullaby. The creature stirred. One large, golden eye blinked open, then the other. They weren't fierce eyes, but deep and ancient, holding the wisdom of countless seasons. They fixed on Clara, then on the glowing stone within the music box. The creature didn't snarl or flee. Instead, it tilted its head, a curious, almost puzzled expression on its face. It stretched languidly, revealing powerful limbs and delicate paws, then padded silently towards her, stopping a respectful distance away. It lowered its head in a gesture that felt like a bow. "Greetings, Keeper of the Heartstone," a voice echoed in Clara's mind, rich and resonant like wind through reeds. It wasn't spoken aloud, but felt directly, a warm brush against her thoughts. "The song has been silent for many turnings of the moon. Why does it awaken now?" Clara gasped, clutching the box tighter. You can talk in my head." The creature blinked slowly, amusement sparkling in its golden eyes. "We speak with the wind's song and the root whisper, little one. The Heartstone allows you to hear." It nudged its nose gently towards the glowing stone. "I am Ember, guardian of the Whispering Willow. Who are you, and why do you walk the star moss path?" "My name is Clara," she stammered, finding courage in the creature's ember's calm presence. "My grandmother, she lived in the cottage by the edge of the great wood. She had this music box. She disappeared weeks ago. I turned the key and the box showed me this path. I think she's here. I need to find her." Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the luminous beauty around her. Ember's ears flattened slightly, a ripple of concern passing through its fur. "The keeper before you, Alara." The name resonated with warmth and sorrow in Clara's mind. She walked these paths often, she tended the songlines, kept the balance between our world and yours, but then the song faltered. The pathways grew dim. She came seeking the source of the silence, deeper into the valley than any keeper before. She did not return. Ember lowered its head further. "We searched, but the shadowed glade holds its secrets close." Shadowed glade. Clara whispered, fear returning. "A place where the ancient music has faded," Ember explained, its mind voice grave. "Where silence has taken root, twisting the growth, feeding on the stillness. It is dangerous, little Clara. The silence there, it can steal your own song, make you forget why you came." It looked at the heartwood box. "The Heartstone remembers. Its song is the only light strong enough to pierce that gloom, but even it grows weaker the deeper one goes." Clara looked down at the box, its gentle hum a constant reassurance against the terrifying prospect Ember described. Grandma was in that dark place. Lost. Alone. The thought was unbearable. I have to try, Ember, she's my grandma. I have the heartstone, I have the song. Her voice, though small, held a newfound steel. Ember studied her, its golden gaze seeing deep into her resolve. Then it gave a slow nod. The heartstone has chosen to sing for you, and the star moss path led you to me. Perhaps the valley itself wills this. It turned, gesturing with its muzzle towards a path leading away from the luminous clearing, deeper into the ancient woods where the starlight seemed thinner, the colors less vibrant. The way to the shadowed glade is long and the path treacherous. Will you accept a guide, keeper's kin? Relief washed over Clara, warm as the hearth fire she'd left behind. She wasn't alone. Yes, please, Ember, I would be honored. Their journey began. Ember moved with silent grace, a russet shadow flitting between the colossal trees. Clara followed, the music box held close, its song a fragile shield against the growing unease. The vibrant life of the star moss path gradually faded. The glowing moss became patchy, then vanished entirely. The air grew colder, stiller, devoid of the insect cheer-ups and distant bird calls. The trees here were twisted, their bark blackened as if by an old fire, their branches skeletal fingers clawing at the oppressive gray sky that had replaced the starlight. An unnatural hush descended, broken only by the crunch of dead leaves underfoot and the ever-present, vital hum of the heartwood box. The silence wasn't just the absence of sound, it felt heavy, hungry. It pressed in on Clara's ears, making them ring. Whispers seemed to coil at the edge of her hearing, not words, but insidious suggestions. Turn back. You are too small. She is lost forever. Sleep. Forget. Doubt, cold and slick, began to seep into her thoughts. Why had she come? Was Grandma really worth this suffocating darkness? She stumbled, her legs feeling leaden. A warm pressure nudged her side. Ember was there, its fur radiating a surprising warmth. Listen, Clara, its voice resonated directly into her mind, bypassing the oppressive silence. Listen beyond the quiet, listen to the heartstone, listen to your own heart song. The silence feeds on fear, feed it courage instead. Clara focused. She closed her eyes for a moment, shutting out the skeletal trees and the gray gloom. She felt the smooth wood of the music box, the gentle vibration of the heartstone humming against her skin. She listened to its song, the wind in pines, the chuckle of water, the chime of ice, the essence of the vibrant valley she'd left behind. She thought of Grandma's laughter, the smell of her cinnamon cookies, the safe feeling of her hand holding hers. A spark of warmth ignited in her chest, pushing back against the cold doubt. She opened her eyes, meeting Ember's steady golden gaze. Okay, she breathed. I'm listening. They pressed on. The path became more treacherous, choked with thorny vines that seemed to writhe towards them, and the ground sometimes gave way into hidden sinkholes filled with a clinging, cold mist. Ember guided her with uncanny precision, sometimes nudging her away from an unseen pitfall, sometimes leaping ahead to test the stability of a crumbling stone bridge over a chasm filled with swirling, silent fog. Clara learned to trust not just her eyes, but the subtle vibrations of the heartstone in Ember's silent warnings. She learned to move quietly, to step lightly, to conserve her strength. The journey was changing her, hardening her resolve, teaching her a quiet resilience she hadn't known she possessed. They stopped once by a stagnant pool, its surface like dark, oily glass. Clara's reflection stared back, pale and wide-eyed. But as she looked, the reflection shifted. She saw herself older, stronger, standing confidently in a sunlit meadow within the hidden valley, Ember by her side. It was a fleeting image, gone in an instant, but it left her with a strange sense of comfort. Hope, fragile but persistent, flickered within her. Finally, after what felt like days in the timeless gloom, they reached the heart of the shadowed glade. It was a vast, circular depression, ringed by the tallest, most twisted black trees yet. In the center stood a single, massive monolith of obsidian rock, jagged and imposing. And chained to the base of the monolith by tendrils of solidified shadow was a figure. Grandma. Clara cried out, her voice shockingly loud in the oppressive silence, instantly swallowed but carrying her desperation. Alara looked frail, ethereal. Her hair, usually a vibrant silver, seemed dull, almost transparent. Her eyes were closed, her face peaceful but terribly still, as if carved from alabaster. The shadowy chains pulsed with a sickly, dark light, seeming to drain the very color from her. Around her the silence was absolute, a physical weight pressing down. Clara started forward, but Ember blocked her path, a low growl vibrating in its chest, unheard but felt. The chains are made of stolen song, Ember's mind voice was urgent. They feed on the Keeper's connection to the valley. If you touch them directly, they will try to take your song too. Only the Heartstone's pure melody can break them. Clara nodded, her hands trembling but determined. She lifted the heartwood box, holding it towards the monolith, towards Grandma. She focused all her will, all her love, all her desperate hope into the tiny key. She turned it, pouring her heart into the mechanism. The box responded. The humming intensified, rising from a murmur to a clear, pure chime that cut through the silence like a knife. The faint glow of the Heartstone blazed, becoming a beacon of warm, golden light in the oppressive gray. The song swelled no longer just wind and water, but now filled with the chirping of sparrows from Grandma's garden, the crackle of her hearth fire, the sound of her own laughter as a child, and the deep, resonant hum of the ancient valley trees. It was Clara's love, Grandma's memories, and the valley's own enduring spirit woven into a single, defiant melody. The shadowy chains reacted violently. They writhed like living smoke, hissing silently as the light touched them. Tendrils lashed out towards Clara, seeking to snuff out the source of the painful song. Ember moved like lightning, a russet blur intercepting the shadows, batting them away with powerful paws that shimmered with a faint, protective light of their own. "Hold the song, Clara, hold it steady." Ember's voice urged in her mind, strained but resolute. Clara stood her ground, tears streaming down her face as she poured every ounce of her being into the music box. She thought of Grandma teaching her to bake bread, of reading stories under the willow tree in their garden, of the fierce, protective love she always felt. She thought of Ember's courage, of the beauty of the hidden valley, of the wonder that still existed. The song grew brighter, louder, filling the glade with cascading notes of pure, golden sound. The chains began to fray. The solidified shadow cracked like old ice under a warm sun. Wisps of darkness evaporated where the light touched them. With a final dissonant shriek that echoed only in Clara's bones, the chains shattered into nothingness. The oppressive silence shattered with them. Sound rushed back into the glade, the sigh of wind, a real wind, not the memory of one, the distant call of a bird from the healthier woods, the soft thud as Alara slumped forward, free. Clara ran to her, dropping to her knees. "Grandma, Grandma, wake up." She gently cradled the older woman's head. Alara's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, with immense effort, they opened. Her eyes, once faded, now held a spark of their familiar warm amber light. They focused on Clara's face, filled with disbelief, then overflowing with profound love and relief. "My little sparrow," she whispered, her voice raspy but unmistakably hers. You found the song, you found me." A weak, trembling hand reached up to touch Clara's cheek. Behind them, the obsidian monolith groaned. Deep fissures appeared on its surface. With a sound like a mountain sighing, it began to crumble, collapsing inwards into a pile of dark, inert rubble. As it fell, a wave of pure, vibrant energy pulsed outwards. Color flooded back into the shadowed glade. The twisted black trees softened, their bark turning a healthy gray-brown, new buds of vibrant green appearing on their skeletal branches. The stagnant pool cleared, reflecting the now visible stars above. Luminous moss began to spread from the edges of the clearing, reclaiming the dead ground. The silence was gone, replaced by the tentative, joyful sounds of a world healing. Ember padded over, its golden eyes shining with pride as it looked at Clara. The silence is broken, the songlines flow freely again. You have done what no other could, keeper's kin. You have brought back the light singer. Alara smiled weakly, her gaze shifting to Ember. And you, old friend, you guided her. She looked back at Clara, her eyes filled with awe. You journeyed through the shadow. You wielded the Heartstone's true power, the power of memory, love, and courage. She touched the music box Clara still held. It doesn't just remember pathways, Clara. It remembers us, our connections, our heart songs. Exhaustion, deep and profound, washed over Clara, but it was a clean exhaustion, mixed with overwhelming relief and joy. She helped Grandma to her feet, surprised at how light she felt now that the shadow chains were gone. Ember pressed close, offering its warmth and strength as a support on the other side. The journey back through the healing shadowed glade was different. Color bled back into the world with every step. By the time they reached the border where the star moss path began, the glade was already filled with the chirping of newly awakened crickets and the soft hooting of an owl. The path back to the whispering willow and then to the shimmering archway in the cottage wall felt shorter, filled with shared silence that was comfortable, peaceful, and brimming with unspoken understanding. They stepped back through the archway just as the first rays of dawn painted the sky peach and gold outside the cottage windows. The shimmering portal dissolved behind them, leaving only the familiar wallpaper with its faded roses. The fire in the hearth had burned low to embers, casting a warm, cozy glow. The heartwood box rested on the rug, its lid closed, the Heartstone's glow dimmed to a soft pulse, like a contented heartbeat. Alara sank into her favorite armchair by the fire, a deep sigh escaping her. Clara curled up at her feet, resting her head on Grandma's knee, Ember settling like a warm, russet rug beside her. The creature wasn't leaving. This, Clara realized with a surge of pure happiness, was its home now too. "You were so brave, my little sparrow," Alara murmured, stroking Clara's hair, her voice regaining its familiar strength. "Braver than I ever knew." "I was scared," Clara admitted softly, looking up at her. "So scared, but the music box and Ember, they helped me remember. Remember you, remember home." "That's the Heartstone's true magic," Alara said, her eyes warm. "Not just showing paths, but reminding us of the light we carry inside and the connections that make us strong. Even in the deepest silence, love has its own song." She looked at Ember, a deep understanding passing between them. And true friendship can light the darkest path. Clara snuggled closer, the warmth of the embers, Grandma's hand, and Ember's soft fur surrounding her. The adventure had been terrifying, vast, and wondrous. She had faced the silence and sung it back into light. She had found her grandmother and gained a loyal, magical friend. She felt older, wiser, filled with a quiet strength she hadn't possessed before. The world, she now knew, held hidden wonders and hidden dangers, but it also held immense beauty, deep magic, and bonds that could defy even the deepest shadow. As sleep finally began to claim her, safe and loved in the familiar cottage, the faint, comforting hum of the heartwood box was the last thing she heard, a gentle reminder of the song within her own heart, the enduring power of love, and the extraordinary hidden valley waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday world. And curled beside her, Ember's soft breath was a steady rhythm, a silent promise of adventures yet to come, and a friendship that would forever bridge the worlds. The embers crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the wall, shadows that now held only the promise of stories, not secrets, as Clara drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming of starlit paths and golden eyes full of ancient wisdom. Story 8. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Story 9. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked... "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors. "Yes, Elder Thorn," Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snow-melt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a drowsy cat. Mist often curled around the chimneys in the mornings, smelling of damp earth and wood smoke, and the gardens bloomed with flowers that seemed to hold starlight in their petals. Here lived Finn, a young gardener with gentle hands but a heart that felt perpetually knotted, like an old root bound too tightly in a pot. Finn loved his garden. He knew the exact moment the first crocus would push through the frost, the secret language of the whispering willows by the stream, and how to coax the shyest moonflower to unfurl its luminous bloom. Yet Finn himself felt stuck. The world outside Willowbrook whispered of grand adventures, of bustling cities and distant mountains, but the very thought sent tremors through him. Change felt like a storm threatening his carefully tended rose. He preferred the predictable rhythm of seasons, the comfort of familiar soil beneath his nails. He felt small, like a seedling afraid to push beyond the safe darkness of its seed husk. One crisp autumn morning, while tending to his beloved patch of heartsease violets, Finn noticed something unusual. Nestled amongst the velvety purple blooms was a single seed, unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the size of a hazelnut, shimmering with a soft, opalescent light, and etched with delicate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift when he looked away. It pulsed faintly, like a tiny, sleeping heart. Intrigued and a little wary, Finn carefully scooped it up. It felt warm in his palm, radiating a comforting hum that vibrated gently up his arm. That night, Finn placed the seed on his windowsill, bathed in moonlight. As he drifted to sleep, he dreamt not of cities or mountains, but of deep, rich earth and a profound sense of quiet waiting. When he awoke, the seed had sprouted. A single, impossibly slender stem, no thicker than a thread of spider silk, had emerged, topped by two minuscule leaves that glowed with an inner, emerald light. It seemed fragile, yet it thrummed with a quiet energy that filled Finn's small cottage with a scent like rain on warm stone and crushed pine needles. "Well," Finn murmured, his voice hushed in the dawn light, "aren't you a mystery?" He named the seedling Lumina for its gentle light. He tended to it with meticulous care, watering it with dew collected at dawn, speaking soft words of encouragement, and ensuring it received the perfect dappled sunlight. Yet Lumina grew painfully slow. Weeks passed, and it remained that single glowing thread. Finn's initial wonder began to sour into frustration, and a familiar knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. Why wasn't it growing? Was he doing something wrong? Was the seed broken? His own fear of inadequacy mirrored the seedling's apparent stagnation. It was Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver whose hands were as gnarled as the ancient oak he favored, who first noticed Finn's quiet distress. Hemlock often visited Finn's garden, admiring the blooms and sharing stories carved with as much care as his wooden figures. One afternoon, finding Finn staring despondently at the shimmering thread of Lumina, Hemlock settled onto a sun-warmed stone bench with a soft grunt. "Trouble with the little light-bringer, lad?" Hemlock asked, his voice as rough and warm as tree bark. Finn sighed, tracing the edge of the pot with a finger. "It won't grow, Hemlock. I do everything right. I give it the best light, the purest water, yet it just sits there, like it's afraid." The words tasted bitter, echoing his own hidden fears. Hemlock chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. He reached out a calloused finger, not touching Lumina, but hovering near its light. "See how it glows, Finn, that's its life, strong and bright. Sometimes," he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners, "the most important growing happens where you can't see it. Deep down, roots need time to stretch and find their hold before the stem can reach for the sky. Rushing a root is like rushing a heart, it only causes cracks." He patted Finn's shoulder. "Patience, lad. Trust the seed knows its own time." Finn nodded, but the knot in his chest only loosened slightly. Patience felt like another form of waiting, another kind of stagnation. Then came Alara, the baker whose laughter was as warm as her ovens, and whose cinnamon buns were legendary. She arrived one blustery afternoon, bearing a basket still warm from her hearth. Seeing Finn's worried frown fixed on Lumina, she placed a steaming bun beside him. "You're pouring so much worry onto that little one, Finn," she observed gently, her voice soft as kneaded dough. "Worry is heavy water. Too much drowns the roots. She gestured towards the seedling. Look at it, it's glowing, it feels your care, your hope, but it also feels your fear. Plants, especially magical ones I'd wager, are sensitive souls. They mirror the soil they're planted in, and that soil includes the gardener's heart. She smiled. Try singing to it a happy song or tell it a story. Fill the air around it with warmth, not worry. Taking Alara's advice, Finn began to change his routine. Instead of anxiously checking Lumina first thing, he'd sit beside it with his morning tea, breathing deeply of the cool air. He'd hum the tunes the willow trees taught him, simple melodies that spoke of flowing water and rustling leaves. He'd tell Lumina about the brave little wren building her nest in the eaves, or the funny antics of the hedgehogs at dusk. He spoke of his own small joys, the first taste of a sun-ripened strawberry, the feel of cool soil after rain. He didn't hide his frustrations entirely, but he consciously balanced them with gratitude and quiet hope. He focused less on the visible growth and more on the feeling of tending, of connection. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, something shifted. The emerald light of Lumina's leaves seemed to deepen, becoming richer, more vibrant. The air around it hummed with a peaceful energy. One morning, Finn gasped. A third leaf, even smaller than the first two, had unfurled overnight, shimmering like a dew-kissed jewel. It wasn't height, but it was growth. Deep, inner growth, just as Hemlock had suggested. Finn felt a warmth bloom in his own chest, different from anxiety, a fragile tendril of trust. Winter arrived, cloaking Willowbrook in a soft blanket of snow. Finn moved Lumina's pot closer to the hearth, where firelight danced on its glowing leaves. The world outside seemed hushed, resting. Finn found himself reflecting more. He watched the snow fall, each flake unique, each landing exactly where it was meant to be, part of a larger, silent transformation. He thought about the trees, seemingly dormant, yet gathering strength beneath the frost. He realized that change wasn't always a violent uprooting. Sometimes it was a quiet turning inward, a gathering of strength, a deepening of roots. He shared this thought with Lumina one quiet evening. Perhaps, he murmured, stroking a leaf so gently it barely trembled, we're both learning the same lesson. Growth isn't always about rushing upwards, is it? Sometimes it's about growing strong within, about trusting the quiet times. The seedling pulsed warmly in response, its light casting soft, dancing shadows on the cottage wall. Spring returned, a riot of color and birdsong. One morning, as Finn opened the cottage door to let in the dawn, he froze. Overnight, Lumina had undergone a breathtaking transformation. The slender stem had thickened slightly, becoming sturdy and smooth, like polished jade. From its crown, instead of just leaves, a single, perfect bud had formed. It was tightly closed, shaped like a teardrop, and it glowed with a soft, golden light that seemed to hold the promise of sunrise within it. Finn's heart hammered, but it wasn't the frantic beat of anxiety this time. It was the thrilling pulse of anticipation, mixed with a profound sense of peace. He knew deep in his bones that the bud would open when it was ready. He tended to it with the same gentle care, but now infused with a quiet confidence, a deep-seated trust in the process. He shared his excitement with Hemlock and Alara, their faces reflecting his own wonder. The roots found their strength, Hemlock nodded sagely, carving a tiny, glowing bud into a piece of honey-colored wood. You gave it the warmth it needed, Alara beamed, presenting Finn with a special bun shaped like a blooming flower. You learned to trust its light and your own. The day Lumina's bud unfurled was Midsummer's Eve. The air in Willowbrook hung thick with the scent of honeysuckle and warm earth. As the last rays of the sun painted the sky in shades of peach and lavender, a soft chime, like a tiny silver bell, echoed from Finn's cottage. He rushed inside. There, bathed in the golden light of dusk streaming through the window, Lumina had bloomed. The flower was breathtaking. 5 petals, each shimmering like captured moonlight and spun dawn, unfurled around a center that pulsed with a soft, golden radiance. It wasn't large, but its beauty was profound. It emitted a gentle warmth and a scent that was pure magic, the crispness of mountain air, the sweetness of wild honey, the comforting depth of old books, and the electric tang of a summer storm all mingled together. It filled the cottage with an aura of profound peace and vibrant, quiet joy. Finn sank to his knees before it, tears welling in his eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming awe and understanding. He felt the journey, the fear, the frustration, the patient tending, the quiet trust, and finally, this radiant unfolding. Lumina hadn't just grown, it had transformed, mirroring his own inner journey. He had learned that personal growth wasn't a race against time, or a desperate lunge towards something unknown. It was a gentle unfolding, a deepening of roots in the soil of self-awareness and patience, nurtured by kindness both from others and, crucially, from oneself. He had learned to trust the quiet times, the inward focus, knowing it wasn't stagnation but preparation. He had learned that change, when met with trust and gentle care, could blossom into something breathtakingly beautiful. As the first stars appeared in the violet sky, Finn sat beside Lumina. He felt different. The knot in his heart was gone, replaced by a spacious warmth, a quiet strength he hadn't known he possessed. The world outside, with its whispers of adventure, no longer felt like a threatening storm, but a landscape full of possibility. He wasn't afraid anymore. He knew now that growth, his own unique, magical transformation, would continue at its own perfect pace, guided by the light he nurtured within. He gently touched one of Lumina's shimmering petals. It felt like cool silk infused with sunlight. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. The flower pulsed warmly, its golden light bathing him in a comforting embrace. Outside, fireflies began their nightly dance, tiny points of living light, mirroring the magic blooming within the quiet cottage. Finn smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. He was no longer the gardener afraid of the storm. He was the gardener who understood the deep, quiet magic of the soil and the patient, radiant beauty of becoming. And as the first cricket began its soft summer song, Finn knew, with a heart full of quiet wonder, that his own adventure, rooted in this newfound peace, was just beginning to unfold. Story 11. The little cottage at the edge of Willow Creek smelled perpetually of dust and forgotten things. Its occupant, a quiet girl named Lily with eyes the color of storm clouds, found comfort in the clutter. She spent her days mending broken clocks, untangling knotted yarn, and wondering about the stories whispered by the peeling wallpaper. Her grandfather, a kind man with hands like gnarled roots, had passed the cottage to her, along with a single, cryptic piece of advice. "Listen close, Lily. The world hums with secrets, especially the quiet corners." One blustery autumn afternoon, while sorting through a box of chipped crockery tucked beneath the eaves, Lily's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It wasn't porcelain like the others. It was a teacup, impossibly delicate, made of what seemed like moonlight captured in glass. Its surface held no decoration save for the faintest tracery of silver vines swirling around the rim. It felt strangely warm against her skin, humming with a gentle vibration like a sleepy bee. Lily filled it cautiously with chamomile tea from her own sturdy mug. As the steam curled upwards, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it began to shimmer and shift, forming tiny, intricate pictures in the air above the cup. She saw a flicker of dappled sunlight through unfamiliar leaves, the gleam of smooth, wet stones beside a rushing stream, and a glimpse of a valley bathed in soft, golden light she'd never seen before. The images dissolved as quickly as they formed, leaving only the fragrant steam and a profound sense of longing in Lily's chest. That night the images returned in her dreams, clearer now. She saw a path winding through ancient woods, heard the musical chatter of water over stones, and felt the warmth of that unseen valley sun. And nestled within the valley, glowing faintly amidst roots, was a stone shaped like a sleeping owl. A deep, quiet knowing settled within her. The cup was a guide, and the owl stone was important. Something was fading, something the stone held, and it needed remembering. The next morning, Lily packed a small knapsack, warm bread, cheese, her grandfather's worn compass, and the precious teacup wrapped carefully in soft wool. Pulling on her thickest cloak, she stepped out, the teacup's warmth a comforting pulse against her side. The world seemed sharper, more alive. Dewdrops on spiderwebs glittered like scattered diamonds, the crisp air tasted of wood smoke and damp earth, and the wind carried the faint, sweet scent of decaying leaves. She followed the compass needle, which seemed drawn northward, deeper into the whispering woods than she'd ever dared go. The woods were vast and hushed. Ancient oaks stood like silent guardians, their bark deeply grooved with time. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dusty shafts, illuminating flurries of falling leaves. Lily soon felt small and a little lost. That's when she met Barnaby. He wasn't much taller than her knee, a stout badger with fur the color of twilight and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was meticulously arranging fallen acorns into concentric circles beneath a giant beech tree. HMMPH, he grunted without looking up, his voice a low rumble. Lost are we, compass pointing north, but your eyes pointing everywhere else. He adjusted his spectacles, peering at Lily. That's a peculiar hum you're carrying, young miss, like starlight caught in a thimble. Lily, startled but comforted by his gruffness, explained about the teacup, the dreams, and the owlstone in the valley. Barnaby listened intently, polishing an acorn on his waistcoat. The sunken valley, forgotten place, old magic there sleeping deep, that owlstone, it's a memory keeper, holds the echoes of the valley's joy, been fading, they say, the hum's grown weak. He tapped his spectacles. Wisdom's needed, not force, and you'll need more than a badger's nose. Come along, need to find Pip. Pip was a whirlwind of feathers and song. A tiny, iridescent finch with a voice like tinkling bells, she darted around them as Barnaby explained Lily's quest. Ooh, the glimmer valley, the whispering stones, yes, yes, I know the way, follow the laughter of the brook of bright pebbles. Pip chirped, zipping ahead, then back, then circling Lily's head. But the old stone bridge is tricky, very tricky. It doesn't like loud noises or heavy feet, especially grumpy badger feet, she teased, dodging Barnaby's mock swipe. With Pip's aerial guidance and Barnaby's knowledge of hidden paths and root-tangled shortcuts, the journey unfolded. They walked for hours. Lily felt the teacup grow warmer whenever they veered off course, its steam forming fleeting images that confirmed Pip's directions. She learned to read the subtle signs Barnaby pointed out, the way certain mosses grew thicker on the north side of trees, the whisper of the wind changing tone near water. Pip taught her the different songs of the woods, the warning chatter of squirrels, the contented coo of wood doves, the excited trill that meant clear sky ahead. They rested by the brook of bright pebbles. Lily dipped her fingers into the icy, crystal-clear water. As she cupped a handful, the water seemed to sparkle with inner light, and faint, joyful giggles echoed just beneath the surface. She filled the magical cup, and the steam swirled into images of sunlight dancing on the water, small fish like silver darts, and smooth, colorful stones worn by time. A sense of pure, simple happiness washed over her. This, she understood, was the echo the owlstone held the valley's inherent joy. As dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they reached the edge of the sunken valley. It lay cupped between steep, moss-covered cliffs, filled with ancient, gnarled trees draped in luminous silver moss that glowed softly in the fading light. The air was still and deeply peaceful, humming with a low, resonant sound like the earth itself breathing. In the very center, beneath the sprawling roots of an immense, ancient oak, Lily saw it, the owlstone. It was smooth and gray, shaped perfectly like an owl with closed eyes. But its glow was faint, flickering weakly, like a candle about to gutter out. Between them and the stone, however, lay the challenge Pip had mentioned. The old stone bridge arched over a deep, shadowed ravine where the brook tumbled into a hidden pool below. The bridge looked ancient, its stones weathered and slick with moss. Some stones were cracked, others seemed precariously loose. And it sang. Not a joyful song, but a thin, high-pitched, discordant whine that set Lily's teeth on edge and made Pip flutter nervously. The stones themselves seemed to vibrate. There, Barnaby said quietly, his spectacles glinting. The bridge of sighs, it feels the valley's fading joy. Its own harmony is upset. The stones are restless, unstable. Heavy steps, loud noises, haste. They'll send the whole thing tumbling down. Many have tried to cross forcefully. None succeeded. Lily's heart sank. The owlstone was so close, yet utterly unreachable. She felt the warmth of the teacup against her side, a gentle insistence. Taking it out, she unwrapped it. The steam rose lazily, forming an image not of the destination, but of the bridge itself. She saw the stones not as obstacles, but as individual notes in a song, each vibrating at its own unhappy frequency. "Wisdom, not force," Lily murmured, remembering Barnaby's words. She looked at the discordant bridge, then at the cup, then at her companions. Pip landed softly on her shoulder, her tiny body trembling. Barnaby sat stoically, watching the stones. An idea bloomed, fragile as a cobweb. It wasn't about crossing despite the bridge's song, but with it. About harmony. "Pip," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible over the bridge's whine. "You have the most beautiful voice in the woods. Can you sing to it, not loudly, softly, the song the brook taught us, the joyful one?" Pip puffed out her tiny chest. For the Glimmer Valley, for the Memory Stone, yes. She closed her eyes, took a tiny breath, and began to sing. It wasn't loud, but pure and clear as a mountain spring, weaving the melody of the laughing brook, the rustling leaves, the wind in the pines, the very essence of the valley's remembered joy. The discordant whine faltered. One stone near their end seemed to sigh, its vibration softening, shifting subtly. "Barnaby," Lily said, even softer. "You understand the deep things, the earth's rhythm. Can you hum, something low and steady, like the roots holding the ground?" Barnaby nodded gravely. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began a low, resonant hum. It was the sound of deep roots settling, of bedrock, of patient time. It flowed under Pip's bright melody, a foundation. The bridge's song changed again. The sharp edges smoothed. The stones seemed to still, listening. Lily felt the warmth of the teacup intensify. She held it carefully, letting its quiet hum resonate through her. She didn't try to add her own voice. Instead, she focused on the feeling the cup had shown her by the brook, the pure, simple joy of the sparkling water, the smooth stones, the sunlight. She poured that feeling into her stillness, into her presence. Slowly, carefully, she placed one foot on the first stone of the bridge. It vibrated, but gently, like a purring cat. She waited, feeling Pip's song and Barnaby's hum wash over her, blending with the bridge's own shifting resonance. She stepped onto the next stone, matching its subtle vibration with her own quiet intent. She moved not with the goal of crossing, but with the purpose of listening, of becoming part of the bridge's need for harmony. Stone by stone, she moved. She felt the stones sigh as they settled beneath her light, respectful touch. Pip's song wove around her, Barnaby's hum anchored her. The discord faded entirely, replaced by a deep, resonant chord of earth, air, and quiet joy. The bridge wasn't just stable, it felt alive and content. Lily reached the other side. Pip fluttered down beside her, still singing softly. Barnaby's hum faded into a satisfied grunt. The great oak loomed before her, its roots cradling the owlstone. Lily knelt. The stone felt cool, its faint pulse weak and slow. She didn't grab it. She remembered the teacup's guidance, listening, feeling. She placed her hand gently upon the owl's head, pouring into it the warmth of the cup, the echo of the brook's laughter Pip had sung, the deep steadiness of Barnaby's hum, and her own quiet understanding of the valley's joy. A soft light bloomed under her palm. It spread through the owl's stone, warm and golden, pulsing steadily like a contented heartbeat. The luminous moss throughout the valley brightened, casting soft, dappled patterns on the ground. The deep hum of the earth grew richer, fuller, resonating through Lily's bones. A wave of pure, peaceful joy washed over her, warm and comforting as sunlight. She hadn't fixed it with force, she had remembered it with kindness and shared harmony. The journey back felt different. The woods seemed to welcome them. The Bridge of Sighs was silent, stable, its stones humming a soft, contented tune. Pip rode on Barnaby's back, occasionally bursting into a cheerful riff. Lily carried the teacup, now cool and quiet, but still holding a deep warmth within. She understood its magic now. It didn't show destinations. It showed connections, feelings, the hidden songs within things. It guided by awakening the heart's understanding. Back in her cottage, the dust seemed less oppressive, the clutter full of potential stories. Lily placed the teacup on her windowsill, where the moonlight could touch it. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she didn't need the cup to show her images. She felt the deep hum of the earth, heard Pip's joyful song carried on the breeze, sensed Barnaby's patient wisdom in the roots of the old oak outside her window. She felt the warm pulse of the owl stone, cradled in its valley, remembering joy. The world hummed with secrets, yes. But the greatest secret, Lily understood as sleep claimed her, wasn't hidden in objects or distant valleys. It was hidden in listening, in kindness, in the quiet harmony found between friends, and in the courage to feel the world's deep, singing heart. And that secret made her small cottage, nestled at the edge of Willow Creek, feel like the warmest, most magical place of all. The teacup on the sill caught a sliver of moonlight, gleaming softly, a silent guardian of quiet wonders, lulling Lily into dreams woven with silver moss and the contented hum of a remembered valley. Story 12. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where magic hummed softer than a bumblebee's wings. Sunlight dappled through ancient oaks, wildflowers bloomed in perpetual cheer, and the air always carried the scent of warm earth and baking bread. Life flowed as gently as the Willow River itself. Yet one dewy summer morning, the villagers awoke to a startling sight: frost. Not a heavy winter frost, but a delicate, shimmering lacework of ice crystals. It coated the petals of the sun-loving marigolds, traced silver veins on the cobblestone paths, and glittered on the thatched roofs like scattered diamonds under the rising sun. A collective gasp rippled through Willowbrook. Frost in high summer. It was unheard of, unsettling the valley's gentle rhythm. Young Finn, whose grandmother grew the sweetest strawberries this side of the Whispering Woods, was the first to find the strange pattern. His usual patch, vibrant red and plump yesterday, now bore tiny, intricate frost stars on each berry. They didn't melt, even as the sun climbed higher. "Grandmother," Finn called, his voice tinged with worry. The strawberries, they're wearing frosty crowns. Grandmother Alara, known for her deep knowledge of valley lore and her endless patience, stepped out, her shawl pulled close despite the growing warmth. She knelt, her wise eyes scanning the frosted fruit. "Hum," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "Not winter's bite, Finn, this feels different, like moonlight made solid." She touched a berry gently. The frost felt cool, not biting, and held a faint, silvery shimmer. The mystery deepened. Farmer Thistle reported frosted dew on his prize-winning pumpkins. The baker, Mistress Clover, found her morning loaves dusted with icy patterns that vanished only when the bread cooled. Even the normally unflappable library cat, Pippin, stared intently at frosted cobwebs glittering like chandeliers in the corners. Something's amiss, Grandmother Alara declared at the village square, where concerned murmurs buzzed like confused bees. This frost isn't harmful, not yet, but it's out of place. We must understand its source with gentle observation, not alarm. Who has seen anything unusual, not just the frost, but anything out of the ordinary? A small boy named Milo shyly raised his hand. Last night when I couldn't sleep, I saw lights, tiny, silvery lights, like falling stars, but low. They danced over the Moonflower Meadow. Moonflower Meadow. Grandmother Alara's eyes brightened. The meadow, named for its luminous white blooms that only opened fully under the full moon, lay on the valley's western edge, bordering the deeper, wilder parts of the Whispering Woods. That might be our first clue. Finn, Milo, would you accompany an old woman on a little investigation? We'll need quiet steps and open eyes. Armed with a basket of warm oatcakes and a flask of chamomile tea, Grandmother believed in fortifying the spirit. The trio set off. As they walked, Grandmother pointed out subtle signs. See how the frost is thicker near the river bank, like a path, and look, she gestured to a low-hanging willow branch. Strands of spider silk, usually invisible, were coated in intricate spirals of frost, catching the sunlight. It's beautiful, almost deliberate, like artistry. Reaching Moonflower Meadow at midday, they found it transformed. While the rest of the valley basked in summer warmth, the meadow held a distinct chill. The moonflowers, usually closed tight during the day, seemed to glisten with an internal light beneath their frosted petals. And the frost here wasn't random. It formed breathtaking patterns, swirling galaxies on broad leaves, intricate snowflake designs on blades of grass, even tiny, perfect ice sculptures of rabbits and birds perched on fence posts. It's magical, Milo breathed, forgetting his shyness. Indeed, Grandmother agreed, her gaze sweeping the meadow. But where is the artist? She knelt by a particularly intricate frost spiral on a large, flat mushroom cap. Observe, children. The frost here isn't melting as fast. It feels charged. She gently touched it, and a faint, silvery spark leaped from the frost to her fingertip, cool but not unpleasant. Moon magic, pure and simple, but why is it spilling into Willowbrook? They searched the meadow's edges, near the dark line of the Whispering Woods. Finn noticed small, delicate footprints in a patch of soft earth near the tree-lined footprints that shimmered faintly, as if dusted with stardust. They were tiny like a rabbit's, but shaped differently, with longer, slender toes. Grandmother, look. Ah, Grandmother Alara smiled, a knowing twinkle in her eye. I believe we found our artists, or rather their trail. She reached into her basket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, milky white like the moon. She whispered a soft word over it, and it began to glow with a gentle, silvery light. This is a moonstone, it calls to its own kind. Let's follow the footprints quietly as mice. The trail led them a short way into the dappled shade of the woods, to a mossy clearing where ancient roots formed natural seats. And there, under the canopy, they saw them, 3 small creatures, no bigger than Finn's hand. They had soft, silvery white fur that seemed to absorb the light, long, tufted ears that twitched nervously, and large, luminous eyes the color of polished amethyst. They were busy breathing onto a large, smooth leaf, their breath forming shimmering frost patterns that danced and solidified before their eyes. Moon rabbits. One rabbit noticed the soft glow of Grandmother's moonstone and froze, its companions following suit. They huddled together, their luminous eyes wide with apprehension. Peace, little ones, Grandmother Alara said, her voice softer than thistledown. She knelt slowly, placing the moonstone on the moss. We mean no harm, we come from Willowbrook. The largest rabbit, its fur tipped with silver, took a hesitant hop forward. It made a series of soft, chiming sounds, like tiny bells. Grandmother listened intently, her head tilted. Finn and Milo held their breath. Ah, she murmured after a moment. They speak in chimes and frost patterns. They are moon rabbits, children. They live deep in the whispering woods, crafting frost art under the moonlight. But their usual glade, where moonlight pools thickest, was disturbed last week by a fallen star rock. It cracked the earth, disrupted the moon pool's magic. The rabbit chimed again, gesturing with a tiny paw towards the meadow. They sought a new place to practice their art, grandmother translated. The moonflower meadow felt safe, familiar. The moonflowers resonate with their magic, but she looked back towards Willowbrook. Their magic is potent, meant for deep woods and moon pools. When they craft their frost art here, so close to the village, the excess magic spills over. Like water overflowing a cup, it drifts on the night air, settling as frost in Willowbrook. They didn't realize, they thought they were only decorating the meadow. Understanding dawned on Finn and Milo. The strange frost wasn't malice or an omen. It was unintended overflow from beautiful, displaced artistry. "We didn't mean to cause worry," chimed the lead rabbit, its voice translated by grandmother. "We only wish to make beauty." "And you have," grandmother reassured them warmly. "The patterns are exquisite, but our valley's balance is delicate. Your magic, so strong and wild, is a little too much for the sun-loving plants and the village routines right next door." She picked up the moonstone. Its glow intensified, pulsing softly. "This stone holds a memory of pure moonlight. It can help mend the moon pool in your glade. Would you let us help you return home?" The moon rabbits conferred in soft chimes, their whiskers twitching. Finally, the leader hopped onto grandmother's offered palm, its tiny form surprisingly light and cool. The other two followed. Grandmother stood, cradling them gently. "Come, children. Let's restore some balance." Guided by the moonstone's pulsing light and the rabbit's soft directions, they ventured deeper into the whispering woods than Finn or Milo had ever been. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. They found the moon pool a natural basin of dark, still water reflecting the sky, even in daylight. But a jagged obsidian rock had indeed crashed into its edge, fracturing the earth and making the water's surface ripple erratically. Grandmother placed the moonstone carefully at the pool's edge. She hummed a low, resonant tune, a song of mending and moonlight. Finn and Milo watched, awestruck, as the moonstone sank into the earth where the rock had struck. Silvery light spread like liquid through the cracks, knitting the earth back together. The water in the pool stilled, its surface becoming mirror smooth, reflecting a deeper, more concentrated silvery light. The moon rabbits chirruped with delight, hopping down onto the repaired ground. They breathed onto the surface of the pool. This time the frost patterns formed on the water, swirling and dancing, contained within the basin. No excess spilled out. There, grandmother sighed, a smile crinkling her eyes. "Home is mended. Your art is safe here, little ones." The lead rabbit turned, bowing its head deeply towards grandmother, then Finn, then Milo. It chimed a melody of profound gratitude. Then all three rabbits breathed one last, collective frost pattern onto the pool's surface, a perfect, intricate replica of Willowbrook village, complete with frosted rooftops and the winding river. It shimmered for a moment, a beautiful apology and a thank you, before melting seamlessly into the moonlit water. That night, Willowbrook slept peacefully under a warm summer sky. There was no frost. The strawberries ripened normally, the pumpkins grew unhindered, and the bread baked golden brown. But the villagers didn't forget the beautiful mystery. The next morning, Finn found a single, perfect frost flower, impossibly preserved on his windowsill. Milo discovered a tiny, intricate frost star on his pillow. And on the doorstep of every home in Willowbrook lay a small, ephemeral gift, a unique frost pattern, a butterfly, a leaf, a swirling galaxy that sparkled for a few precious minutes in the dawn light before vanishing, leaving only cool moisture and a sense of wonder. Grandmother Alara sat by her hearth that evening, Finn and Milo at her feet. "You see," she said, her voice a comforting rumble like the fire's glow, "sometimes the strangest things, the little disturbances in our world, are born not from trouble, but from beauty seeking its place. The moon rabbits needed their home mended, and we needed to understand, not fear, the spillover of their moonlight art. Wisdom and kindness found the path. And now," she smiled, gazing out at the star-dusted sky above Moonflower Meadow, "their beauty stays where it belongs. A secret treasure of the woods, and we have the memory of frost in summer. A reminder to look beyond the first chill and seek the gentle heart of the mystery." As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the children felt a profound sense of peace. The valley's gentle magic hummed around them, undisturbed yet richer for the shared understanding and the quiet artistry of the silver rabbits dancing under the moon, far away in their mended glade where frost belonged. The world felt cozy, complete, and full of kind-hearted wonders waiting to be discovered with open eyes and a gentle spirit. Sleep came easily, wrapped in the warm certainty that even the strangest occurrences could lead to the most satisfying resolutions, woven with friendship and the soft, cool touch of moonlight made manifest. Story 13. In the quiet village of Meadowhaven, where cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew and chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the sky, strange little disturbances began to unfold. It started with Widow Hester's prized blueberry scones vanishing from her windowsill, replaced by a perfect circle of dewdrops. Then old Tom's woolen mittens disappeared from his clothes line, only for a cluster of warm river stones to appear in their place. The village children whispered of a polite thief who left gifts instead of taking them, but young Finn felt a tug of curiosity deeper than fear. Finn, with his mop of chestnut hair and eyes the color of mossy ponds, lived with his grandmother Aloin in a cottage crowned with a thatched roof. Aloin, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient whispering oak, noticed Finn's restlessness. "Mysteries are like tangled threads, dear one," she said, stirring a pot of lavender-scented tea. "Pull gently, and the truth will unravel." That night, Finn set a honey cake on the sill, a test. At dawn, the cake was gone. In its place lay a single moon petal, glowing faintly. Guided by Aloin's advice to listen with more than ears, Finn spent days observing. He noticed the village's firefly lanterns dimmed near the old stone bridge, and the air hummed with a faint, melancholic song only heard at twilight. Following the sound, he discovered a tiny door hidden in the bridge's mossy stones, no larger than his palm. Kneeling, he whispered, "I mean no harm." A shimmering creature emerged, a glimmerkin, with wings like frosted glass and eyes like liquid starlight. It trembled, clutching a thimble-sized satchel. "I am Twig," it piped, voice like chimes. "We borrow things to fix our broken hearthstone." Twig explained that deep below the bridge lay the Glimmerkin's crystal cavern, where their hearthstone, a source of warmth and light, had cracked during a storm. Without it, their magic faded, leaving them too weak to return borrowed items. The gifts were apologies, crafted from moonlight and river song. The dimming lanterns. Fireflies mourning their friend's sorrow. Finn's heart swelled. He raced home, where Aloin smiled knowingly. "Kindness repairs what magic cannot," she said, handing him a pouch of sun-warmed quartz from her garden. Together, they gathered the village. Children offered smooth pebbles from the creek, bakers shared sugar-dusted biscuits, weavers brought threads spun with laughter. At the bridge, Twig guided them through the tiny door, which widened magically for friends. In the cavern, the cracked hearthstone wept faint tears of light. Finn placed the quartz in its fissures, villagers adding their offerings. As Twig's kin hummed a healing melody, the stone pulsed, stitching itself together with seams of gold. Warmth flooded the cavern, and outside, every firefly lantern blazed like captured stars. Days later, vanished items reappeared, Hester's scone basket full, Tom's mittens folded neatly, each infused with a lingering glow. Meadowhaven learned that even small hearts hold great sorrows, and quieter still, greater kindness. Finn now leaves moon petals on his sill, invitations for tea with twig. And if you stroll by the bridge at twilight, you might hear laughter, tiny and bright, rising from the stones, a lullaby of secrets gently kept. Sleep now, dear listener. Somewhere a glimmerkin is polishing the stars, and all is well. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook Hollow nestled in a fold of the Whisperwood Hills, where chimney smoke curled like friendly ghosts into the twilight, and the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood smoke. Young Macy lived above her family's bakery, the warm hearth, and she knew every creak of the old floorboards and every sigh of the oven at dawn. But lately something else had joined the familiar sounds of their cozy world, a soft, rhythmic thumping that echoed through the walls each night, just as the last embers died in the grate. It started subtly. A jar of candied violets Macy had left on the cooling rack overnight would be found tipped over, a few sweets missing. Then a perfectly braided loaf of raisin bread vanished entirely from a locked pantry. Finally, the morning Macy discovered her prized batch of star anise biscuits shaped like constellations and dusted with edible silver completely gone. She knew it wasn't just forgetfulness. A quiet mystery had settled over the warm hearth. Something curious is afoot, Macy Love, said her grandfather, Bramble, a flower-dusted man with eyes as kind and crinkled as a well-loved map. He stroked his snowy beard. No broken locks, no mess, just things disappearing, like a very polite ghost with a sweet tooth. Macy, practical and observant, wasn't afraid of ghosts. She loved puzzles. That evening, instead of climbing straight to bed, she sat by the small window in the bakery kitchen, a mug of chamomile tea warming her hands. Moonlight spilled through the leaded panes, painting silver squares on the scrubbed oak table. She listened intently. The village clock chimed 11, the sound muffled and soft. Silence. Then thump, 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 thump. It came from the wall shared with the old, unused root cellar beneath the bakery. The next day, Macy decided to investigate. The root cellar was cool, dark, and smelled of earth and forgotten apples. Cobwebs draped the stone walls like dusty lace. Macy swept her lantern beam slowly. Nothing seemed amiss. No holes, no gnawed sacks. Then her light caught a glint near the base of the far wall. Kneeling, she found tiny, shimmering footprints in a thin layer of dust no larger than a button, and they sparkled faintly, like crushed moonlight. They led right up to the solid stone and vanished. Grandfather, Macy whispered later, showing him the spot. Sparkly footprints, that stop at the wall. Bramble chuckled softly. Ah, sounds like the work of the hearth sprites, shy little things, but they usually only borrow forgotten crumbs, not whole biscuits, and they can pass through solid things like mist, these prints stopping, that's peculiar. Macy knew she needed help understanding the ways of the Whisperwood's smaller folk. She packed a small basket with honey cakes known to be excellent for opening conversations with woodland creatures and set off towards the edge of the village where the woods began. There beneath a great ancient oak known as Old Thistle lived Corvus, a badger of remarkable age and even more remarkable wisdom. His set was neat, bordered with smooth river stones and fragrant lavender. Corvus emerged, blinking his dark eyes slowly. "Macy Baker," he rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling gently in a brook. He sniffed the air appreciatively. "Honey cakes, and a puzzle, I sense." Macy explained the vanishing pastries, the nightly thumping, and the mysterious, sparkling footprints that ended at the cellar wall. Corvus listened intently, occasionally taking a delicate bite of honey cake. "Sparkles that halt, a thumping sound, polite theft," he mused, wiping crumbs from his whiskers. "Hearth sprites leave no prints at all, child. Their magic is air and warmth, these prints. They speak of something solid, yet touched by magic, something perhaps stuck. Stuck, Macy echoed. Trapped, Corvus clarified gently. Unable to move freely, the thumping might be an attempt to dislodge itself or signal. He tilted his head. The wall it leads to. What lies beyond? Macy thought. Just the hillside, solid rock and earth. Solid to us, perhaps, Corvus said cryptically. But the Whisperwood Hills have veins of old magic, pathways unseen. Sometimes things wander into places they shouldn't. Seek the moonhare. She grazes where the moonlight is purest, near the singing stones. She sees paths invisible to others. Thanking the wise badger, Macy headed deeper into the woods as dusk painted the sky in lavender and rose. The singing stones were a circle of smooth, tall rocks that hummed faintly when the wind blew just right. And there in the center sat the moonhare. She was larger than an ordinary hare, her fur shimmering like pearl, and her eyes held the cool, knowing light of the moon itself. "Little baker," the moonhare said, her voice a soft chime. "You seek the source of the thumping heart." Macy, no longer surprised when creatures spoke, nodded. She told her tale again. "The prints are starlight caught on stone dust," the moonhare observed. "A creature of deep earth and quiet magic has lost its way. It followed the scent of warmth, of sweetness, down a path that closed behind it. Now it knocks on the door between worlds, a door only it can see, but cannot open alone. Its hunger is a small thing, but its distress echoes." She nibbled a blade of moon-touched grass. "Look not for a hole, little baker, look for a seam, a place where the wall doesn't quite belong. Offer warmth, not suspicion, offer sweetness, not fear." Macy returned to the root cellar, her lantern casting long shadows. She focused not on the floor, but on the wall where the footprints ended. Slowly, patiently, she ran her fingers over the rough, cool stone. Inch by inch, she searched for the seam. Near the bottom, almost obscured by dust and shadow, her fingers brushed a line. It wasn't a crack, but a place where the stones seemed different. Slightly smoother, cooler, almost humming faintly under her touch. This was the place. Remembering the moonhare's words, she didn't try to pry or break. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the cool earth floor. From her pocket, she took one of the remaining star anise biscuits. She placed it gently on the floor, directly in front of the seam. Then she began to hum a soft, wordless tune her grandmother used to sing while kneading dough, a song of comfort and home. Thump silence. Thump thump. Quieter this time. Macy kept humming, pouring all the warmth and safety of the bakery above into the simple melody. She placed another biscuit beside the first. A soft, shimmering light began to emanate from the seam. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. The stones within the seam seemed to soften, to blur, becoming translucent. Macy held her breath. Through the shimmer, she saw a shape. Small, round, covered in velvety, earth-brown fur shot through with glimmering threads like embedded stars. It had large, dark eyes, wide with apprehension, and tiny, clawed paws that had made the sparkling prints. It looked like a very small, very lost mole, but one woven from magic and starlight. It sniffed the air, its nose twitching towards the biscuits. Slowly, cautiously, one tiny paw reached through the shimmering seam. It touched the biscuit, then snatched it back. Macy didn't move, just kept humming softly. Emboldened, the little creature pushed its head through, then its shoulders. It grabbed a biscuit and nibbled it rapidly, its eyes fixed on Macy. "It's all right," Macy whispered, her voice barely audible. "You're safe now." The creature finished the biscuit and looked at her, then at the seam behind it, which was now just solid stone again. It made a soft, chirruping sound, like pebbles tumbling. It looked exhausted. Macy carefully scooped up the small, warm bundle. It nestled into her hands, trembling slightly. She carried it upstairs, past the sleeping ovens, into the warm kitchen. She made a nest from a soft towel in a basket near the still warm hearth. She offered a saucer of warm milk sweetened with honey and another biscuit. The little star mole drank deeply, its fur fluffing up contentedly. The trembling stopped. Grandfather Bramble found them there at dawn. Macy explained everything: the lost creature, the closed path, the thumping that was its tiny heart knocking against the barrier. Bramble's eyes sparkled with understanding. A deep-down star mole, he breathed, peering gently at the sleeping creature in the basket. Rare as moonbeams in daylight, they navigate the hidden veins of earth magic. Must have taken a wrong turn, drawn by the smell of your baking, Macy. Got itself stuck between the deep paths in our cellar wall. He chuckled softly. No wonder it was hungry, trapped between worlds takes energy. The star mole stayed for a few days, regaining its strength in the warmth of the bakery, feasting on crusts and biscuit crumbs. Macy named it Pip for its tiny size and quiet cheer-ups. Soon Pip grew restless, nudging towards the door at dusk. Macy and Bramble took it to the base of the Whisperwood Hills, near the Singing Stones. Pip nuzzled Macy's hand gratefully, then burrowed into the soft earth at the base of a large, mossy boulder. With a final shimmer and a soft pop of displaced air, it vanished, sinking into the hidden pathways below. The thumping in the wall ceased. The pastries remained safe. But Willowbrook Hollow gained a gentle legend. Sometimes on clear nights, villagers might glimpse tiny, sparkling footprints near their gardens, leading to a crumb left out thoughtfully. And Macy always baked a few extra star anise biscuits, leaving them near the hearth or on the back step, just in case a little lost traveler needed a guide home. She learned that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not with force, but with kindness, observation, and a warm heart. And as she drifted to sleep each night in the cozy room above the bakery, the only sounds were the settling of the old building and the comforting crackle from the hearth below, a lullaby of warmth and peace in their enchanted little corner of the world. The mystery hadn't brought fear, but a deeper connection to the quiet magic woven into the fabric of their home, a reminder that even the smallest knocks deserve a patient, listening ear and a welcoming crumb. Story 15. In the cozy village of Meadowshire, nestled between rolling lavender hills and a forest of whispering pines, life flowed as gently as a summer stream. Chimneys puffed wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and hearth warmth. Garden gates creaked friendly greetings, and fireflies danced like floating embers at dusk. But one autumn morning, a curious mystery began. Young Theo, whose cottage sat beside the old stone bakery, woke to find his pantry in disarray. The jars of honey weren't on their shelf, but arranged in a perfect spiral on the floor. No honey was missing, only moved. How peculiar, he murmured, rubbing sleep from his eyes. By the next dawn, 3 more villagers whispered of similar oddities. Mrs. Bramble's cheese wheels were stacked into wobbling towers. Old Mr. Fern's carrots formed intricate patterns like sunbursts across his kitchen tiles. Each time a faint, sweet fragrance lingered, like crushed wildflowers and sugar-dusted plums, and if one looked closely before the sun rose high, tiny footprints glimmered on the floorboards, vanishing like dew. The village hummed with soft concern. Had a trickster sprite slipped in? Or was the forest magic stirring restlessly? Theo, with his quiet curiosity and keen eyes, decided to unravel the puzzle. He visited Granny Nettle, the village's wise elder, whose cottage perched at the forest's edge. Her home smelled of drying herbs and warm gingerbread, and her fireplace crackled like a contented purr. "Ah, child," she said, stirring a pot of lavender tea. "When strange things happen with kindness, no harm, only wonder, it's often a cry for help disguised as mischief. looked deeper than the footprints. She handed him a magnifying glass carved from enchanted oak. This reveals what daylight hides, and remember, listen with your heart, not just your ears. That night, Theo set a vigil in his pantry, hiding behind a flower-dusted curtain with Granny Nettle's glass. Moonlight spilled through the window, painting silver puddles on the floor. As the village clock chimed midnight, a soft rustling began. Tiny, shimmering creatures, no larger than Theo's thumb, flitted inside. They had wings like dragonfly gauze and eyes like polished river stones. With gentle chirps and clicks, they lifted jars of jam, arranging them into looping circles. Theo's breath caught. House sprites. Shy guardians of hearth and home, they rarely showed themselves to humans. He noticed something else. The sprites avoided the pantry's back corner, where the wall felt damp and cool. One sprite patted the stones there with a worried sigh, its glow dimming. Theo crept out at dawn, heart pounding not with fear but excitement. He gathered the villagers in the square, where morning mist curled around their boots like friendly cats. "It's not mischief," he explained. "The sprites are trying to tell us something." With Granny Nettle's guidance, they followed the damp trail in Theo's pantry down to the bakery cellar, a forgotten space where the walls had cracked during summer rains. Inside, shelves of preserves sat in shadowed puddles. Mold crept over sacks of flour. The sweet scent Theo had noticed. It was the sprites' magic, fighting the decay. They'd moved food to protect it, arranging it to catch the villagers' eyes. With brooms, buckets, and cheerful teamwork, Meadowshire repaired the cellar. Children painted the walls with waterproofing charms, learned from Granny Nettle's dusty tomes, while adults fixed the cracks with mortar mixed with honey for strength. That evening, as stars blinked awake, Theo left a thank-you gift in his pantry, a bowl of cream and wildflower petals. The sprites emerged, trilling melodies like tiny bells. They danced around the bowl, their light washing the room in gold, then vanished, but not before one pressed a shimmering acorn into Theo's palm. Warmth spread through him, carrying a silent promise, "We're watching over you." Life returned to its gentle rhythm, sweeter than before. Pantries stayed orderly, but now villagers often found little surprises. A perfectly ripe berry on a windowsill, or a lost button returned. Theo kept the acorn by his bedside, a reminder that even the smallest voices hold wisdom. On quiet nights he'd watch fireflies dance and smile, knowing friendship had woven itself into the very walls of Meadowshire, as enduring and comforting as the crackle of a hearth. And so, the mystery that began with misplaced honey ended with hearts full of warmth, lulling the village into dreams as soft as falling snow. Story 16. The town of Willowbrook, nestled between the humpbacked hills of Hush and the shimmering silver-glass river, was renowned for two things: its perpetually perfect weather, courtesy of a very old, very sleepy weather dragon who lived in the hills and mostly just sighed gentle breezes, and its remarkable, ever-changing colors. Roofs weren't just red, they shimmered from raspberry to rose gold depending on the hour. Flowers didn't merely bloom, they pulsed with internal light like captured fireflies. Even the cobblestones in the market square shifted through soft pastels. It was a place where joy had a tangible hue. This vibrancy was lovingly tended by two rather unique residents. There was Barnaby, the cloud shepherd. A small man with a beard like spun silver candy, floss, and eyes the shifting blue of a summer sky. Barnaby didn't tend sheep, but clouds. His flock were small, fluffy cumuli that drifted lazily above Willowbrook, occasionally bumping into each other with soft poofs and shedding tiny, flavorful raindrops, lemon drizzle on Tuesdays, lavender mist on Fridays. Barnaby guided them with a long, polished staff made of solidified moonlight, humming tunes that sounded suspiciously like snores. He often napped standing up. His dearest friend was Pippa, the baker of moods. Pippa wasn't tall, but she seemed larger than life, perpetually dusted in flour that sparkled like ground starlight. Her bakery, the Giggling Crust, smelled perpetually of warm cinnamon, caramelized sunshine, and pure contentment. Pippa's speciality wasn't just taste, it was emotion. Her sunshine scones could lift the gloomiest spirit, her tranquil tarts calmed even the most frazzled nerves, and her guffawying gingerbread men were legendary for inducing uncontrollable, happy laughter, usually while doing a little jig. Pippa believed the world needed more joy, one delicious bite at a time. One crisp morning, Willowbrook woke to a dreadful silence. Not an absence of sound, but an absence of color. Overnight, the vibrant magic had drained away. The houses were drab gray, the flowers wilted and brown, the silver-glass river ran dull as lead. Even Barnaby's clouds hung heavy and gray, shedding tasteless, lukewarm water. A collective gasp, then a mournful sigh, rippled through the town. The very air felt heavy, joyless, flat. Pippa, wiping flowerless hands on her apron, which was now a sad beige, rushed out to find Barnaby. He stood in the market square, looking utterly bewildered, his fluffy clouds bumping listlessly above him. "Barnaby, what's happened? It's like someone stole the rainbow," Pippa cried, her usually rosy cheeks pale. Barnaby stroked his silvery beard, a frown creasing his brow. "Not stolen," Pippa laked, the color spring. "I felt it last night in my dreams, a deep, shivering sigh beneath the hills. The source of Willowbrook's color magic has sprung a lake. Deep beneath the hills of Hush, accessible only through a hidden cave known as the Glimmer Grotto, usually lit by luminous moss, lay the color spring. It wasn't water but pure, liquid light, bubbling up from the heart of the world, infused with every hue imaginable. Its magic seeped upwards, painting Willowbrook with its joyful palette. A leak meant the magic was draining away, deep into the earth. "We have to fix it," Pippa declared, her usual spark momentarily flickering back. But how? No one knows the way to the color spring except the stories, and they're a bit wobbly. "Ah," Barnaby said, a glint returning to his sky-blue eyes. "Stories are wobbly, but clouds have long memories, especially my clouds. They drift over everything. Percival here," he patted a particularly puffy gray cloud drifting low, overheard the luminous lichens singing the way last Midsummer's Eve. "It's a song path." Percival the cloud gave a soft, affirmative poof, releasing a scent like old parchment and damp moss. Barnaby closed his eyes, listening intently to the cloud's susurrus. "Right then, to the Whispering Woods. The entrance is behind Old Man Hemlock's talking oak, though the oak hasn't spoken since the great acorn shortage of 72-bit Grumpy." Their quest began. The Whispering Woods, usually alive with emerald and jade light, were shrouded in oppressive gray. The trees sighed mournfully. Finding the grumpy oak was easy. It was the one radiating an aura of profound sulkiness. Behind its massive trunk, half hidden by faded ferns, was a crack in the hillside, barely large enough to squeeze through the Glimmer Grotto entrance, now utterly dark. "Righty-ho," Barnaby chirped, pulling a small, perpetually glowing dandelion clock from his pocket. It currently showed nap time. In we go. The cave was cool and damp, the silence profound. Barnaby's dandelion cast a feeble yellow light. They shuffled forward, the ground sloping gently downwards. Suddenly, Pippa gasped. "Barnaby, look." Scattered across the cave floor like fallen stars were tiny, faintly glowing pebbles. They pulsed with weak colors: a dim ruby, a faded sapphire, a washed-out emerald. "Leaked magic," Barnaby whispered. "Condensed like color candy." He bent down and picked up a pebble the color of weak lemonade. It felt warm and fizzy in his hand. Extraordinary. Further in, the cave opened into a vast cavern. But instead of their expected blinding radiance of the color spring, they found a sad sight. The spring itself was a large, still pool of faintly shimmering liquid, but its vibrant flow had dwindled to a mere trickle. Worse, the cavern walls, usually covered in luminous, color-shifting moss and crystals, were dull and dark. And the like. It was obvious. A large, jagged crack had opened in the cavern floor near the spring's edge, and the precious, colorful magic was slowly, steadily draining into it with a faint, sorrowful gloop. "Oh dear," Pippa murmured, her heart sinking. "How do we plug a crack in the world?" Barnaby scratched his head. Plug. Percival mentioned something about the luminous lichens' song, something about the root of laughter mends the deepest crack, bit cryptic even for lichen. Laughter. Pippa's eyes widened. She looked down at her apron pocket, where she always kept a small pouch of emergency baking supplies. "Barnaby, I have an idea, but it's a bit unconventional, and it might involve your clouds." Barnaby beamed. "Unconventional is my middle name. Well, actually it's Aloysius, but unconventional suits me better. What's the plan, Pippa?" Pippa pulled out her pouch. Inside were tiny, concentrated balls of dough, her experimental instant giggle gumdrops. They were potent. One could make a badger breakdance. "We need laughter, big, booming, joyful laughter, the deepest, happiest sound we can make," the song said, the root of laughter. I think the laughter needs to go down the crack, to where the magic is draining, to remind it of joy." "But how?" Barnaby asked, eyeing the gloomy crack. Pippa grinned, a spark of her old mischief returning. "Your clouds, Barnaby, they absorb things right, moods, scents, what about sound?" Barnaby's eyes lit up like twin moons. "By the sleepy dragon snores, Pippa, you're a genius. Percival, Reginald, Beatrice, formation huddle." He tapped his moonbeam staff 3 times. 3 of his fluffiest clouds drifted down, forming a tight cluster just above the crack. They looked like gloomy, gray pillows. Pippa carefully placed 3 instant giggle gumdrops onto her palm. "Right, clouds, this might feel ticklish." She tossed the gumdrops high into the air. The clouds, instinctively curious, drifted upwards and enveloped them with soft poofs. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a faint tremor ran through Percival. A tiny snort escaped Reginald. Beatrice wobbled violently. Suddenly, all 3 clouds began to vibrate. A low rumble started deep within them, growing louder and higher. It wasn't rain, it wasn't wind, it was laughter. Deep, belly-shaking, utterly infectious laughter. The clouds pulsed, expanding and contracting, their grayness momentarily shot through with streaks of effervescent pink and electric blue as the gumdrop magic took hold. The sound waves, amplified and focused by the cloud formation, boomed downwards, funneling directly into the jagged crack in the earth. The cavern echoed with the sound of cloud hysterics. The gloop of draining magic faltered. "More," Pippa cried, tossing another handful of gumdrops. Barnaby joined in, tickling the clouds with his moonbeam staff, adding his own wheezy chuckle to the mix. "Come on, chaps, big ones." The cloud laughter reached a crescendo, a sonic boom of pure, unadulterated joy. It shook the cavern walls. Dust drifted from the ceiling. The still pool of the color spring began to ripple. And then a miraculous thing happened. Deep within the crack, a sound answered. Not an echo, but a new sound. A low, resonant chuckle. Then another. And another. It grew into a deep, earthy, rumbling laughter that vibrated up through the rock. The very roots of the hills were laughing. As the subterranean laughter met the booming cloud laughter, the jagged crack began to glow. Not with escaping magic, but with a warm, golden light. Fibrous strands, like luminous roots woven from pure sunlight, pushed up from the depths. They wove themselves across the crack, knitting the earth back together with threads of solidified joy. the gloop silenced. The drain was stopped. The effect was instantaneous. As the last golden root sealed the crack, the color spring gave a mighty, joyous burble. A geyser of pure, liquid rainbow erupted upwards, showering the cavern in a dazzling, multi-hued spray. The light hit the dormant moss and crystals on the walls. Instantly they blazed back to life, pulsing with vibrant colors that danced across the cavern's sapphire blues, emerald greens, ruby reds, topaz yellows, amethyst purples. It was like standing inside a kaleidoscope spun by a happy giant. The magic surged upwards, flowing through the glimmer grotto, out into the whispering woods, and flooding back into Willowbrook. Pippa and Barnaby, soaked in rainbow mist and laughing themselves now, stumbled back out of the cave just as the color tsunami hit the town. Gray roofs erupted into shimmering mosaics. Brown flowers exploded into fireworks of petals. The silver-glass river sparkled like a river of diamonds under 1,000 suns. Barnaby's clouds, released from their gumdrop-induced hysteria, puffed up into glorious, sunlit white, drifting happily and shedding delicate vanilla-scented raindrops. The air itself hummed with restored vibrancy. Willowbrook erupted in cheers. The townsfolk poured into the market square, blinking in the dazzling light, their faces reflecting the returned joy. Pippa and Barnaby were hailed as heroes. But the best part, the unexpected twist. Where the golden roots of laughter had sealed the crack in the color spring cavern, something new had grown. Tiny crystalline flowers had bloomed on the cavern floor, their petals shimmering with captured laughter. And they bore fruit, small round berries that glowed with a soft, golden light. Pippa, ever the baker, carefully collected some. Back at the giggling crust, she experimented. She discovered that grinding the berries into her flour produced pastries that didn't just evoke emotions, but created tiny, harmless, and utterly delightful illusions of joy. A bite of her new chuckling croissant might make a tiny, shimmering butterfly made of light flutter around your head. A nibble of a mirthful muffin could summon a brief, miniature rainbow that arched over your teacup. They were an instant sensation, adding a whole new layer of harmless, whimsical magic to Willowbrook. As for the crack, it remained sealed, but occasionally, if you pressed your ear very close to the ground near the hills of Hush on a very quiet evening, you might hear it. Not a groan, not a sigh, but a faint, contented, subterranean chuckle, the sound of the earth itself remembering how to laugh, thanks to a baker, a cloud shepherd, and 3 very ticklish clouds. And every night, as Willowbrook glowed softly under the starlight, the colors seemed just a little brighter, the air a little sweeter, infused with the enduring magic of a laughter that mended the world. The gentle sigh of the sleepy weathered dragon above sounded suspiciously like a contented sigh of amusement, lulling the vibrant town into peaceful, joyful dreams. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the seasons danced with particular grace. Spring arrived in a flurry of cherry blossoms, summer painted the hills emerald, autumn cloaked everything in fiery gold, and winter tucked the land beneath a soft, white blanket. But for Cora, the village gardener whose hands coaxed the most vibrant blooms from the earth, the shifting seasons brought a quiet unease. She cherished the predictable rhythm, the familiar faces of her flowers. Change, even the beautiful, natural change of the seasons, felt like a small loss, a goodbye to something cherished. Cora's garden was legendary. Roses climbed stone walls in cascades of crimson and cream, tulips stood tall like cheerful soldiers in spring, and lavender hedges hummed with drowsy bees in summer. Yet this year, as autumn began to paint the edges of the maple leaves with russet, a peculiar stillness settled over Cora's beloved plot. The late summer blooms, the asters and goldenrod seemed to droop prematurely, their colors muted. A single, persistent thorn vine, unlike anything Cora had planted, began snaking its way up her prize-winning rose trellis, its dark, twisted stems seemingly immune to her careful pruning. It's just the turn of the season, dear, murmured old Finn, the village woodcarver, watching Cora fret over a wilting cluster of purple canneflowers one crisp morning. His workshop, smelling sweetly of cedar and beeswax, stood next to her garden gate. He carved intricate creatures from fallen branches, each one seeming to hold a spark of life. Things must make way for the new. But it feels different, Cora sighed, brushing soil from her worn apron. The earthy scent usually soothed her, but today it felt heavy. Like the garden itself is holding its breath, and this thorn vine its stubborn Finn. It doesn't belong. Finn nodded, his kind eyes crinkling. Perhaps it belongs more than you think. Sometimes the most unexpected things grow in the spaces where we feel loss. Give it time and perhaps a little less worry. That night under a sky dusted with the first frosty stars, Cora sat by her small hearth, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows. A feeling of melancholy wrapped around her like a shawl. She missed the vibrant energy of high summer, the bustling bees, the riotous colors. The approaching winter felt like a vast, empty space. As she drifted towards sleep, a soft, silvery light pulsed from her window. Drawn to it, Cora peered out. Her garden was bathed in moonlight, but it was transformed. Where the thorn vine crept, delicate, luminous buds had unfurled. They weren't like any flower Cora knew. Their petals shimmered like captured moonlight, soft blues and silvers, and tiny sparks like miniature stars drifted lazily around them, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the frost-kissed ground. The air hummed with a faint, musical vibration, like distant wind chimes. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly strange, and it filled Cora with a confusing mix of awe and profound sadness. The familiar was gone, replaced by this alien magic. The next day the luminous blooms were gone, leaving only the stubborn thorn vine. But the feeling lingered. Cora found herself hesitant to prune the vine, her usual decisive snips replaced by a gentle touch. She confided in Luna, the village baker, whose warm kitchen perpetually smelled of cinnamon and rising dough. Luna listened patiently as Cora kneaded frustration into a lump of bread dough on Luna's flour-dusted table. "It sounds like moon bloom," Luna said thoughtfully, her voice as warm as her oven's. "My grandmother spoke of them, rare as stardust. They say they only appear when a heart is ready to grow, even if it doesn't feel ready. They mirror the unseen changes within." She placed a comforting hand over Cora's floury one. "Change is the yeast in the dough, Cora. Without it, nothing rises. Perhaps your garden isn't wilting, perhaps it's just shifting. Making space for something new, something only you can help it become." Cora pondered Luna's words. Her garden was her heart, reflected in petals and leaves. If the garden felt stuck, resistant, maybe it was because she was. The thorn vine, the wilting flowers, the mysterious moon bloom, they weren't just happenings, they were reflections. She thought of the seasons she loved, yet feared to let go of. Each one ended, making way for the next unique beauty. That evening, instead of fighting the thorn vine, Cora sat beside it on a worn wooden bench as twilight deepened. She breathed in the cool, damp air, scented with decaying leaves and the promise of frost, the unique perfume of autumn. She touched the rough bark of the vine, not to cut, but to feel its life. "What are you trying to tell me?" she whispered, her breath a puff of mist in the chill air. As darkness fully embraced the valley, the silvery light pulsed again. This time Cora stayed outside. The moon bloom unfurled before her eyes, more magnificent than the night before. The star sparks swirled closer, brushing her cheeks with a cool, tingling sensation that wasn't unpleasant, like tiny snowflakes made of light. A wave of profound peace washed over her, mingled with a sharp pang of grief for the summer past. She let the tears come, quiet tears for the beauty that was gone, even as she marveled at the beauty unfolding right before her. Night after night, Cora returned to the bench. Sometimes Finn joined her, carving small owls that seemed to watch the moon bloom with wise, wooden eyes. Sometimes Luna brought steaming mugs of spiced cider, the warmth a counterpoint to the cool magic. They didn't offer solutions, only quiet companionship, their presence a gentle reminder that she wasn't alone in the face of change. One particularly cold night, a harsh wind whipped through the valley. Cora rushed outside, fearing for the delicate moon bloom. She found the luminous petals trembling, the star sparks scattered and dimming. Instinctively, she knelt beside the vine. Instead of trying to shield it physically, she focused her worry, her care, her acceptance. She pictured the vine strong, the blooms resilient, not fighting the wind but bending with it. She whispered encouragement not just to the plant but to herself. It's okay to bend, it's okay to change, you can weather this. As she poured her calm intention into the earth, a soft, golden light emanated from her palms, warming the soil around the vine's base. The shimmering petals steadied. The star sparks gathered, glowing brighter than before, swirling protectively around the blooms and around Cora herself. The wind still blew, but the moon bloom stood resilient, bathed in both moonlight and the gentle, warm glow from Cora's hands. She realized the magic wasn't just in the garden, it was flowing through her. Her acceptance, her willingness to embrace the change instead of resisting it, was the key. The next morning, a transformation had occurred. The persistent thorn vine hadn't vanished, but it was now woven through with softer, greener tendrils bearing clusters of tiny, fragrant white flowers like miniature stars. The wilting asters and coneflowers hadn't miraculously revived. Instead, in the spaces where they had faded, new shoots were pushing through the soil shoots unlike any Cora had planted. They unfurled leaves of deep amethyst and silver-veined green, promising unknown blossoms yet to come. The garden wasn't returning to its old self. It was becoming something entirely new, a tapestry woven with threads of the familiar and the magically unexpected. Winter arrived, blanketing Willowbrook in pristine silence. Cora's garden slept, but differently. The thorn and star vine lay dormant, but the strange new shoots rested beneath the snow, holding their vibrant colors like secrets. Cora spent her days sketching the moonbloom from memory, studying the new plants in her gardening books, finding no matches, and sharing warm cider with Finn and Luna in their cozy workshops and kitchens. The melancholy had lifted, replaced by a quiet anticipation, a sense of partnership with the natural world's endless cycle of transformation. When spring finally peeked through the melting snow, Cora's garden awoke in a breathtaking spectacle. The mysterious shoots burst forth with flowers that seemed spun from dawn light, soft peach, luminous lavender, and petals that shifted color like opals in the sun. The thorn vine bloomed anew, its luminous moonbloom now mingling with the fragrant white stars and the resilient dark stems, creating an archway of breathtaking, paradoxical beauty, strength and softness, light and shadow woven together. Bees, drawn by an irresistible new perfume, buzzed with renewed vigor. Children stopped by the gate, wide-eyed, calling it the wishing garden. Cora tended her transformed paradise, her hands gentle and sure. She no longer mourned the passing of each season with dread, but with gratitude for what it had given and a joyful curiosity for what would come next. She understood now that personal growth, like the garden's magic, wasn't about erasing the past or clinging to the familiar. It was about allowing the old to make space for the new, embracing the unexpected thorns that might lead to the most luminous blooms, and discovering that the greatest magic often resided within one's own heart, waiting to be nurtured by acceptance and kind companionship. The beauty wasn't just in the flowers, it was in the constant, gentle unfolding, a quiet, magical discovery that brought peace deeper than any unchanging garden ever could. And as the fire crackled in her hearth each evening, casting warm light on sketches of moon bloom and opal flowers, Cora knew that change, embraced with an open heart, was the most enchanting magic of all. Story 18. The village of Meadows Rest nestled in a valley where the seasons danced with particular grace. Spring painted the hillsides in wildflowers, summer filled the orchards with buzzing life, autumn draped the trees in fiery cloaks, and winter tucked the land under a silent quilt of snow. Most villagers flowed with this rhythm like the gentle creek that wound through their homes. But young Eris felt differently. Change, even the beautiful, predictable change of seasons, filled him with a quiet dread. The fading light of autumn made him yearn for the long, steady days of summer. The first buds of spring felt like a demand he wasn't ready to meet. He liked things settled. One crisp autumn morning, Eris noticed something peculiar sprouting beside the crooked stone wall at the edge of his family's cottage garden. It was a single, slender stalk, unlike any weed or flower he knew, shimmering with a faint, internal light the color of dawn mist. Intrigued despite himself, he didn't pull it. Days passed and the stalk grew taller, developing 3 tightly furrowed buds at its tip. Stranger still, Eris noticed that when he felt particularly anxious about the shortening days or the chill in the air, the buds seemed to shrink, their light dimming. When he managed a moment of calm, perhaps watching squirrels gather nuts, the buds relaxed slightly, the light warming to a soft gold. He mentioned it to Elder Moira, who tended the village's oldest herb garden. Her eyes, the color of weathered bark, crinkled at the corners. "Ah, the heartsease bloom," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "Rare indeed, it doesn't grow for the garden, Eris. It grows with the gardener. It mirrors what's inside." Eris frowned. "Mirrors, what does that mean?" "It means," Moira said gently, patting the soil around a clump of lavender, "that bloom reacts to you, to your feelings about change, about growth itself. It thrives on acceptance, wilts with resistance." She handed him a small, smooth watering can shaped like a teardrop. "Try tending it, not forcing it, mind. Just be with it, see what happens." Tending the heartsease became Eris's secret task. He'd kneel beside it as the afternoon sun slanted golden, the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves thick in the air. He'd simply breathe, watching the buds. Some days his dread about the coming winter was a heavy stone in his chest. The buds would tighten, their light turning a cool, anxious blue. He'd sigh, the sound lost in the rustling breeze. "It's just everything shifts," he'd whisper to the plant, as if confessing. Summer was safe, known, winter it's unknown, cold, long. One afternoon his neighbor, a cheerful girl named Bryn with hair like spun sunshine, skipped over. She carried a basket of late apples. "What's that funny little plant, Eris?" she asked, peering curiously. Eris, usually shy about his worries, found himself explaining the heartsease and his struggle. Bryn listened, her head tilted, munching an apple. "Winter's got good bits too," she declared, juice glistening on her chin. "Like crackling fires and hot spiced cider and stories by the hearth and snowball fights, and the stars look brighter when it's cold, you know." She offered him an apple. "Maybe your glowy plant just needs to know about the nice parts." Her simple, bright perspective was like a shaft of sunlight piercing Eris's gloom. He took the apple, its crisp sweetness, a burst of autumn on his tongue. That evening, as he sat by the heartsease, watching the first stars prick the twilight sky, he didn't just think of winter's chill. He thought about the warmth of the hearth, the taste of cider, the hush of snow. He felt a flicker of curiosity. The buds responded instantly. One unfurled just a fraction, revealing a petal the color of molten honey, radiating a gentle warmth that countered the evening chill. Eris gasped. It wasn't forced, it was a reflection. Bryn's words had shifted something inside him, and the bloom echoed it. The transformation was slow, mirroring Eris's own internal journey. Another bud unfurled after a long talk with Elder Moira. She spoke of the garden's cycle, how the seeming death of winter was merely a deep rest, essential for the explosion of life in spring. Resistance is like trying to hold back the creek Aris, she said, her hands busy weaving dried herbs. You just tire yourself, flow with it, find the beauty in each bend. That night, contemplating the necessity of rest, the second bloom opened, a soft, soothing violet light pulsing like a quiet heartbeat. But the third bud remained stubbornly closed. Aris felt he'd made progress. He appreciated autumn's fiery beauty more, looked forward to the cozy evenings. Yet a core of apprehension about the depth of winter, the long nights, the potential isolation, lingered like a shadow. He tried willing the bud open, focusing hard, but it only seemed to pull tighter, its light dimming to a worried gray. Frustration bubbled within him. He confided in Tomas, the village woodcarver, a man of few words but deep kindness. Aris found him carving a badger from a block of walnut wood beside his crackling forge. The wood, Tomas rumbled, his chisel moving with patient certainty. It tells you where it wants to go. You don't force the shape. You listen. You find the badger hiding inside. He held up the half-formed creature. Your heart, lad, it's like the wood, and that bloom, it's just showing you what's already there. Stop pushing. Start listening. Aris sat by the heartsease that night under a full moon, silvering the frost-kissed garden. Instead of wrestling with his fear, he simply sat with it. He acknowledged the cold dread about the long nights, the feeling of being shut in. He didn't push it away, he let it be there like a quiet companion. And then, listening as Tomas advised, he listened deeper. Beneath the dread, he found a quiet space. A space for reflection. For reading the old stories by candlelight. For the deep, restorative silence that only winter could bring. He thought of the badger Tomas was carving, snug in its set, resting and waiting. There was peace in that thought, a deep, earthy calm. As this profound acceptance washed over him, a soft chime like tiny crystal bells filled the air. The third bud unfurled slowly, majestically. It wasn't gold or violet, but a pure, radiant white light, cool and serene like moonlight on snow. It pulsed gently, bathing Aris and the entire garden corner in its ethereal glow. The three blooms warm gold, soothing violet, serene white stood together on the slender stalk, their combined light creating a small sphere of profound peace and harmony. The air hummed faintly, smelling of clean snow, sun-warmed earth, and distant spring rain all at once. Aris didn't leap for joy. He sat perfectly still, tears welling silently. It wasn't just the magical bloom, it was the unlocking of something deep within himself. He hadn't conquered his fear of change, he had made peace with it. He understood its place, just as he understood the necessity of winter. He saw the beauty not just in the comfortable summer, but in the entire, ever-turning cycle. The heartsease hadn't changed him. It had shown him who he already was beneath the resistance. The winter that followed was indeed long and cold. Snow piled high against the cottage walls, and nights stretched like dark velvet. But Aris found himself noticing different things. The incredible silence after a snowfall, broken only by the creak of branches. The way firelight danced on the hearthstones, weaving tales of its own. The sharp, clean taste of air on a frosty morning. He read stories, helped Tomas in the warm workshop, shared laughter and spiced cider with Bryn and others by the fire. He even started carving a small piece of wood himself, patiently listening for the shape within. The heartsease bloom remained, a constant, gentle beacon beside the stone wall. Its light shifted, subtly warming on days filled with shared laughter, deepening to cool violet during quiet moments of reflection, glowing serene white during peaceful nights. It became a symbol, not just for Aris, but for the whole village, of the quiet magic that unfolds when one embraces the natural flow of life, finding beauty and wisdom in every season of the heart. One particularly cold, clear night, deep in winter, Aris stood by the bloom, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket. The stars blazed overhead, impossibly bright in the frozen air. The heartsease pulsed its serene white light, mingling with the starlight. He touched a cool, luminous petal, no longer with anxiety, but with deep gratitude. The change within him felt complete, not an ending, but a harmonious beginning. He knew spring would come again, with its own demands and delights. But now he understood. He was part of the dance, not fighting against it. He breathed in the icy air, feeling a profound sense of belonging, of peace, and of quiet, magical wonder, as the gentle light of the bloom and the ancient stars held him in their soft, eternal embrace. The cottage, the sleeping village, the valley under its blanket of snow all rested in a deep, contented silence, cradled by the enduring magic of acceptance and the gentle, luminous proof of a heart that had learned to bloom through every season. Story 19. Lily always felt like a dandelion seed caught in the wrong breeze. While other children in Meadowbrook village raced through the cobblestone streets, their laughter echoing off the thatched roofs, she preferred the quiet company of moss-covered stones and the whispering willows by the river. Her hands, often stained with soil or charcoal from sketching, felt clumsy holding skipping ropes but infinitely gentle when tracing the veins of a fallen leaf. It was during one such solitary exploration, deep within the whispering woods where sunlight fell in emerald shafts through the ancient canopy, that she discovered the crack in the great sycamore. It wasn't much to look at, a jagged fissure no wider than her hand, half hidden behind cascading ferns dripping with morning dew. But when Lily pressed her palm against the cool, damp bark, a faint melody hummed against her skin, like the vibration of a plucked harp string buried deep within the earth. Curiosity, a flickering candle in her quiet heart, flared brighter than fear. She wriggled through the narrow opening, the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed blueberries, filling her nose. The world tilted, compressed, then unfolded into breathtaking splendor. Sunhaven Hollow wasn't just a hidden world. It was a symphony of light and life woven into the very heart of the forest. Trees here shimmered with leaves like spun sapphire and topaz, their trunks adorned with glowing amber veins. Flowers pulsed with soft, internal light, casting dancing shadows on paths paved with iridescent river stones. Crystal-clear streams chuckled over pebbles that sang faint, harmonious notes when touched by the water. And the air. It tasted of wild honey, cool mint, and the electric tang of pure magic. Lily stood frozen, her worn boots sinking slightly into luminous moss that felt like velvet, her wide eyes reflecting the impossible beauty. Her gasp startled a nearby creature. From behind a cluster of luminous moon petals emerged a badger. But this was no ordinary badger. He stood nearly waist-high to Lily, his thick fur a tapestry of storm-cloud gray and silver, striped with bands of deep indigo that seemed to shift like twilight shadows. A single curved horn, the color of polished obsidian, spiraled proudly from his brow. His eyes, large and intelligent, were the luminous gold of twin harvest moons, currently narrowed in suspicion. "You," he rumbled, his voice surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones grinding softly together. "You are not supposed to be here, surface walker." He sniffed the air cautiously. "You smell of damp wool and worry." Lily, heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird, managed a shaky curtsy. I'm Lily. I found the crack. I didn't mean to intrude." Her voice sounded thin and small in the vast, vibrant hollow. The badger huffed, a puff of silvery mist escaping his nostrils. "Intrude, you've breached the veil, child. I am Bramblethorn, guardian of the sunward glade. This place is not for your kind. The veil thins enough as it is." He turned, his heavy body surprisingly graceful, clearly dismissing her. "Leave now, before the weave notices your intrusion." But Lily didn't move. Her artist's eye was captivated by the intricate patterns swirling faintly in the air around Bramblethorn's horn, like heat haze over summer fields, yet pulsing with a soft, internal light. "Your horn," she breathed, forgetting her fear for a moment. "It's beautiful, like captured starlight." Bramblethorn paused, glancing back, his golden eyes reflecting surprise. No surface walker had ever commented on the weave lines visible only to hollow dwellers. "It is the weave," he said gruffly, though his tone softened a fraction. "The living magic of Sunhaven. Now go." Just as Lily's shoulders slumped, ready to retreat, a discordant note shattered the peaceful hum of the hollow. A patch of the luminous moss beneath a nearby shimmerwood tree abruptly withered, turning a sickly, ashen gray. The air above it grew heavy and still, smelling faintly of rust and decay. The cheerful song of the stream stones nearby faltered into a dull clunk. Bramblethorn stiffened, a low growl vibrating in his chest. "The blight," he whispered, the word heavy with dread. He nudged the gray moss with his snout, and it crumbled into dust. "It spreads faster." He looked at Lily, a complex war of pride and desperation in his ancient eyes. "Your intrusion might be a ripple in the weave I cannot ignore. Perhaps you saw something on the surface, anything unusual near the great sycamore." Lily thought of the murky, sluggish water in the stream bordering the village, the strange metallic scent that sometimes drifted from the old, abandoned mill upstream. She'd sketched the dead fish she'd found washed ashore just last week. There's something wrong with the water near the old mill," she offered hesitantly. "It smells bad and the fish are sick." Bramblethorn's gaze sharpened. "The source stream, its roots touch both worlds. Poison in your world seeps into ours, twisting the weave, causing this blight." He looked at the spreading gray patch, then back at Lily. "Guardians are bound to the hollow. We cannot cross the veil to the surface to mend the source. The weave rejects us beyond the cracks." He sighed, a sound like wind through barren branches. "But you walked through." A spark of understanding ignited in Lily. "You need someone to go back, to find what's poisoning the stream." "Need." Bramblethorn snorted, shifting his massive paws. "It is a possibility, but you are small, surface walker, and untrained. The source of this poison could be dangerous." Yet the desperation in his eyes was plain. The blight was a creeping shadow threatening his entire world. Lily looked around Sunhaven Hollow, the singing streams, the glowing flowers, the impossible beauty that felt more like home than her own village ever had. She thought of the dead fish, the murky water, the villagers who dismissed it as just a bad season. This hidden world needed help, and she, the quiet girl everyone overlooked, might be the only one who could bridge the gap. Her usual worry felt distant, replaced by a fierce, protective warmth blooming in her chest. "I'll help," she said, her voice firmer now. "Tell me what to look for." An unlikely alliance was forged. Bramblethorn, bound by ancient magic to Sunhaven, became Lily's guide to its wonders and its peril. He showed her the glimmerflies, tiny winged lights that communicated through complex dances, reflecting the weave's health. Their movements were becoming sluggish and erratic near the blight patches. He taught her to listen to the song of the stones. The deeper the note of a stream stone, the purer the water flowing over it. The blighted areas produced only dissonant thuds. He explained the heart moss, the luminous carpet covering Sunhaven, was the physical manifestation of the weave itself. Its graying was a direct symptom of the poison's invasion. In return, Lily offered her unique perspective. She sketched the blight patterns, noticing they often spread along unseen lines that mirrored the underground streams feeding the village river. She described the surface world with an artist's detail: the rusty pipes near the mill, the strange, acrid-smelling barrels half buried in the riverbank mud. Bramblethorn, who perceived the world through the flow of the weave, found her observations startlingly insightful. He grumbled about her surface clumsiness when she tripped over a glowing root, but a grudging respect grew. He shared stories of Sunhaven's history, of times when the Vale was stronger, and the Hollow thrived in vibrant isolation. Lily, in turn, shared her sketches of Meadowbrook, her quiet loneliness, her love for the subtle beauty others missed. One afternoon, as they traced a particularly aggressive blight tendril, snaking towards the crystal falls where the water cascaded in liquid rainbows, singing pure, clear notes, they found the source of the corruption within the hollow itself. A fissure had opened in the bank of the source stream, directly below the great sycamore's roots on the surface side. From it oozed a viscous, iridescent sludge the color of tarnished oil, smelling sharply of metal and rot. Where it touched the heart moss, the vibrant green instantly withered to ash. The stones here didn't clunk, they groaned. "It's worse than I feared," Bramblethorn murmured, his horn pulsing erratically as he tried to sense the sludge's origin through the weave. The effort seemed to pain him. "This poison, it severs the weave lines, like cutting threads in a tapestry. If it reaches the crystal falls, the heart song of Sunhaven will falter, and the blight will consume everything." He looked at Lily, his golden eyes filled with a grave urgency that erased any trace of grumpiness. "You must find its source on the surface, Lily, and stop it, quickly. I will hold the blight here as long as I can, weaving barriers, but the poison is strong. It resists our magic." The weight of the task settled on Lily's shoulders, heavy but not crushing. She thought of the rusty pipes, the barrels. "The old mill," she said decisively. "It has to be." She took a deep breath, the sweet air of Sunhaven filling her lungs, strengthening her resolve. "I'll go now." Bramblethorn nudged her gently with his massive head, a surprisingly tender gesture. "Take this," he rumbled. A single, luminous petal from a nearby moonflower detached itself and floated into Lily's palm. It glowed with a soft, steady light. "It is bound to the heart moss. It will glow brighter the closer you are to the source of the poison, and it will let me know if you are safe." He paused, his gruff voice softening further. "Be careful, Lily of the Surface. Sunhaven Hollow and this guardian have grown fond of your quiet presence." Tucking the glowing petal safely into her pocket, its light a comforting warmth against her leg, Lily scrambled back through the crack in the great sycamore. The vibrant magic of Sunhaven vanished, replaced by the familiar, muted greens and browns of the Whispering Woods. But she saw it differently now. She saw the veins of the weave beneath the surface, the delicate balance Bramblethorn had described. The village stream, once just water, now seemed like a vital artery, and its murkiness was a glaring wound. Following the stream upstream towards the derelict mill, the moon petal in her pocket began to pulse like a frantic heartbeat. The metallic stench grew overpowering. Behind the crumbling stone walls of the mill, hidden by thickets of nettles, she found the source. A cluster of rusted, leaking barrels stamped with faded, skull-and-crossbone symbols. One had cracked open, its viscous, iridescent contents identical to the sludge in Sunhaven, oozing directly into the earth, feeding the stream. Lily knew she couldn't move them alone. She needed help. The thought of confronting the bustling, noisy villagers, of explaining Sunhaven Hollow and poisoned sludge, filled her with familiar dread. But she pictured Bramblethorn weaving desperate barriers against the creeping blight, the glimmerfly's dying light, the silent groan of the song stones. Her own quiet world and the vibrant hidden one were intertwined, both suffering. She couldn't let fear silence her now. She ran back to Meadowbrook, not to her quiet cottage, but straight to the village square where Farmer Oakley was mending a fence and old Nan was selling herbs. Breathless, she held up her sketches, the dead fish, the murky stream, the leaking barrels, the blight patterns she'd seen in Sunhaven mirrored in the dying plants near the stream. She didn't mention badgers with horns or singing stones. She spoke of poisoned water, of sickness spreading from the mill, of the danger to their crops and their own stream. She showed them the glowing moon petal, a tangible piece of magic they couldn't deny, pulsing fiercely as she pointed towards the mill. "The child's got a point," Farmer Oakley grunted, squinting at Lily's detailed drawing of the barrels. "My cows won't touch that downstream water anymore. And my healing herbs by the bank are wilting," old Nan added, her sharp eyes fixed on the glowing petal. "That's no ordinary flower, child, lead on." A small group followed Lily back to the mill. Farmer Oakley, his burly sons, old Nan with her sharp eyes and knowledge of plants, and a few curious others. The sight of the leaking, toxic barrels and the overpowering stench erased any remaining doubt. Working together, they carefully contained the sludge using thick tarpaulins and earth, then dug a deep pit far from the watercourse to bury the barrels safely. They diverted the stream temporarily to cleanse the contaminated soil. Lily directed them, her quiet voice steady, her knowledge gleaned from both her observations and Bramblethorn's teachings about the flow of water and earth. The moon petals' glow gradually softened to a gentle pulse as the source was contained. As the last barrel was buried, Lily felt a familiar vibration against her palm. She excused herself and slipped back to the great sycamore. Wriggling through the crack felt like coming home. Sunhaven Hollow greeted her with a sigh of relief. The air was clear, the scent of honey and mint strong once more. The patch of blight near the Crystal Falls had stopped spreading. The viscous sludge in the fissure was gone, replaced by clear, bubbling water. The withered heart moss around it was already showing faint sparks of green renewal. Bramblethorn stood by the cleansed fissure, looking weary but triumphant. The frantic pulsing of his horn had subsided to a calm, steady rhythm. "You did it, Surface Walker," he rumbled, a warmth in his golden eyes Lily hadn't seen before. He nudged the newly sprouting green moss with his snout. "The poison is stemmed, the weave is healing." The Crystal Falls sang a clear, triumphant note, its rainbow spray catching the light. Glimmerflies performed jubilant dances above the recovering moss. Lily knelt, placing her hand on the warm, vibrant green. She felt a hum of pure, joyful energy flow up her arm, a silent thank you from Sunhaven itself. "I had help," Lily said softly, looking back towards the crack. "People can help when they understand." Bramblethorn huffed, a sound that was almost a chuckle. "Perhaps, but it was your eyes that saw the connection, Lily, your courage that bridged the worlds. You are not just a surface walker anymore. You are a weaver of balance." He settled down beside her on the soft moss. "The veil is still fragile, but now there is a guardian who walks both sides." Lily smiled, a genuine warm smile that lit up her face. She didn't feel like a misplaced dandelion seed anymore. She felt rooted, connected to the vibrant magic of Sunhaven Hollow, to the familiar earth of Meadowbrook, and to the gruff, horned badger who was now her dearest friend. She had found her place, not just in one world, but in the delicate, beautiful space between them, protecting the magic in the moss and the moonlight on the stream. As the eternal twilight of Sunhaven deepened, casting soft, luminous shadows, Lily leaned against Bramblethorn's warm, storm-gray fur. The Crystal Falls sang its soothing lullaby, the glimmerflies wove gentle patterns of light above them, and the heart moss pulsed with a steady, comforting rhythm beneath her hand. Here, nestled between worlds, the quiet girl who listened found a profound peace, knowing that friendship and courage could mend even the deepest cracks, and that sometimes the most important journeys lead you right back home, only seeing it with brand new, wonder-filled eyes. The moss was soft, the badger's fur warm, and the song of the falls wove a blanket of peace over the mended hollow, promising safety and harmony for all who dwelled within its gentle, hidden light. Story 20. On the fog-draped moon of Silence 7, 2 escape pods pierced the atmosphere like falling stars. One carried Xylac, a furry linguist from the marsh planet Veridia, whose emerald fur bristled with raindrops that never dried. The other held Captain Orin, a crystalline engineer from the asteroid colonies of Kesikar, his angular body glittering like fractured quartz. Their ships had collided during a nebulous storm, and now they tumbled toward the whispering woods of forest where trees sang in ultrasonic harmonies and the very air shimmered with magnetic pollen. Xylac's pod sank into a pool of liquid moonlight, the glowing algae clinging to his fur as he scrambled onto mossy banks. Orin crash-landed in a grove of singing ferns, his crystalline joints groaning from impact. When they spotted each other through the bioluminescent mist, fear sparked misunderstandings. To Xylac, Orin's sharp angles and flashing facets resembled the predatory ice shards of Viridian legends. To Orin, Xylac's vibrating whiskers and low chitters seemed like hostile bioscanners used by asteroid pirates. They retreated to opposite clearings, nursing injuries in wary silence. The first challenge came at dusk. The forest's magnetic fields activated ancient defense mechanisms. Stone monoliths rose from the earth, humming with energy beams. Xylac, cornered near a waterfall, trilled a warning as violet light seared toward him. Orin, recalling his mineralogy studies, recognized the resonance frequency. With a sharp stomp of his faceted foot, he shattered a harmonic crystal underfoot. The dissonant screech disrupted the beam, saving Xylac. Why? Xylac chittered, nose twitching at the ozone scent. Orin's chest plates softened to amber his people's hue for confusion. Harmonics follow rules, he hummed. Even stones can be reasoned with. Their second trial revealed deeper wounds. While foraging, Xylac offered Orin a moon apple, its juice glowing like liquid starlight. Orin recoiled. Organic matter clouds my refraction. Xylac's fur dulled to moss-green Viridian shame. Later, when acidic pollen corroded Orin's elbow joint, Xylac timidly approached. Viridian marsh moss neutralizes toxins, he murmured, placing a damp bundle against the fracture. As the moss drew out the poison, Orin felt warmth seep through his crystalline lattice, a sensation unknown on Kesikar. Your raindrops, he observed. They aren't malfunction. Xylac's whiskers trembled. Tears for lost homes. Orin's facets dimmed. Kesikar has no word for crying, only system lakes. The turning point arrived when the forest's core, the heartwood tree, began dying. Its ultrasonic song faltered, causing seismic ripples that threatened to shatter the moon. Xylac, pressing his earfins to the bark, deciphered the lament. Parasitic sonic mites were devouring its roots. Orin scanned the frequencies. They thrive on harmony, we need discord. But his attempts to shatter crystals only agitated the mites. Xylac remembered Viridian swamp bats who hunted via chaotic echoes. Taking Orin's smooth hand facet, he guided it to his throat. Feel vibrations, copy them. Orin's rigid form trembled as he mimicked Xylac's guttural, off-key warble, a sound that felt like sacrilege to his pitch-perfect heritage. Together, they emitted jarring pulses. The mites scattered, repelled by the beautiful imperfection of their duet. In the quiet aftermath, beneath the now steady glow of the heartwood, they shared stories. Orin learned Xylac's aggressive chitters were Viridian lullabies. Xylac discovered Orin's cold silence was Kesikar respect. When rescue ships finally pierced the atmosphere, the friends stood shoulder to facet at the forest's edge. Take this, Orin said, breaking off a small, rainbow-flecked crystal from his pinky joint, a Kesikar gesture of enduring bond. Xylac wove it into his chest fur with dewy vines. Where you go, Xylac sang softly, my rains fall. Orin's entire body gleamed coral, the color of belonging. Years later, on Orin's crystalline balcony overlooking Kesikar's diamond dust storms, a terrarium glowed. Inside, Viridian moon apples grew beside singing ferns, nourished by recycled coolant that now held a single drop of perpetual rain. And when the storms howled, Orin would hum a purposefully off-key melody, smiling as the plants shivered in familiar, comforting disharmony. Across the stars in Xylac's moss-walled study, a prism refracted light into dancing rainbows on his manuscripts, a quiet reminder that some bonds, forged in misunderstanding and watered by tears, grow stronger than gravity. Story 21. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very roots of the world. Here moss grew thick as velvet, cushioning every step, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth after rain. In this place the boundary between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as a dragonfly's wing, and every dewdrop held a tiny universe of possibility. At the forest's heart stood the heartwood tree, older than memory itself. Its bark shimmered with soft, silver light, and its leaves changed with the seasons, emerald in spring, gold in summer, ruby in autumn, and crystalline ice in winter. This tree was the keeper of balance, its roots drinking from hidden springs that fed the entire wood. Around it lived families of creatures who understood their roles, the badgers of Bramble Hollow whose tunnels aerated the soil, the squirrels of Acorn Glade who planted seeds with careful paws, the deer of Silver Meadow whose gentle grazing pruned the undergrowth, and the owls of Moonbeam Ridge whose watchful eyes guarded the night. Among them was a young rabbit named Thistle. His fur was the color of storm clouds, and his eyes held the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Thistle loved to sit beneath the heartwood at twilight, listening to Grandfather Mossback, an ancient turtle whose shell was etched with lichen and time. Mossback's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he shared tales of the forest's magic. "Seasons flow like a river, little one," he'd say, while fireflies painted the air with gold. "Spring's breath awakens the seeds, summer's warmth ripens the fruit, autumn's sigh prepares for rest, and winter's hush renews the earth. All are connected, like threads in a spider's web." But one year the harmony faltered. Spring arrived with a whisper instead of a song. The rains vanished, leaving the soil parched and cracked. Flowers wilted before blooming, and the heartwood's leaves dulled to a sickly gray. The hidden springs dwindled to a trickle, and a strange silence fell. No birdsong at dawn, no frog chorus at dusk. Fear rustled through the woods like dry leaves. Thistle noticed it first. While gathering chamomile near Willow Creek, now just a muddy scar, he saw the water sprites, tiny beings of liquid light who danced in the currents, growing frail and dim. Their laughter, once like chimes, faded to whimpers. "The balance is broken," one sprite wept, her form flickering. "Without rain we cannot feed the roots, and the heartwood weakens." Determined to help, Thistle sought Grandfather Mossback, finding him beneath the drooping fronds of a fern. The old turtle's eyes held deep worry. "This drought is unnatural, child. It speaks of a rift, a forgetting of the old ways." He explained that long ago the forest's weather was guided by the sky drums, stone formations high on Mist Peak Mountain. When struck in rhythm by willing hearts, they called the rains. But the path was treacherous, and the ritual had been lost for generations. Thistle's ears twitched with resolve. "We must try, Grandfather, for the sprites, for the heartwood, for all of us." Mossback nodded slowly. "Wisdom blooms in courage, little one, but no creature can do this alone. Seek the clans." So Thistle journeyed, his paws stirring dust where dew should gleam. He visited Bramble Hollow, where Mother Nettle the badger was teaching her cubs to dig deeper for moisture. "The earth is thirsty," she sighed, mud-caking her snout. "But if the sky drums can bring rain, we will lend our strength." In Acorn Glade, the nutkin squirrels paused their frantic seed-burying. "Harmony is everyone's task," chirped Elder Twig. "We will come." The silver-maned deer, led by gentle staghorn, bowed their antlers. The forest feeds us, we owe it our steps. Even the owls of Moonbeam Ridge, usually aloof, hooted agreement. Balance is the greatest magic, whispered Snowfeather, her feathers like moonlight. We will guide you through the dark. Together they climbed Mist Peak at twilight. The mountain loomed, its rocks sharp and cold, but the creatures moved as one. Badgers clearing debris, squirrels scouting paths, deer carrying the weary, owls lighting the way with soft glows from their eyes. Thistle felt the forest's heartbeat in his own, the crunch of pine needles underfoot, the resinous scent of bark, the distant howl of a wind that carried hope. At the summit the sky drums stood, 3 massive stones, etched with symbols of cloud, droplet, and wind. Mossback's voice trembled with age and awe. Strike them in the rhythm of the heart, not with force, but with love for the woods. Thistle stepped forward, but his paw alone made no sound. Mother Nettle joined him, then Staghorn, then Twig, until every creature pressed close. As one, they touched the drums. A deep, resonant boom echoed, like the first note of a lullaby. Thistle closed his eyes, thinking of cool mud between his toes, of raindrops on clover, of the heartwood's silver glow. Boom, 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 the rhythm swelled, matching the pulse of the forest. Above, the stars blurred as clouds gathered, thick and purple. A warm wind sighed, carrying the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil. Then it came, a single drop on Thistle's nose, then another, until the sky opened in a gentle torrent. Water spilled over the stones, down the mountain, into the waiting roots below. The sprite's laughter rang out again, bright and clear, as they twirled in the newborn streams. By dawn, the whispering woods had transformed. Ferns unfurled in emerald spirals, the heartwood's leaves shimmered with renewed silver, and the air thrummed with birdsong. As the creatures returned home, Thistle sat once more with Mossback beneath the tree. Raindrops sparkled on spiderwebs like diamonds, and the old turtle smiled. You see, little one, magic is not in grand deeds alone, but in many hearts beating as one. The forest remembers now, and so must we. Generations later, when Thistle had children of his own with fur like twilight, he'd bring them to the heartwood, sharing the tale of the sky drums. And on clear nights, if you listened closely, you might hear the faintest boom, boom, boom in the wind, a reminder that balance is kept not by magic alone, but by kindness, courage, and the gentle rhythm of shared purpose. As stars blinked overhead and the fireflies returned to their dances, the woods sighed contentedly, wrapped in the eternal, cozy embrace of harmony. Story 22. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the mist clung like soft, gray silk until mid-morning, and the ancient oaks whispered secrets to those who listened. In a cottage draped with ivy lived a young woman named Anya. Her world was one of quiet routines and familiar comforts, the exact path to the baker's each dawn for warm rye bread, the precise arrangement of her collection of smooth river stones on the windowsill, the comforting rhythm of her embroidery needle dipping in and out of linen. Change, even the shifting patterns of clouds, unsettled Anya. It felt like stepping onto an icy pond, unsure if the surface would hold. This resistance seemed to seep into the very soil around her cottage. While neighbors' gardens burst with vibrant blooms and plump vegetables, Anya's small plot remained stubbornly ordinary. Hardy herbs clung on, and a few determined daisies nodded, but nothing flourished. It was as if the earth itself mirrored her hesitation. Her grandmother, Ilara, a woman whose face was a map of gentle laughter lines, and whose hands were strong from tending her own magnificent, riotous garden, watched Anya with kind concern. Life isn't a tapestry meant to be finished once and admired forever, my dear, Ilara would say, her voice as warm as sun-warmed honey. She stirred a pot of fragrant lavender tea on Anya's hearth. It's meant to be woven, unraveled sometimes, and woven anew with different threads. Even the oak sheds its leaves to make room for new growth. Anya traced the familiar whorls of a river stone. But the old ways are safe, grandmother, predictable. Why must things shift and turn? It feels untidy. Alara smiled, a secret glimmer in her eyes. Perhaps what you need, Anya, is a little magic to help you see the beauty in the untidy. From the deep pocket of her woven shawl, she drew out a small cloth pouch. Inside nestled 3 tiny seeds, unlike any Anya had ever seen. One shimmered with a faint opalescent sheen, another seemed to hold a miniature swirling galaxy within its dark surface, and the third pulsed with a soft, internal golden light. These are heart seeds, my dear, rare and precious. They don't grow in ordinary soil. They grow in the soil of willingness. Anya's breath caught. Magic. In Willowbrook. It felt both thrilling and terrifying. Willingness. Willingness to feel the sun even if it burns a little, to feel the rain even if it chills, to let the wind stir things up, Alara explained gently. Plant them, tend them not just with water, but with an open heart. Watch what happens, both in the garden and within. Hesitantly, Anya took the pouch. The seeds felt warm against her palm, vibrating with a subtle energy. That afternoon she prepared a special patch in her garden, turning the earth with more care than usual, mixing in rich compost Alara brought. With trembling fingers she planted the opalescent, the starry, and the golden seed, whispering a quiet plea to the earth. She watered them diligently, but her usual routine felt insufficient. The seeds demanded something more: her attention, her vulnerability. Days passed. The seed sprouted, a delicate silver shoot from the opalescent seed, a dark, sturdy stem dotted with tiny points of light from the starry seed, and a vibrant green tendril that seemed to glow from within from the golden seed. But then they stalled. The silver shoot trembled, refusing to unfurl leaves. The starry stem drooped. The golden tendril dimmed. Anya's heart sank. She watered more, checked the soil, but the plants seemed listless, sad, mirroring the tightness in her own chest whenever she thought about anything new or different. One misty morning, frustration bubbled over. "See, grandmother," she sighed as Alara arrived with a basket of rosemary sprigs. "Even magic won't grow for me. It's hopeless." She gestured at the struggling seedlings. "They're like me, stuck." Alara knelt beside the patch, her touch light on the silver shoot. "Are you tending the soil of your willingness, Anya, or are you trying to force them into your old patterns?" She looked up, her gaze soft. "Magic, like growth, requires space. It requires letting go of the banks to let the river flow." Later that day, Anya's neighbor, Kale, a young man with eyes the color of moss and a laugh that echoed like bells, bounded over the low stone wall separating their gardens. Kale embraced change like a dance partner, always trying new crafts, exploring new paths in the woods. His garden was a chaotic, joyful explosion of color and life. "Anya, look." He held up a slightly lopsided clay pot he'd just thrown. "First attempt, looks a bit like a drunken badger, but it's mine." He beamed, utterly unbothered by its imperfections. "Say my moonflowers are threatening to strangle the carrots. Could you spare a moment? You've such a gentle touch with plants." Anya hesitated. Her routine involved quiet solitude after midday. But the memory of her wilting heart seeds pricked her conscience. Willingness wasn't helping Kale a small step into the untidy. "All right," she said, the word feeling strange on her tongue. In Kale's vibrant, slightly messy garden, Anya carefully untangled moonflower vines from carrot tops. The air hummed with bees, the scent of damp earth and blooming honeysuckle thick and sweet. Kale chattered about his clumsy pottery attempts and his plan to build a trellis shaped like a dragon. Anya, usually quiet, found herself offering a suggestion about supporting the beans. Kale listened intently, his enthusiasm infectious. As she worked, focusing on the needs of Kale's plants, the knot of anxiety in her own chest began, almost imperceptibly, to loosen. She felt the sun warm her back, heard the unfamiliar melody of Kale's whistling, and didn't flinch. Returning to her own garden as the afternoon light turned golden, Anya stopped short. The silver seedling had unfurled its first leaf, a perfect, heart-shaped leaf shimmering with dew. The starry stem stood a little straighter, its tiny lights glowing brighter. The golden tendril had stretched upwards, its internal light pulsing warmly. It wasn't dramatic, but it was undeniable. Change. Growth. Happening right here, while she wasn't rigidly watching. A spark of understanding, fragile but bright, ignited within her. The magic wasn't forcing growth, it was responding to her inner state. Her resistance was the frost stunting the seeds. Her small act of stepping outside her routine, of connecting, of being present without rigid control, that was the sunlight they needed. From then on, Anya began small experiments in willingness. She took a different path to the baker's, discovering a hidden glade filled with bluebells. She swapped her usual gray thread for a vibrant emerald green in her embroidery, stitching a surprisingly lively leaf pattern. She accepted Kale's invitation to try throwing a pot on his wheel, laughing with genuine delight at the wobbling, muddy mess she created. Each small step felt like loosening a tight band around her heart, and the heartseed garden responded in kind. The silver plant grew into a graceful shrub covered in shimmering heart leaves that chimed softly in the breeze, a sound like distant, happy bells. The starry stem became a small tree, its bark dark and smooth, holding constellations of tiny, living lights that pulsed gently at dusk, casting moving star shadows on the ground. The golden tendril twined up a small trellis Anya built, a little crookedly, embracing imperfection, bursting into luminous golden flowers that smelled like warm honey in sunlight, their glow illuminating the garden path at night. The transformation wasn't just magical, it was deeply personal. Anya still cherished her quiet moments and her river stones, but they were no longer a fortress against the world. They were a comforting center from which she could gently explore. She found joy in the unexpected, a sudden downpour that made the heartseed leaves sparkle wildly, Kale's terrible jokes, the way her once stagnant garden now hummed with life and light. The ordinary herbs and daisies flourished too, basking in the reflected magic and Anya's newfound openness. One evening, as fireflies danced with the starlights in the garden, Anya sat with Alara and Kale on a bench she'd woven from supple willow branches, another new skill learned. They sipped chamomile tea, sweetened with honey from the golden flowers. The air was filled with the soft chime of the silver leaves, the hum of the starlights, and the sweet fragrance of the blooms. "Look at it all," Kale sighed contentedly, gesturing at the luminous garden. "It's like a little piece of the night sky, and sunshine decided to live here." Alara patted Anya's hand, her touch warm and reassuring. The most beautiful transformations often begin with a single, trembling step into the unknown, my dear. You tended the soil of your own heart, and look what bloomed. Anya looked around at her garden, no longer ordinary but extraordinary, a living testament to her journey. The shimmering leaves, the starry points, the golden glow, they weren't just magic. They were mirrors reflecting the light she'd allowed within herself. She thought of the fear of the icy pond, the resistance to the shifting clouds. Now she understood that the ice was an illusion, and the clouds brought the rain that nourished the deepest roots. The change wasn't something to fear, but the very current that carried her towards becoming more fully herself. She took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of magic, earth, and possibility. "It wasn't just the seeds that needed tending, grandmother," she said softly, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. "It was me, and it turns out," she added, her gaze meeting Kale's cheerful one, and then Alara's wise one. "The untidy parts, the changing parts, they hold the most beautiful kind of magic after all." The garden lights pulsed softly in agreement, bathing them all in a warm, comforting glow, a silent lullaby celebrating growth, friendship, and the quiet, courageous beauty of personal discovery. The mist began to gather at the edges of the valley, promising a soft tomorrow, and Anya felt not dread, but a gentle curiosity about what new threads the dawn might bring to her ever-unfolding tapestry. Story 23. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veiled in perpetual twilight, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here dew-kissed spiderwebs glimmered like constellations, and roots cradled secrets older than mountains. Among the mossy hollows dwelled a young hedgehog named Thistle. His quills, soft as dandelion fluff, rustled as he scurried beneath fern fronds heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume of timelessness. One crisp autumn morning, Thistle noticed the forest's pulse faltering. The crystal brook, usually singing with liquid clarity, ran sluggish and murky. Maple leaves, meant to blush crimson gradually, browned at their edges overnight. Even the wind's whisper carried a fretful edge, scattering acorns too soon. Troubled, Thistle sought the oldest guardian of Whisperwood, Alder, a tortoise whose shell bore lichen maps of forgotten storms. Nestled in a grove where silver birches wept amber sap, Alder's voice was the creak of ancient timber. "The heartstone dims, little one," he murmured, eyes like clouded quartz. "When seasons bleed into each other, balance trembles." The heartstone, hidden beneath the weeping willow's roots, was the forest's anchor, a geode pulsing with seasonal magic. Spring's light swirled in its core as emerald mist, summer hummed in golden veins, autumn glowed like molten copper, and winter slept in frosted silver. But now its light flickered weakly, casting sickly shadows over the glow moss. Long ago, Alder recalled, mist blooming with his breath, a drought parched our world. The stone faltered until fireflies wove moonlight into its cracks. Harmony demands all voices, root, wing, and stream. Determined, Thistle embarked on a quest to mend the stone. His journey led him through realms where magic pooled like rainwater. In the glimmer glade he met Luna, a moth with wings dusted in bioluminescent pollen. She fluttered anxiously over wilting moonflowers. "The frost comes too early," she fretted, her wings casting fragile blue light on petals rimed with ice crystals. Without autumn's gentle decay, seeds cannot dream beneath the soil. Together they harvested withered petals, their fragrance, sweet sorrow, filling Thistle's satchel. Deeper still, where fog clung like ghostly lace, Thistle found Brook, a river otter whose laughter usually danced with the currents. Now she floated listlessly by a choked bend in the stream. "Silt smothers the tadpole's nests," she whispered, nudging a stranded minnow with her nose. Thistle dove into the icy water, his paws scooping sludge while Luna's light pierced the gloom. They unearthed smooth stones engraved with runes by long-gone beavers, a testament to ancestral care. Placing them along the banks, the water sighed, clearing to reveal pebbles like scattered quartz. As the first snowflakes dusted the canopy, a premature winter omen, they reached the willow's sanctuary. The heartstone's light guttered, its copper hues dulled to rust. Alder awaited them, wisdom etched in every wrinkle. "The stone mirrors the forest's breath," he intoned. "When one season rushes, others starve." Thistle understood. The early frost stifled decay, halting the nutrient cycle. The murky stream choked life, needing clean water. The hurried leaf fall robbed the soil of warmth. Each imbalance echoed in the stone's weary pulse. Gathering their offerings, they wove a ritual of renewal. Luna brushed pollen over the geode, igniting emerald sparks for spring's patience. Brook washed it with crystal water, summoning summer's flowing gold. Thistle laid autumn's petals and acorns at its base, whispering thanks for decay's quiet gifts. Finally, Alder breathed upon it, a mist that settled as hoarfrost, winter's promise of rest. The stone shuddered, then blazed. Light unfurled in ripples, copper for autumn's grace, silver for winter's peace, gold for summer's abundance, emerald for spring's hope. The forest exhaled. Around them, whisperwood stirred. Maple leaves blushed properly, crimson as fox fur. The brook's song returned, clear and bright, carrying ice melt like chimes. Frost receded from the moonflowers, and beneath the soil, seeds sighed in contentment. As constellations emerged, piercing the velvet sky, thistle nestled against alder's mossy shell. Balance isn't stillness, the tortoise murmured, stars reflecting in his eyes. It's the dance of giving and receiving, season to season, creature to creature. Tend one thread and the whole tapestry thrives. Snow began falling in earnest now, soft, timely, and deep. It blanketed the forest in silence, each flake a promise of renewal. Wrapped in the heartstone's gentle radiance, Thistle dreamed of roots weaving through dark earth, of buds waiting patiently, of streams singing to unborn frogs. And high above, the oldest oak scattered a final acorn onto the snow where it slept, a small, perfect heartbeat in the endless, harmonious night. Story 24. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunlight danced on the river like scattered gold coins. In a cottage crowned with a thatch of wildflowers lived Mira, a quiet girl with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to the rustling leaves and the murmuring stream. Her father, a gentle woodcarver, had vanished a fortnight ago while gathering rare heartwood deep within the whispering woods, a forest rumored to hold secrets older than the mountains. Mira's only inheritance from him was a peculiar object, the whispering compass. Unlike any other compass, it had no needle pointing north. Instead, nestled within its worn brass casing, lay a single, perfectly smooth river stone that glowed with a soft, inner light. Her father had whispered its secret. It points not to a place, my little sparrow, but to what the heart most needs. One crisp autumn evening, as the scent of wood smoke and baking apples filled the air, Mira held the compass. The stone pulsed with a warm, amber light, trembling slightly in her palm. It felt heavy with unspoken yearning. Gazing towards the dark line of the whispering woods, Mira knew. Her heart needed her father. Gathering a small pack with dried berries, a flask of cool spring water, and her father's warmest scarf smelling of pine shavings, she slipped into the moonlit night. The boundary between Willowbrook and the whispering woods felt like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. The familiar chirping of crickets ceased, replaced by an immense, watchful silence. Ancient oaks, their bark etched with deep grooves like wise faces, stretched gnarled branches overhead, weaving a canopy that filtered the moonlight into silver dapples on the mossy floor. The air hummed with a faint vibration, a low thrumming that resonated in Mira's bones. The whispering compass glowed brighter, its light casting long, dancing shadows. It wasn't pointing, it was pulling, tugging gently on her spirit like an invisible thread. Deeper she walked, the silence pressing in, thick and expectant. Then she heard it. Not a voice, but a feeling woven into the air itself. Help us. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the thick ferns. A creature emerged, large and bristling, fur striped black and silver white. Thornback, the oldest, grumpiest badger in the forest, blinked his beady eyes at her. Lost are you, humans shouldn't tread here. The woods are unwell. His voice was gravelly, like stones tumbling in a brook. Thornback explained the silence. The forest spirits, the sylphs, shimmering beings of light and air, who nurtured the ancient trees, were fading. Their song, which sustained the woods, was weakening. Creatures were restless, paths were shifting, and a deep melancholy had settled. Mira's father, he revealed, had been searching for the source of the silence when he disappeared. He had kindness in his hands, Thornback admitted grudgingly. Unusual for a human. The compass pulsed warmly against Mira's chest. Her heart needed a guide. Tentatively, she asked Thornback for help. He snorted, but the sight of the glowing compass, and perhaps a flicker of the woodcarver's remembered kindness, softened his gruffness. "Blasted humans," he muttered, turning. "This way, and step lightly. The woods are listening." Their journey became a symphony of hushed sounds and shifting light. They traversed glades where luminous mushrooms carpeted the ground like fallen stars, their soft blue glow illuminating Thornback's sturdy form. They crossed crystal-clear streams on stepping stones worn smooth by time, the water singing a faint, sad melody. Mira learned to listen beyond the silence, hearing the creak of ancient wood, the sigh of the wind through leaves, the frantic heartbeat of a hidden bird. Thornback, beneath his prickly exterior, possessed a deep knowledge of the forest's veins and bones. He showed her how to find edible roots that tasted earthy and sweet, and pointed out the rare moonpetal flower, its silver bloom only visible under starlight, said to hold a drop of pure starlight dew. He spoke of the sylphs, their laughter once like wind chimes, their presence making the leaves shimmer with vitality. Without their song, Thornback rasped one night by a small fire, its smoke curling like gray ghosts into the dark. The heartwood weakens, the oldest trees forget how to dream, the woods it forgets itself. One afternoon, as they navigated a treacherous slope slick with emerald moss, Mira's foot slipped. She tumbled down, landing with a gasp in a thicket of ferns near a rushing stream. Thornback barked in alarm. Before Mira could stand, a boy emerged from behind a waterfall of ivy. He was perhaps her age, dressed in sturdy leathers dyed forest green, his dark hair tied back, eyes sharp and wary as a hawk's. In his hand was a snare. He was from Stonehaven, the rival village on the other side of the mountains, whose people were often accused of overhunting the forest edges. Stonehaven thief. Thornback bristled, baring his teeth. The boy Cale flinched but held his ground, his gaze fixed on Mira. "I'm no thief, I was tracking a wounded stag. My father, he's a healer in Stonehaven. He needs the herbs that only grow deep here, near the singing stones, but the paths, they keep changing." His voice held frustration and fear. The whispering compass, resting against Mira's tunic, flared with a sudden, intense warmth. Her heart needed understanding. She saw past the rivalry, past the snare, to the worry etched on Cale's face. "We're searching too," she said softly, brushing moss from her knees. "For my father, and for what's silencing the woods." Suspicion warred with curiosity in Cale's eyes. Thornback grumbled, but Mira's quiet insistence, and the strange pull of the glowing compass, forged a fragile truce. Cale knew the area near the singing stones, a place Thornback admitted was now perilously close to the fading sylphs. Reluctantly, the grumpy badger allowed the boy to join them. "One wrong move, Stonehaven," he warned, "and you'll answer to my claws." The trio pressed deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. The silence grew heavier, oppressive. Leaves, usually vibrant green, held a dull, dusty hue. Flowers drooped as if burdened. The very air felt thin, struggling. The whispering compass now pulsed with a rhythmic beat, like a worried heart. They reached the Valley of Echoes, where giant, moss-covered stones stood in a circle, humming with a residual power. This was where the sylph's song had once been strongest. Now the stones were silent, their surfaces cold. In the center of the circle lay Mira's father. He was pale, his breathing shallow, one hand clutching a small, intricately carved wooden lark unfinished. Beside him, flickering weakly like a candle guttering in the wind, was a sylph. She was a wisp of shimmering light, her form barely holding together, her faint glow illuminating the lines of exhaustion on the woodcarver's face. He tried to help. The sylph's voice was a sigh, barely audible, woven from the last breath of wind through dry grass. "The shadow root, it drains our song, traps the light." She gestured feebly towards a dark crevice at the base of the tallest stone. "The shadow root." Thornback growled low in his throat, a sound of pure dread. It was an ancient parasitic plant, long thought dormant, that fed on light and sound, slowly choking the life from its host. It had entwined itself around the roots of the mother tree, the oldest oak in the forest, the source of the sylph's power. Mira's father, drawn by the sylph's fading call, had tried to carve a charm from heartwood wood imbued with the forest spirit to weaken the shadow root. But the effort, combined with the shadow root's draining presence, had overwhelmed him. The sylph had used the last of her strength to shield him. The heartwood charm unfinished, the sylph whispered. Without its song, the shadow root cannot be pushed back. Her light dimmed further. The compass burned against Mira's skin, not with heat, but with a desperate urgency. Her heart needed courage, needed action. Her father needed the charm completed. The forest needed its song. Cale knelt beside the woodcarver, checking his pulse. "He's cold," he murmured, pulling a small pouch from his belt. "My father's strengthening herbs, they might help a little." He gently administered a few drops onto the man's lips. Thornback nosed the unfinished wooden lark. "Heartwood carving needs the carver's own heart song poured into it. Your father's strength is gone." Mira picked up the small carving knife and the smooth heartwood lark. The wood felt alive, humming faintly beneath her fingers. But fear clenched her stomach. She wasn't her father. She wasn't a master carver. How could she finish what he started? The shadow root seemed to pulse in the gloom of the crevice, a tangible wave of cold silence washing over them. Thornback nudged her hand. "Listen, girl, not with your ears, with this." He tapped his own broad chest. "The woods remembers kindness, remember its song." Cale placed a hand on her shoulder. "You brought us together, Mira, Willowbrook and Stonehaven. That's a kind of magic, too. We're here." Closing her eyes, Mira took a deep breath of the thinning forest air. She let the silence envelop her, not as emptiness, but as a canvas. She remembered the warmth of her father's workshop, the scent of pine, the sound of his gentle humming as he carved. She remembered the luminous mushrooms, the singing stream, the rustle of leaves that had once been a chorus. She remembered Thornback's gruff guidance, Cale's unexpected help, the sylph's fading light. She poured all of it, the love, the hope, the fragile trust, the deep yearning for the forest's voice, into her hands. The carving knife moved, not with her father's practiced skill, but with a fierce, tender love. She didn't carve intricate details. She carved the feeling of the whispering woods, the curve of a leaf, the flow of the river, the steadfastness of an old oak, the delicate flutter of a sylph's wing. As she worked, a faint, pure note seemed to emanate from the wood, growing stronger with each stroke. The shadow root recoiled. Dark tendrils writhed in the crevice, hissing like steam on cold stone. Mira held the completed lark aloft. It was simple, imperfect, but it glowed with the same soft, inner light as the compass stone. She poured her voice into it, singing not a complex melody, but a single, clear note of pure, unwavering love for her father, for Thornback, for Cale, for the sylph, for the whispering woods itself. The note resonated within the heartwood, amplified, becoming a clear, bell-like chime that shattered the oppressive silence. It echoed through the standing stones, pure and bright. Cale joined her, his voice strong and steady, adding harmony. Thornback, after a moment's hesitation, added a deep, rumbling hum that vibrated through the earth. The sound washed over the shadow root. The dark tendrils shrieked, shriveling, retreating into the crevice like smoke chased by sunlight. The parasitic grip on the mother tree loosened. A gasp, like a breeze returning, swept through the valley. The sylph, bathed in the sound, and the light from the heartwood lark, flared brilliantly. Her form solidified, shimmering with renewed light. She rose, her laughter like wind chimes made of crystal, weaving through the trio's song. Other flickers of light appeared amidst the trees, more sylphs, drawn by the restored harmony. Their voices joined, a chorus of light and sound weaving through the ancient stones, flowing out into the whispering woods. The leaves rustled, a joyous sigh. Flowers lifted their faces. The very air thickened with life, and vibrant sound birdsong returned. Insects chirped, the wind sang through the branches. The forest awoke. Mira's father stirred, color returning to his cheeks. His eyes fluttered open, focusing on Mira's face, alight with relief and wonder. He touched the glowing heartwood lark in her hand, his own carving knife nearby. "My little sparrow," he whispered, his voice rough but warm. "You found the truest song." The sylph, now radiant, bowed to Mira, her light warm as sunshine. "The shadow root is banished, not destroyed. It sleeps. But your song, child, woven with trust and kindness, has rekindled ours. The whispering woods remembers its voice, and we remember our guardians." She gestured to Thornback, who puffed out his chest, trying to look stern but failing miserably as a butterfly landed on his nose. Cale helped Mira's father to his feet. The rivalry between villages seemed a distant, foolish thing amidst the forest's restored harmony. The journey back was a celebration. Sunlight, golden and clear, streamed through the canopy. Birds serenaded them. Thornback, less grumpy, pointed out hidden wonders with a hint of pride. Cale shared stories of Stonehaven, and Mira spoke of Willowbrook. The whispering compass, nestled against Mira, now glowed with a steady, peaceful light. It pointed nowhere specific, it simply radiated contentment. Her heart had found what it needed: her father, unexpected friendship, courage discovered, and the profound understanding that true magic lived in connection and kindness. News of their return spread like wildfire. The people of Willowbrook wept with joy to see the woodcarver, leaning on his daughter and the boy from Stonehaven, with Thornback padding solemnly beside them. The tale of the heartwood lark, the fading sylphs, the shadow root, and the song that healed the forest was told and retold. The whispering woods, its song restored, seemed to breathe closer to the villages. Old suspicions between Willowbrook and Stonehaven softened, replaced by a shared awe for the forest they both bordered. Cale's father, the healer, came to Willowbrook, sharing his knowledge with their herbalists. Mira's father carved a new sign for the village square, two hands clasped, one holding a carving knife, the other a healing herb, with a badger and a sylph woven into the design. Mira kept the whispering compass. Its stone still glowed softly, a gentle reminder. She often walked into the whispering woods, not needing it to guide her path, but holding it as a comfort. Sometimes Thornback would amble beside her, complaining about noisy squirrels. Sometimes Cale would join them, bringing news from Stonehaven. And always, if she listened very carefully, Mira could hear it, the song of the forest. It was in the rustle of leaves, the babble of the stream, the chirp of crickets at dusk. It was a song of resilience, of quiet strength, of the magic that blooms when hearts listen and hands reach out in kindness. On clear nights, sitting on her cottage step, the scent of wood smoke and wildflowers around her, Mira would watch the stars. And she knew, deep in her bones, that the greatest adventures weren't about how far you wandered, but how deeply you learned to listen to the whispers of the world and the quiet, courageous song within your own heart. The forest sighed its agreement, a soft, contented sound that wrapped around the village like a warm, familiar blanket, promising peace and dreams woven with starlight and the enduring magic of connection. The journey had changed them all, mending not just a forest, but the spaces between hearts, leaving a melody of hope that would echo long into the future. Story 25. In the quiet village of Mosklin, where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents between cottages crowned with thatch, lived a young gardener named Theo. His hands, perpetually smudged with earth, tended a plot behind his stone cottage that shimmered with eternal summer. Roses bloomed in December, sunflowers stretched toward cloudless skies in March, and frost never dared touch his tomatoes. Yet Theo's heart carried a secret winter. Change terrified him, the shifting seasons, the loss of old routines, even the way sunlight danced differently on his walls each afternoon felt like a betrayal. He clung to sameness like a vine to trellis, believing stillness was safety. One autumn evening, as amber leaves swirled beyond his garden's enchanted border, the village's ancient heartwood tree began to falter. Its roots, deep beneath moss-glen, pulsed with the magic that balanced the seasons. Now its bark grayed, and its luminous leaves dimmed like fading embers. Nana Fern, the village's silver-haired herbalist whose braids smelled of cinnamon and sage, visited Theo's sunlit plot. "The heartwood weakens," she murmured, her voice like rustling parchment. "Its magic mirrors our own growth, Theo. When we resist change, it starves." She gestured to his unchanging blooms. "Your garden's endless summer is beautiful but unbalanced. Nature needs transitions to breathe." Theo's chest tightened. "But if I let winter in, what if everything dies? What if I forget how to make things grow?" His fingers trembled around a forever blooming marigold. Nana Fern simply placed a gnarled hand over his. "Trust the earth, child, and trust yourself." That night Theo dreamed of ice cracking over rivers and seeds sleeping beneath snow. He woke to find Rowan, his sparrow-cheeked friend who mended fences and whistled while he worked, waiting by his gate. "Adventure time," Rowan chirped, holding a basket of mossy stones. "The heartwood needs courage, and I need help finding moon moss for Nana's tonic. Let your garden breathe while we're gone." Reluctantly, Theo lifted the shimmering barrier guarding his plot. Instantly a crisp breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of damp soil and decay, a scent he'd barred for years. His roses shivered. As they wandered Mistfall Forest, Rowan chattered about the time a storm shattered his chicken coop. "I sobbed over the splinters," he admitted, nudging a mushroom with his boot. "But rebuilding it taught me sturdier knots. Sometimes breaking lets us remake things stronger." Theo watched a maple leaf drift downward, a slow, scarlet spiral. It felt less like loss, more like a dance. Deep in the forest, they found the moon moss glowing silver on a fallen oak. But as Theo reached for it, the ground trembled. Vines, brittle as old bones, snaked toward his ankles, their thorns sharp with the heartwood's despair. Panic seized him. This was change, violent and unwelcome. He stumbled backward, yearning for his static garden. Then Rowan's laughter rang out, bright as a bell. "Remember Mrs. Thistle's runaway goat," he called, tossing Theo a smooth river stone. We herded it with patience, not force. Theo caught the stone, its coolness steadying him. He recalled how the goat had eventually paused to nibble clover, allowing them to guide it home gently. Breathing deep, Theo knelt. Instead of pulling at the vines, he hummed an old planting song his mother taught him, one about roots seeking water in drought. He placed the moon moss upon the thrashing tendrils. Slowly the vines stilled, their thorns softening into velvety buds that bloomed into tiny white stars. The moss's light spread like liquid silver, soothing the earth. When they returned to Mossglen, Theo's garden had transformed. Frost silvered the petals of his roses, his sunflowers bowed, heavy with seeds. Yet beneath the decay, green shoots pushed through, promises of spring. Theo didn't flinch. He placed the moon moss at the heartwood's base. As its light seeped into the roots, the tree's bark warmed to rich umber, and its leaves blazed gold again. Nana Fern joined them, her eyes crinkling. "Magic isn't defiance of change, Theo," she said, watching a snowflake melt on his sleeve. "It's the wisdom to dance with it. See how your garden sleeps. It's gathering dreams for new blossoms." Months flowed like a gentle stream. Theo learned to welcome autumn's decay, for it fed the soil. He marveled at winter's quiet, where his garden rested under snowy quilts, and he studied seed catalogs by firelight. When spring arrived, his plot burst forth with colors deeper and scents richer than before, peonies like crushed rubies, lavender that hummed with bees, all nurtured by the seasons he'd once feared. One evening, as fireflies winked over his now ever-changing garden, Theo gifted Rowan a sapling grown from the heartwood's blessed acorn. "For your new fence," he said, smiling. "May it grow strong through every storm." Rowan hugged him, and Nana Fern pressed a cup of chamomile tea into Theo's hands, its steam carrying the quiet truth he now held in his heart, that personal growth, like nature's most exquisite magic, unfolds not in stillness but in the tender, trusting turn of seasons. And as the stars bloomed overhead, Theo felt no fear, only peace, deep as roots and bright as new beginnings. Story 26. In the cozy village of Glimmerdell, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and hedgerows bloomed with talking snapdragons, young Finn noticed something peculiar. Each morning the cobblestone paths sparkled with frost patterns too intricate for nature, swirling constellations and tiny ice lilies that melted by breakfast. "Odd," murmured Finn, tracing a frosty starburst with a mittened hand. "Winter's whispers come early this year." The strangeness deepened. On Tuesday, every copper weather vane in the village spun wildly, though not a breeze stirred. On Thursday, the scent of cinnamon from Granny Maple's bakery turned inexplicably salty, making blueberry scones taste of sea spray. But the true mystery arrived with the Featherfall Festival preparations. Overnight, every colorful banner hung for the celebration bleached bone white, as if drained of joy. Finn sought Master Bramble, the elderly hedgehog librarian who lived in an oak hollow stacked with luminous books. "It feels like magic's holding its breath," Finn whispered, watching Bramble polish his spectacles with a velvety leaf. The hedgehog's quills rustled thoughtfully. "Magic never vanishes, child, it merely hides. Observe what remains unchanged." Armed with Bramble's advice and a magnifying glass that revealed hidden enchantments, Finn began investigating. Near the bleached banners, Finn spotted minuscule footprints, like inked brushstrokes, leading toward Whisperwood. There, beneath a grandfather willow, sat a trembling creature no larger than a teapot, a sorrow spider, weaving gossamer threads that shimmered with stolen hues. Each tear it shed turned into frost patterns on the path. "Why steal our colors?" Finn asked gently. The spider, named Silken, hiccuped a sob. "The storm crows bullied me. They stole my rainbow egg and said they'd crack it unless I gathered sunshine threads from happy places." Silken gestured to her half-woven nest, where the village's stolen colors pulsed faintly. "But sadness follows me. Everything I touch fades." Just then a shadow loomed, 3 cackling crows with feathers like storm clouds. "Pathetic weaver," screeched their leader. "Where's our treasure?" Before they could snatch the egg, Hootberry the owl glided down silently. The ancient bird, mentor to every woodland fledgling, fixed the crows with moonlit eyes. "You mistake fear for strength," he rumbled. "True power nurtures." With a flutter of his speckled wings, Hootberry revealed the crow's secret. They envied Silken's weaving gifts, having failed to spin even a proper nest. Finn stepped forward, recalling Bramble's wisdom. "What if we trade?" Offering the crows Granny Maple's famed cloud cotton candy, a floss so sweet it made grumpy badgers giggle, Finn proposed a deal. Silken would teach them to weave in exchange for the egg's return. Skeptical but tempted, the crows nibbled the candy and burst into feathery chuckles. "Very well, tiny human," they cawed, relinquishing the iridescent egg. As Silken's egg safely warmed in Finn's scarf, the village's magic bloomed anew. Silken, no longer fearful, wove the crow's storm feathers into dazzling new festival banners that shifted from dawn pink to twilight purple. The crows, proudly displaying their first wobbly nests, joined the celebration, their caws now melodic. And when Silken's egg hatched at midnight, It released not a spiderling, but a prism moth whose wings scattered rainbows over every frost-kissed path. Finn smiled, wrapped in a quilt by the hearth, as Master Bramble chuckled. You see, even sadness can weave beauty when met with kindness. Outside, the moth's light danced on the snow, painting constellations only Glimmerdale would ever know, a lullaby written in frost and forgiveness, humming the world softly to sleep. Story 27. Thistle the hedgehog lived in a quiet corner of Whisperwood, where moss grew thick as emerald velvet and willow trees trailed their fingers in the crystal-clear brook. He loved the predictability of his days. Dew-kissed dawns spent counting acorns, afternoons tracing the same sun-dappled path to the elderberry bush, evenings listening to the cricket's rhythmic song. Change to Thistle felt like a sudden storm, unsettling and loud. So when the first silver leaf spiraled down from the oaks, signaling autumn's approach, he tucked himself deep into his burrow, spines quivering. Everything's shifting, he murmured, watching his breath cloud in the suddenly crisp air. I wish it could stay just as it is. That night, a curious thing happened. As Thistle slept, tiny luminous seeds drifted through his window, gifts from the dreaming moonflower that bloomed once a decade. They settled in his fur, and by morning, delicate vines had woven through his spines, sprouting closed buds the color of twilight. With every anxious thought Thistle had, what if the berries run out? What if the brook freezes? The buds tightened, thorns growing sharper. His reflection in the brook showed a hedgehog tangled in shadowy tendrils, and he whimpered, I'm disappearing beneath all this change. Enter Pip, a squirrel with a perpetually wagging tail and a satchel full of optimism. Ooh, sparkly, she chirped, bounding over. But why the frown beneath those fancy vines? When Thistle explained his fears, Pip nudged a hazelnut toward him. Change is just the forest breathing, silly. Come watch the geese practice their sky dance. It's messy, but glorious. Reluctantly, Thistle followed. As Pip chattered about migrating butterflies, one vine bud unfurled slightly, revealing a petal edged in timid amber light. Their next companion was Oakum, an ancient badger whose fur held the scent of parchment and petrichor. He found Thistle staring mournfully at a hollow log, his favorite summer napping spot, now filled with prickly frostberries. Ah, rumbled Oakum, his voice like stones smoothing in a river. I see the moonflower's magic found you. Its vines grow with resistance, bloom with acceptance. He pointed a claw at Thistle's spines. That amber, that's curiosity peeking through. Oakum shared how he'd once feared losing his old burrow, only to discover a cavern painted with glowworm constellations. Change isn't a thief, little one. It's a librarian offering new stories if we turn the page. Guided by his friends, Thistle took trembling steps into the unfamiliar. He helped Pip gather frostberries, which made splendid tart jam, his vines glowing warmer with each giggle they shared. He helped Oakum map new mushroom circles, gasping when he unearthed a geode sparkling like captured starlight, a wonder hidden beneath the ruined log. The buds responded. One bloomed into a cobalt flower when he marveled at ice patterns on the brook, another shimmered amethyst as he learned a badger lullaby. Yet, deep-seated fears lingered. When a blizzard sealed his burrow entrance, panic clamped his heart. The vines snarled, thorns piercing his skin, petals snapping shut into bruised, gray knots. See, he cried to the howling wind. I'm not strong enough. Pip arrived, tunneling through the snow with a thermos of spiced acorn tea. Oakum followed, carrying a lantern carved from ice. Strength isn't about standing alone in the storm, said Oakum softly. It's knowing whose light to borrow when yours flickers. Huddled together they shared stories, Pip's tale of learning to climb after a fall, Oakum's memory of rebuilding his flooded home. Thistle's breath slowed, syncing with theirs. He focused not on the trapped feeling, but on the tea's cinnamon warmth, the lantern's blue glow painting snowflakes into jewels, the solid comfort of friends beside him. As calm settled over him, something miraculous unfolded. The gray knots softened. Thorns retracted. Every closed bud burst open, not one at a time, but in a chorus of light. Sapphire, topaz, ruby, emerald petals unfurled, each pulsing gently. They weren't just flowers, they were tiny beacons, casting prismatic rays that melted the snowdrift blocking his door. The light didn't blaze, it hummed, a sound like honeybees in clover, warm and alive. Thistle stared at his reflection in the ice lantern, no longer a hedgehog bound by fear, but one woven through with living light. Oh, he breathed. The realization was soft as falling snow. The vines hadn't been chains. They were bridges between who he was and who he was becoming. Spring returned to Whisperwood, painting the forest in tender greens and blush pinks. Thistle still loved his routines, but now he also sought the dew on unfamiliar ferns, the first crocus pushing through thawed earth. His spines, forever adorned with the moonflower's gift, shifted colors with his quiet joys, a contented moss green while organizing acorns, a playful sunflower yellow during Pip's nut-tossing games, a serene lavender as he listened to Oakum's stories under the stars. The magic hadn't erased his cautious nature, it had deepened it into wisdom. He understood now that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone else, but unfolding into the fullest, gentlest version of oneself, a transformation nurtured not in solitude, but in the fertile soil of friendship and trust. One evening, as fireflies blinked their lanterns above the brook, Thistle settled between Pip and Oakum. The last of the sun gilded the water, and his flowers glowed like captured dusk. "You know," he said softly, watching a newly hatched dragonfly test its iridescent wings, "I used to think change was the forest losing its way. Now I see it's just the forest learning to dance." Pip tucked her tail around him, Oakum's rumble was a contented purr, and the moonflowers on Thistle's spines pulsed in peaceful, radiant harmony, a quiet testament to the beautiful, ongoing discovery of being wonderfully, resiliently alive. And as the stars emerged, Whisperwood itself seemed to sigh, wrapping them all in a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl song, settling into the profound comfort of having grown together. Story 28. The village of Sunbeam Hollow nestled between hills shaped like sleeping dragons, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the perpetual twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths glowed with embedded moonstones, and gardens bloomed with flowers that hummed lullabies at dusk. Yet lately peculiar disturbances rustled the village's tranquility. It began subtly, baskets of cloudberries left on doorsteps overnight, their sweetness tinged with an unfamiliar, briny aftertaste. Then came the whispers from the whispering well. Instead of forecasting tomorrow's weather, it murmured cryptic riddles about tides without shores and tears that salt the earth. Most puzzling of all were the footprints, tiny, shimmering impressions appearing overnight on freshly swept porches, vanishing by dawn like melted frost. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones and a patchwork satchel always slung over his shoulder, noticed these oddities first. "Gran," he said one evening, watching their porch swing rock gently with no breeze to move it, "the hollow feels homesick." His grandmother, a weaver whose tapestries captured dreams, set down her knitting needles. "Homesickness has a sound, child, like a seashell held to the ear." She pointed to Finn's satchel. "Perhaps it's time you visited Old Man Hemlock." Finn found Hemlock beneath the ancient memory tree, its branches heavy with crystallized dewdrops that chimed when touched. The old man, wrapped in a cloak of moss and starlight, tended to glowworms in glass jars. "Ah," he chuckled, seeing Finn's furrowed brow. "The salty mystery troubles you too." Together they examined clues. Hemlock's wise tortoise Mellow nudged a shimmering footprint with his nose. "Observe, Finn," Hemlock murmured. These aren't mere water stains, they're tears, tiny ancient tears. Mellow's shell glowed softly, projecting an image, miniature figures with gowns of seafoam weeping into the soil. Ocean sprites. Finn gasped. But the sea's leagues away, how did they get here? The sprite stream, Hemlock replied. An underground river connecting our springs to the coast. It must have shifted during the last star shower. He handed Finn a listening conch. Find where their sorrow pools deepest. Finn wandered the hollow, pressing the conch to walls, soil, and roots. Near the village mill pond, the shell erupted with heartbroken sobs. There, beneath willow fronds, huddled three sprites no taller than acorns. Their pearlescent skin dimmed with grief, and their tears fell into the pond, explaining the salt-tinged berries and well whispers. We followed the song of the earth, wept the eldest sprite, her voice like tinkling ice. But the stream's path crumbled, we're stranded, and our tears weaken your land. Indeed, Finn saw withered petals where their tears had fallen. Finn remembered Hemlock's words, kindness builds bridges where rivers fail. He rushed home, returning with Gran's dream tapestry thread, spun from starlight and spider silk, and Mellow's glowworms in their jars. The sprites gasped as Finn wove the threads across the pond, guided by the glowworm's light. The threads absorbed the sprite's tears, transforming into a luminous, arched bridge that hummed with warmth. Walk upon your sorrow, Finn urged. Let it carry you home. As the sprites stepped onto the bridge, their tears ceased. The thread bridge shimmered, stretching toward the horizon as the sprite sang a grateful, bubbling melody. Salt faded from the berries, the well whispered of sunny days ahead. Where the sprites had wept, moonflowers bloomed, their petals shimmering with captured sea light. That night, as fireflies danced above Sunbeam Hollow, Hemlock joined Finn on his porch. You didn't just solve a mystery, Finn, he said softly. You mended a homesick heart by listening deeper than fear. The porch swing stilled at last, cradled in perfect peace. And far away where the stars kissed the sea, three tiny lights pulsed joyfully, a reminder that even the smallest tears could guide one home. Finn slept, lulled by the scent of unsalted earth and the distant, contented sigh of the mended world. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimblebee's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the Whispering Woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the Whispering Woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste." Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the Whispering Woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. his first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master?" "Mr." Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed: the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. "Mr. Filbert," Leo whispered urgently, "do you have anything sharp, but small?" The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them." He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. "You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north." Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge, that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. "I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror still, and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? his earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart, and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 66. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, It now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 73. Story 74. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth, she mused. A new chapter in its ancient tale. Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 75. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bakery windows glowed like honeycomb cells, something peculiar began unfolding as the autumn moon waxed full. Each night at precisely 8 bells, every lantern in the town square would blink out simultaneously, leaving townsfolk fumbling with tinderboxes while the warm scent of spiced cider hung unfinished in the crisp air. 12-year-old Tansy noticed it first while collecting chestnuts beneath the old sentinel oak. Her boots crunched rhythmically through fallen leaves until the familiar pop of extinguished flames made her turn. Through the twilight she watched as the lamplighter's pole slipped from old Mr. Burrow's grasp, his whiskery face upturned as dozens of lantern flames detached like glowing dandelion seeds, swirling westward toward the mist-shrouded bramblewood. "They're not going out," she whispered to her prickly companion, a hedgehog named Nettle who rode in her apron pocket. "They're being called." The next evening found Tansy perched on a frost-kissed bench, a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother wrapped thrice around her neck. In her lap sat a jam jar filled with luminous moss and 3 raisins, Nettle's idea of emergency provisions. As the church bell tolled its 8th sonorous note, she held her breath. Lantern flames stretched into golden threads, slipping through iron filigree to dance above the cobblestones. "Quickly," she urged, jogging after the luminous procession. Nettle's tiny claws gripped her collar as they followed the trail past the murmuring mill wheel, through a thicket where silver birch bark gleamed like ancient parchment. The flames congregated above a crumbling stone well long claimed by ivy, spiraling downward into darkness. Tansy's courage faltered until a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass spoke behind her. "They seek to mend what was fractured." A badger stood on hind legs, spectacles balanced precariously on his black-striped nose. In his paws lay an astrolabe crusted with stardust, its brass rings humming faintly. "Professor Thistledown," he introduced himself with a bow. "Keeper of sideways moments and lost luminescence. You've excellent timing, child, the moon's in the house of mending." As Tansy helped the badger polish a viewing lens the size of a soup plate, he explained the well wasn't a well at all, but a temporalis fissure, a fold between moments. "Long ago, fire sprites lit these woods," he murmured. But frightened villagers built lanterns to replace them, wounding the old pact between flame and forest. Deep below, the gathered lantern lights pulsed in distress. Through the lens, Tansy glimpsed fragmented memories. A sapling's first sunrise, a fox kit's startled laughter, the village founder shaking hands with a glowing creature made of crackling twigs. "The sprite's memories are fading," Thistledown sighed. "Without them, your lanterns will gutter forever by winter solstice." Dawn found them in the badger's burrow library, shelves carved between tree roots and lined with crystallized dewdrops containing historical scents. Tansy sneezed twice. 1776 smelled strongly of burnt toast, while Nettle organized acorn caps of herbal tea. "We need something that carries both human warmth and wild light," Tansy mused, watching steam rise from her cup. Her mittened finger traced the knit stitches of her scarf, each loop a tiny vessel. "Like Nana's stories." She sat upright, scattering chestnut shells. "She says every stitch holds a memory. What if we—" The plan unfolded like a map in firelight. For 3 days and nights, the village buzzed with gentle industry. Children braided garlands of dried marigolds, while elders sang ballads into hollow gourds. Bakers kneaded cinnamon into bread shaped like owls and hedgehogs. When the preparations were complete, the entire populace gathered at the well under Thistledown's direction, each person holding an item infused with personal history. A midwife's first blanket, a fisherman's luck-knotted net, Tansy's own scarf now interwoven with Nettle's quills. As the 8th bell chimed, lantern flames rose once more, but this time the villagers offered their memory vessels in unison. Golden threads wove through embroidered hopes and whispered lullabies, becoming a bridge between past and present. From the well emerged flickering forms with eyes like banked hearths, their crackling speech translating through the offered memories. "You kept our light but forgot our names. We kept your warmth but feared your flames. Let thread be twine and song be spark. to mend the stitch torn in the dark. The fire sprites and lantern flames merged into constellations above the square. Where they touched ground, new plants sprouted, moonfire vines whose blossoms glowed amber at dusk and silver at dawn, their roots knitting the earth's hidden fractures. Now, when Willowmere's children press ears to the sentinel oak, they hear faint laughter like leaves rustling. Nettle, who gained a rather distinguished waistcoat from the event, can often be found lecturing young hedgehogs on the importance of emergency raisins. And if lanterns occasionally flicker in patterns that look suspiciously like badgers dancing, well, that's simply how stories weave themselves into the world's great tapestry, one mended stitch at a time. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Leela with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Leela set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, She was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Story 96. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Layla hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tier into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village where the cobblestone streets whispered secrets of old, there stood a small, ivy-clad cottage. It was here that a young girl named Lily lived, her heart brimming with curiosity and dreams as vast as the starry sky above. Every night she would lie in her cozy bed, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through her window, wondering about the world beyond her garden gate. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Lily set out on an adventure, her woolen scarf trailing behind her like a banner. She ventured into the woods where the trees stood tall, their leaves rustling in a gentle symphony. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the promise of secrets hidden within the forest's embrace. As Lily wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly, casting a warm, inviting light. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she followed the path, each step taking her further into a world that felt both new and familiar. The path led her to a clearing where a pond lay still and serene, its surface a mirror reflecting the vibrant canopy above. As Lily approached, she noticed a ripple spreading across the water, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a water sprite, shimmering with hues of blue and silver, its laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, brave traveler," the sprite chimed, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Few have ventured this far. What brings you to our hidden realm?" Lily smiled, her voice steady and sure as she replied, "I seek adventure and the wonders it holds." The sprite nodded approvingly, sending a gentle wave across the pond. To discover new wonders, one must have the heart of a dreamer and the courage to explore the unknown. Follow the path beyond, and you shall find what you seek. With a grateful nod, Lily pressed on, her heart buoyed by the sprite's words. The path wound through the forest, leading her to a meadow where the grass was soft as a whisper and dotted with wildflowers that swayed in the breeze. Here she met a fox with fur like russet autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. The fox spoke, its voice a melodic murmur. "In this world, not all is as it seems, but with kindness and courage you shall find your way." Lily thanked the fox, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She realized that the journey was not just about finding new places, but also about discovering the strength within herself. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with twilight's gentle brush, Lily arrived at the edge of a vast, sparkling lake. The water was a tapestry of colors, shifting with the sky's changing hues. On the shore, a small boat awaited, its sails unfurled like the wings of a bird ready to take flight. Without hesitation, Lily stepped into the boat. As she set sail, the lake's surface shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting a world where dreams flowed freely with the current. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that the courage to explore had led her to a place of wonder and tranquility. Guided by the gentle breeze, Lily sailed back to the forest's edge, her heart full of stories and newfound courage. The forest bid her farewell with a rustle of leaves, and the path she had taken shimmered briefly before fading into the tapestry of the woods. When Lily returned home, the moon hung high, casting its silvery glow upon her little cottage. She curled up in her bed, her heart light and her spirit aglow with the magic of the day. As she drifted into dreams, she knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting for those with the bravery to seek them out. And so, in the warmth of her dreams and the comfort of her home, Lily slept soundly, the gentle song of the night wrapping around her like a cozy blanket, reminding her that courage and exploration could uncover the most enchanting of places, even within the heart. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip? Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it, he explained. It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom. Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Leela, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Leela's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Layla's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Leela scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Layla confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmeroot Grove at moon-high. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Leela stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away, trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here. She pressed a palm to Leela's chest. Yours has been all thorns and no rain. Nettle nudged Leela's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. What does it grow? She asked. Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom. That night, Leela planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. It's dying, she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, let go, let grow. Let go, let grow. Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. Walk where the needle leads, she instructed. But take this. From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Leela to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. You tried so hard to put it back together, the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. But some breaks are doors. The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Leela returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Leela saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silver Stream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. My sapling's finally flowering, Leela said. But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish? Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail. She pressed a pine cone into Leela's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't. What Leela released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past. Never the lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Leela's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures, her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Leela planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Leela's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season, the one between winter and spring," Leela asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed. The trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes, all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight-lived creatures whose lives hummed in perfect harmony with the land. Here, moss-covered stones pulsed with warmth like sleeping hearts, and brooks sang lullabies in liquid silver tones. The air always carried the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and the faintest hint of wild strawberries, a perfume that changed with the seasons, woven by magic as old as the roots beneath the forest floor. Young Bramble, a badger with fur the color of twilight shadows, often explored the fern-carpeted glades. His paws sank into velvet moss as he listened to the trees. They didn't speak in words, but in rustles, a language of creaking branches and sighing leaves passed down through generations. Every rustle is a story, Elderwood the owl had taught him, perched high in his hollow of the grandmother tree. Elderwood's feathers were the soft gray of wood smoke, his eyes holding the patience of centuries. The forest breathes, Bramble, inhale the spring mists, exhale the autumn gold, that is balance. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace patterns on spiderwebs, Bramble noticed something amiss. Winter's chill lingered like an unwelcome guest. Icicles hung heavy even as the first snowdrops should have pushed through the soil. The brook's song grew sluggish, its melody muted. Worst of all, the tree's rustles turned anxious, a sound like dry bones rattling. The heartstone dims, Elderwood confided, his voice a low hoot in the stillness. Deep within Crystal Cavern, a geode pulsed with the forest's magic, tied to the turning seasons. If its light faded, the Whispering Woods might never bloom again. Bramble's heart thumped like a trapped moth. He gathered his friends, Pip, a quick-witted squirrel with a tail like autumn fire, and Fern, a doe whose steps were so light they scarcely stirred the dew. "We must find why the heartstone weakens," Bramble urged. Pip scampered ahead, her nose twitching at the sour tang of decaying leaves, where new growth should scent the air. Fern led them along paths only deer knew, where moonlight pooled in silver puddles. As they journeyed, Elderwood's wisdom echoed, "Seek the whispers where water meets stone." Near Mistfall Falls, where water cascaded like liquid diamonds into a pool ringed with glowing lichen, they found the source of the imbalance. A landslide had buried the cavern's entrance under boulders and tangled roots. The Heartstone's light, once a beacon, now flickered weakly behind the rubble, like a star veiled by storm clouds. "Without the stone's warmth, winter cannot end," Fern murmured, her breath misting in the unnatural cold. Pip chittered nervously, pawing at the rocks. "It's too heavy, we're too small." But Bramble remembered Elderwood's stories of the moss weavers, tiny, luminous beetles who mended cracks in the earth with threads of iridescent silk. "Balance needs all voices, even the quietest," he whispered. Calling out in the soft, churring language of badgers, he summoned them. One by one, beetles emerged from crevices, their carapaces shimmering like captured rainbows. They scurried over the rubble, spinning bridges of light between stones. Pip darted up the newly woven paths, gnawing through stubborn roots with teeth sharp as pine needles. Fern used her strong legs to nudge smaller rocks aside, her movements gentle as a breeze. Bramble dug with determined claws, the soil cool and yielding beneath him. As they worked, the forest rallied. Birds dropped seeds into cracks, where they sprouted instant tendrils to bind the stones. Earthworms churned the soil, making it soft. Even the wind helped, carrying away dust in soft gusts. Hours blurred into a tapestry of shared effort, the air filling with the scent of crushed mint and wet stone. Finally, as the last rock shifted, the Heartstone's glow burst forth, a warm, amber radiance that flowed through the cavern like melted honey. It touched the frozen waterfall, and the ice shattered into 1,000 singing droplets. Outside, the frost retreated, replaced by the tender green of unfurling ferns. Seasons spun back into rhythm. Spring arrived in a rush, cherry blossoms snowed pink petals over the paths, and the brook's song swelled, clear and bright. That evening, the creatures gathered beneath Elderwood's tree. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the air hummed with the contented buzz of waking bees. Elderwood gazed at the restored harmony, his feathers ruffled by a warm breeze carrying the scent of rain and blossoms. "Strength lies not in size," he said softly, "but in the weave of many threads. Remember this when the wind grows cold again." Bramble curled beside Fern, Pip dozing on his back. As moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting lace shadows on the forest floor, he felt the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone, a gentle thrum in the earth beneath him. The trees rustled again, their whispers now a lullaby of gratitude and peace. And in that sacred grove, cradled by ancient magic and newfound wisdom, the creatures of the Whispering Woods slept, knowing their harmony was a story that would echo through generations, as enduring as the stars above. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper." The guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering, A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Once in a village hugged by hills that turned amber at sunset, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of moss after rain. Her name was Layla, and she carried curiosity in her pockets like pebbles, always collecting questions, often wandering beyond the cobblestone paths to seek answers. One evening, as she watched the last light bleed into twilight, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of silver fireflies darting into the forest where the trees grew so close together, their branches knitted like clasped hands. The fireflies pulsed in a rhythm as though breathing. Leela's boots crunched over fallen pine needles as she followed, her breath making little clouds in the chill air. Soon the ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees she'd never seen, slim trunks glowing faintly blue, leaves that chimed like wind chimes when brushed. The fireflies led her to an archway of ivy, where roots curled into the shape of a doorway, and beyond it lay the whispering woods. Here the air smelled of caramelized maple and distant thunderstorms. Moss cushioned every step, and bioluminescent flowers bloomed in teacup-sized hollows, casting pools of violet and gold. But the true marvel was the sound the trees hummed. Not with wind, but with actual melodies, low, resonant notes that made Layla's bones feel warm. A stream zigzagged through the clearing, its water sparkling as though liquid starlight had been poured into it. "You've arrived just in time," said a voice like rustling parchment. Leela turned to find a hedgehog sitting upright on a toadstool, spectacles balanced on its snout. It held a tiny ledger in one paw. "The midnight market closes when the moon touches the western pines. Best hurry, dear." Before she could ask what a midnight market was, the hedgehog gestured with a quill toward a path lined with floating lanterns shaped like lilies. Leela hurried forward, her cloak snagging on brambles that unraveled politely to let her pass. The trees parted and she gasped. Spread before her was a clearing bustling with creatures and stalls. A badger in a waistcoat sold jars of moonlight jam. A family of rabbits peddled cloaks woven from dandelion fluff. Fireflies strung between branches formed glowing banners that read, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." The market thrummed with soft laughter and the clink of teacups, and everywhere the scent of cinnamon and fresh rain hung in the air. But as Leela wandered, marveling at baskets of cloudberries and mirrors that showed your reflection as a child, she noticed the lanterns dimming. The moon slid lower. The hedgehog had warned her, the market was vanishing. Stalls dissolved into mist, creatures tipped their hats and faded into the trees. Panic fluttered in Leela's chest. How would she find her way back? Lost, little one. A tortoise emerged from the shadows, its shell etched with constellations. Its eyes gleamed like twin moons. The woods shift when the market ends. To leave, you must follow the river's song, but beware the hollow fog. It drinks courage. The river. Leela knelt. But there are dozens of streams here. The tortoise blinked slowly. Ah, but only one sings in a voice only the lost can hear. Listen with your feet, not your ears. As the last stall vanished, Leela stood alone in sudden darkness. The friendly bioluminescence had died. Now the woods felt velvet black and immense. She closed her eyes, trembling. The tortoise's riddle echoed, "Listen with your feet." She stepped forward, boots sinking into cool moss. Another step. Then another. A faint vibration traveled up her soles, a hum deeper than the tree's melodies. There. She inched toward it, arms outstretched, until her fingers brushed cold, singing water. The river. But as she waded in, silver currents tugging her knees, a fog rolled in, thick and iridescent like oil on water. It whispered in her mind, "What if you're wrong? What if the river drowns you? What if the path never ends?" Her breath quickened. The water seemed deeper suddenly, the current fierce. Then she remembered the market's banner, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." "I'll trade you a story," she said aloud, voice shaking. "For safe passage." The fog rippled. Whether from curiosity or amusement, it slowed. So Leela told it about the village baker who'd once mistaken salt for sugar and invented pretzel cakes. She described the time she'd tamed a feral kitten with patience and fish scraps. Her words spun into the mist, and slowly the fog thinned, revealing stepping stones she hadn't seen before. "Thank you," she whispered, hopping from stone to stone. The fog dissipated, and the river's song grew sweeter, leading her to a shore where willows dipped their branches into the water. There, beneath a tree hung with glass baubles that chimed in the breeze, sat a creature Leela could scarcely believe, a bear made of stardust. Its fur shifted like the northern lights, and its paws left glowing prints on the moss. Around its neck hung a pendant shaped like a key. "You've journeyed wisely," the bear rumbled, its voice a symphony of distant thunder and falling snow. "Many reach the market, but few brave the fog. What do you seek?" Layla hesitated. I don't know. I just wanted to see what was here." The bear's laugh shook dewdrops from the leaves. "Ah, the best reason of all. Curiosity is a compass that leads to marvels." It plucked the pendant from its neck and placed it in her palm. The key shimmered, warm as a heartbeat. "This is for remembering." Remembering what? But the bear was already walking away, dissolving into a swirl of stardust. "That courage isn't the absence of fear," its voice echoed. "It's the choice to wonder louder than you worry." The key pulsed gently. Leela clutched it, turned, and found herself standing at the forest's edge, dawn pinkening the sky. The ordinary trees looked different now. She could have sworn she saw a blue glow in their roots. When she returned home, villagers asked where she'd been. "Exploring," she said simply. That night, she placed the key on her windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting constellations onto her walls, a map of the whispering woods, the river's winding path, and one tiny, glowing bear. Years later, when children begged for stories, Leela told them of a market that trades in kindness, fog that fears laughter, and a bear who taught her that the bravest hearts are those that stay tender enough to marvel. She showed them the key, now strung on a ribbon around her neck. "But does it unlock anything?" a child always asked. Leela would smile. "Oh yes, but not chests or doors. It unlocks the part of you that knows how to wander and how to come home." And if on certain nights you peeked through her cottage window, you'd see her gazing at the forest, the key glowing softly, as if answering a call only it could hear. The woods never looked the same to her again. They weren't unknown anymore, just a friend waiting to whisper new secrets when the world was quiet and the fireflies danced. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. The key unlocks the door of secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic. With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the Great Kitchen Flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. Come along then, the others will want to see. The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. Her name is Leora, the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. And you found her heart cup. As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. It's a story keeper, Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory. Her voice dimmed. The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together. Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is. A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. Took your time, the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also. She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. We're being followed. The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. I'm Kayla, she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue. and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above.